A very good morning, everyone, wherever you might be watching around the world, and welcome to day 2 of the LiveSB.io US Open. The venue, Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City, New Jersey. The tournament, the most historic. The prize, one of the most coveted on the ever-expanding World 9-Ball Tour. As you might imagine, competition is fierce, as we saw centre stage on day 1. There were no alarms or dramas for the defending champion, but of course the WNT ranking top dog negotiated 2 matches for the loss of a single rack. Gorst, on the road to emulating legends Nick Varner, Mika Immonen, Darren Appleton and Shane Van Boning as the 5th player to retain the US Open title. And fresh off his triumph at the LiveSB.io Florida Open in Orlando, Singapore's Aloysius Yap also safely reached winner's qualification. Not quite as convincingly as Gorst, but comfortably enough. And what about 17-year-old sensation Felix Vogel? The teenage German took on a 5-time US Open winner in Earl Strickland, but the youngster prevailed in the generation game, handing the Pearl a surprisingly heavy 9-2 defeat. Vogel underlining his vast potential while demonstrating he is no respecter of reputation. So that was yesterday. This is today. Tables 1, 2 and 3 will be streamed on WNT.tv, while the action on Table 4 can be accessed on the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel. It is top quality from morning to night. And we begin our main table coverage with a very useful and youthful clash in round 2. Claudio Cacci, 19 years old, takes on Vogel, 2 years his junior. I think it's fair to say, Scott Frost, the commentators are slightly older than the players.
Speak for yourself, Phil. Speak for yourself. I'm in a bad spot here. I like both of these guys. I like them a lot. Typically always in a bad spot, Phil. We got to be partial, or impartial. But this one, I'm very impartial.
Well, given their respective nicknames, Cacci is called Alpha Eagle, Felix Vogel the Birdman. We can confidently say one of them will wing their way into winner's qualification.
Ding, ding, ding.
I thought yesterday Vogel might have a little stage fright when he took on Earl Strickland. It was entirely the reverse. He seemed utterly at home.
Yeah, that's the 17-year-old fearless gunslinger in him. And he has a look on the 2. His concern is avoiding the purple 5, I believe, right now. I think he's better safe than sorry staying center table here if he can come short of the 5. It's thin enough. It's real thin, actually. So thin to the point where I don't know that you even take it on. But this angle looks completely different. Problem is, if you put too much right on it, try to shoot the gap to the right side of the table, that side pocket looks awfully big. Yeah, I'd play it pretty safe here. He's at the end of his extension. Yeah, I like it. It was really that funny.
So round 1 is complete. Round 2 is ongoing, and we've also got some loser side pool being played at the moment. It's a very busy arena.
You know, it never seems to fail. If there happens to be a gap, you typically find it. Wow, the table playing much faster. I did not even dream that ball would fall.
I'm astonished. Look at this. Just kept going and going. Of course, no use to Cacci because he's hooked on the 3.
Yeah, now what? Obviously, the younger brother of Eklund Kachi, who in my opinion is top 3 in the world at kicking behind a ball like this from space. Wow. You're probably not going to get a good roll out of it unless that falls also, but nothing but square hits around here.
Just thinking, Scott, the combined age of the two players is 27 years younger than me. If that's not a cause for Tuesday morning blues, I don't know what is. I remember when I was on the snooker circuit and for the first time, one of the players' parents turned up who were younger than me. And now I think we're getting into the realms of grandparents turning up. Not quite yet, but it will happen soon.
Yeah, they're 14 years younger than me combined. I'm not too thrilled about that. Thanks for bringing it up, Phil. This is okay. You might have to float it. Some players like to drag this with a low outside ball, nice and tight. You can kind of accelerate the cue ball here if you want to drag it, but it will kill quickly. Other players with a steady backhand don't mind floating it. And he floated it.
I think one of the reasons Felix Vogel will do so well in this sport, he loves it. He loves being around it. Almost seems really happy and appreciative. I noticed that at the Battle of the Bull last week. Got to the quarterfinals there, lost out to Chang Yulong 9-5. Within 15 minutes he was on another table practicing. Big smile on his face. In that Battle of the Bull, he had some really good wins. Overcame Lucas Fracasso Werner, Wong Nam Pham, Moritz Neuhausen, and the best of the lot, in his opening match, he beat Carlo Biardo, the World 9-Ball champion, 9-6.
Oh, look at this play here. This is okay, because it really couldn't go bad the way he played it. Very intelligent. Yeah, the way he played it here, I believe obviously trying to get above it, just lengthened out on him, but it couldn't go badly. So very intelligent.
Cue ball a little close to the side cushion, but the 9 was easy enough. And so the younger man makes a winning start. Yeah, at the Battle of the Bull, his win over Carlo Biardo was really impressive. I happened to walk down next to that table when it was 7-6, and I'm thinking he might tighten up here. But he won the 14th rack really nicely, and then one shot sticks in my mind in the clinching rack. He knocked in a 6 with follow and lots of running side, and there wasn't any hesitation. In fact, when the 9-ball went in, Biardo clapped. Now, Felix Vogel's victim from yesterday is Earl Strickland. He's playing on the one-loss side against Sharam Changazi, who lost 9-5 to Claudio Cacci, and we've just seen Strickland take the first rack. Tyler Steyer up against Raymond Linares. Steyer, you would say, Scott, a big favourite for this match?
Yeah, Raymond been known to knock a few world-class players off their blocks, but Steyer just continues to quietly improve.
Yeah, Tyler Steyer on table 3. On table 4 on the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel, it is the aforementioned Carlo Biardo against Boris Ivanovsky of Germany. And Ivanovsky has won the first rack. That's in winners round 2.
Yeah, I think it was yesterday Carl said that Felix is lacking a little bit of power on his break. I don't think his cue power is lacking. I think maybe he's just taken a little bit off of it. We've seen that. We saw it yesterday. So I don't know here. I think it was Johan Chua that I was doing with you, Phil, where he was letting off the brake just a little bit. And you just got to wonder when it becomes questionable. Now, I'm not saying that's the case with Felix because he's getting into him well enough.
Yeah, there was one break from Chua yesterday that I thought was definitely questionable. The way he fought back and how quickly he played, that wasn't. Mind you, he was greatly assisted in winning that match by Quentin Pongas, who I thought let the match slip away.
I wonder how much ego is at play here between these two. They pan to Cledio. John Lehman talking to Cledio. So I'm not exactly sure. I kind of missed that as they pan to him. But I've been thinking, how much ego is at play between these two youngsters? They both have to have ego to be as good as they are. It's human nature.
Yeah, I think the conversation was about a timing issue. Of course, on the main table, it's a 30-second shot clock with 1 30-second extension per player per rack.
It's probably going to be a 5-9 combination the way Pink lays. Yeah, he got all of that ball. Really kind of used it to play the cue ball there. This looks to be laying sweet. Yeah, even when he says extension, I said this yesterday, he smiles. It's amazing.
Yeah, he's just a really happy soul. There's no doubt about that.
I hope that lasts forever. It's easy to get a little tarnished, or it used to be back in the day in the pool world. I don't think Felix Vogel is going to let any of that into his life anytime soon.
The 5-9 combination, it wasn't set on. He had to make it, and he does so with aplomb. So, Vogel leads 2-0. Now, he is 110th in the World 9-Ball Tour rankings. His best ever position, of course. There's no doubt he's going to significantly improve on that. As for Claudio Cacci, thanks to his run to the semi-final of the World Championship recently, and the $50,000 that yielded, he sits currently in 18th place. So a combination right now of round 2 and losers pool. I'll give you the round 2 scores first. Georgi Georgiev, 1-0 upon Christoph Neumeier. Tyler Steyer did win the first rack against Raymond Linares. Only 4 second round matches going on at the moment. We know about Felix Vogel, and we know about Boris Ivanovsky, 1-0 upon Carlo Biardo. On the losers side, well, it is a race to 8 over there. Good to see Robert Hart is here. Had travel difficulties from the West Coast, so he missed his first match, gave his opponent a walkover. But he's a real pool enthusiast, the brother of Kevin Hart, and he wanted to play, and now he is, and he's 1-0 up on Eric Withrow in losers round 1.
Yeah, and here's another look. 1 is down, 2 is down. Cue ball finished right by the 3, which is good. Always. He's looking to the upper left. I guess you could kind of play a two-way up there if you use the purple. But you could really cinch him behind the 4. Yeah, look at the line. He's looking to put the cue on. That means he's going to the upper left here. Using the purple 5 as a backdoor safety. Boy, it looks thin to me to be able to hold the cue ball. Maybe I'm seeing it wrong. Yeah, it was thin.
Because of his many fans, I'll give you the score of Earl Strickland on table 2. 2-0 up on Shahram Changazi.
I believe the cross corner's on. He's just got to miss the kiss to the upper right. This takes a lot of inside. These guys aren't real experienced with this play. Yeah, I like the way he played it, though. Played it nice and short.
Not the best safety from Vogel. 1 ball in mid-table, and it will pot. $3-0 Strickland. The Pearl on a whirl.
Yeah, he could get going over there on that B side. This is dangerous. I don't know that he even shoots at it. I'm not certain. I'd like to have that other look. Yeah, this look here tells me he's going into the pink. Just don't know how heavy. I think you could use the 5 quite well here. Yeah, and that's what he's going to do.
Claudio Cacci, the younger brother of Eklund Cacci, who's a world superstar. He started off, Scott, with intentions of making it big in the world of snooker, but a couple of years ago, got to the last 16 of the Spanish Open, despite not playing an awful lot of 9-ball. And I think the penny dropped. I think he realised just how good he could be.
Yeah, I wonder how many nudges he received from his elder brother, Ekman.
Yeah, Claudio then got to the quarterfinal in Hanoi last year, but 2025 has been his big breakthrough. We talked about his run to the semi-final of the World Championship. He also won the Mez Bucharest Open in Romania, made his debut in the Premier League pool and got to the last 32 of the UK Open. And here he's got ball in hand.
Yes, the way he played that, I don't really care for it, right? Because the worst case scenario is you play it short and catch it on the way out. So you don't want to see somebody miss that ball long. Obviously, misjudged. But a great play by Claudio to get him ball in hand. Just then on the lower left, you'll see the shot clock. At 10 seconds, John Lehman will let the players know. Little different style between the two. Claudio a little more natural, a little more free-flowing. Doesn't mean anything, right? I'm just talking about the styles. They're both superior in their own right. There is something to be said about the mechanical style versus the free-flowing style. The free-flowing is great when everything is ticking. I think the mechanical style is a little more consistent over time in the tournament scene, especially under the gun.
Claudio Cacci gets his first rack of the day. On the board, Felix Vogel leads 2-1. Georgi Georgiev of Bulgaria, I think he's Bulgaria's best player. He leads Christoph Neumeier 2-0. Raymond Linares is equalised against Tyler Steyer on table 3 at 1-1. And I'm very interested to see how Boris Ivanovsky, the young German, does against Carlo Viado. Well, Viado is just equalised over on table 4. You can access that for free on the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel. Now this is our latest look at 3. The third rack coming to an end. And usually the 7 and the 8 aren't there.
Yeah, elevating here. We'll come back to this. Telling me he's going to go 3 rails, I guess.
He's invested a lot in this week, Tyler Steyer. He didn't play at the Battle of the Bull, wanted to fully prepare for the US Open.
Yeah, Claudio got the 1 down here on the split screen on the left side. Nothing beautiful on the 2, I can tell you that. I don't see where you go if you don't stay aggressive. So maybe a week off for Tyler Steyer. Avoiding the Battle of the Bull will do him some good.
In the world of horse racing, sometimes they refer to a horse as best when fresh. Maybe that's going to be Tyler Steyer, but will he take the winning post? Well, he's 2-1 up.
Yeah, I think he might attack here. So leveled out, either that or he's kicking from behind, but I think the attack, he's coming thin down below. So tough to get there, but recognizing the distance and what value that brings.
Robert Hart from nearby Philadelphia, 2-0 up on Eric Withrow. So it's been worth his journey here.
I think you just got to trim this over to the top rail. That works, and I didn't like bringing it down where the 3's at, but I guess it's okay. Just felt it was a little more dangerous. Yeah, I'm wondering if the 2 7's even a question. To the lower left. But maybe looking at the 2 off the 3. could just drop down below the 7-3. Yeah.
There's no doubt who's got the best name in the tournament. Charles Darwin Vergara. Well, his match against Joe McGee is evolving. He leads 4-0.
He at 17 years old to be understanding what's happening on that shot tells us all we need to know.
Well, of course, this is the 20th anniversary this year of a 16-year-old winning the World 9-Ball Championship. Wu Cha-Ching was the World 9-Ball Champion in 2005. He was also the World 8-Ball Champion the same year. One of the most remarkable achievements in the history of pool. What about Felix Vogel, US Open champion? Well, you can't completely discount the possibility. I think it's highly unlikely. He's not the finished article yet, but he's got a pretty good game.
Yeah, Phil, I can't agree more, but I could say the same for both of these guys at this table. I think either one of them could somehow win this event. Trying to catch it thin, going just below the right side pocket was a risk. And that was by design. Maybe a little too much there versus just making contact.
It's a little too lazy, journalistic, to say that when it comes to the tactical exchanges, Kachi should have the upper hand. Maybe that's not the case, but I think you would just give him the edge.
Yeah, and it's funny you say that. I actually, from what I've seen today and yesterday, right, between Vogel, or with Vogel, he's pretty high up there as far as tactical decisions for 17 years young, especially with the shot we just saw 2 innings ago. Unbelievable. And that's where we really measure a player's IQ.
Yeah, the greats learn quickly, don't they?
That looks to be about perfect. You can pound out of the lower right here. You can get as deep as you want into this lower right corner. It's never going to go to the side. He came up one rail. He's going to be a little thinner. Thought he might come out of the lower right there, Phil.
Yeah, when you apply absolutely bags of Czech English, it really always surprises you just how dead the ball runs, and obviously that's why he's a little short, but I think he can solve the problem.
Yeah, the steep angle really carried him well to the 9, just had to bury the ball. Neither's good or bad. The decision he made was what was best for him.
And this match is best for us because it's ultra competitive and it's tied at 2-2. On the loser's side, Lee Quang Trung of Vietnam, who's made some good progress. He played nicely at the Florida Open. He's 3-2 up on Glenn Larkin of the Philippines. Jason Monroe of Canada, who we saw on the main table yesterday, he's shared the first 4 racks with Nick Carson. Eric Hjorleifsen of Canada leads Rolando Gonzalez of Spain 3-0. All loser side matches, so races to 8. Sergio Lagunas Moreno, who is part of our scoring team here. They do such a fine job. Well, he's 3-1 up on Christian Dimitrov. And a really good match, actually, on the loser's side. Corey Jewell, former champion at the US Open, is taking on Antonis Brabin of Cyprus. Now, he was originally from England, Anthony Brabin. Now he's living in Cyprus, so he's taken on the Greek form of his name. He's a very useful player, and he could cause Corey Jewell some problems. Also problems, Nilbert Lim is providing problems for Albert Janawata. 3-2 to Lim. Albert Janawata, 16 years old. He won the junior event at the Saudi World Championship recently. Lots of potential, much like these two.
Yeah, Albert Januarto. That is a name you better keep on your list. He is right there with these two. It's just shocking how much talent the World 9-Ball Tour is bringing out, and he needs to get clear of the 9. Nobody exactly hitting them hard. John Lehman performing a little surgery. Yeah, forced to roll out here. You've got a lot of push options just due to where the 3 is. Now, there's not a ton of cover-up table. But you could leave him long and somewhat straight. You could leave him off-angle where the scratch line is on. Yeah, like this. I don't know, though. He might have just told a tale. If he puts it here, he was looking at the line to the upper right corner for the blue 2. If Felix caught on to that, he might take it. And the reason I say that is I think you can get the cue ball out of the top left corner 2 rails, cutting the 2 to the upper right. Well, if you can do that, then even if you miss the 2, odds are you're going to get safe. If you make it, you're a favorite for position. Yeah, and this is exactly what I was touching on. Now, that would be cold if it stopped, but it did not. What a great shot. And I think Cledio kind of sold his hand out there, Bill. He went around and looked at the line of the 2 up to the top right corner before he rolled out.
It was a tell.
Exactly.
Mind you, the execution of that 2-ball was superb. The best shot of the match so far. So these two fighting for a place in winners' qualification. Tomorrow, it would be against Woo Kun Lin, who's a former World 9-Ball Championship semi-finalist.
Yeah, Felix made a little bit of a mistake here, getting thinner than he would have liked on the pink. Yeah, good decision. This could get funny quick. The 9 is a big problem here. He'd like to draw off the 8 and catch the pink a little thinner to go into the 8 more full. There's nothing he likes about it because the cue ball is tracking to the left side of the table, and that involves the 9. So he's got to figure it out quickly. Playing safe.
Yeah, trying to play safe. and unsuccessful. He can get past the green 6. That was a blunder.
Yeah, maybe a little bit rattled there as the clock was winding down on his extension. I cannot tell, but I felt like he had a look here.
Well, I was sure he could.
Yeah, Phil, I think he's got it.
Just used the word blunder there, didn't I? Maybe that was a little harsh. I'll tell you what was a blunder, though, the way Shane Walford threw away that match last night against Jeremy Jones. Don't know whether you saw it, Scott. It was simply extraordinary. I've rarely seen a match just tossed away like that. He had 3 chances, 2 of them golden to get over the line. Oh, but here the chance goes astray.
Yeah, I watched every rack towards the end, ever since Wolford was up 8-5 versus Jeremy Jones, and yeah, I actually felt pretty bad for Shane. You know, that was pretty brutal on him to give that match away the way he did. But Jeremy Jones stayed strong the whole time. These two, and I don't think you use the term blunder out of order in any way. I think that Felix did blunder. I think he did make a mistake when he had the pink to the lower right. I think you just got to take your chances there. You're in control at the table. If you don't get where you need to be, play safe on the purple 5.
Well, not the worst outcome.
Not at all. Not at all.
Tell you what is worrying for fans of Earl Strickland. He went very quickly into a 3-0 lead over Shahram Changazi. It's now 3-3. Better news, Strickland has just won the 7th rack as I speak.
Yeah, I think both these guys here would like this game to be over. Just one of those games that have turned awkward. Look out, lower right. This is a real mistake.
Not dissimilar. Same scratch, same pocket that Eklund Kachi made in the final of the World 9-Ball Championship, playing safe last year to lose 15-14 to Fedor Gorst.
Yeah, the scratch heard around the world, literally.
And in fairness to him, predicted before it happened by a certain Carl Boys.
Well, the 6 clearly plays. Well, he's looking at it now like it's super tight. I guess maybe you want to look at that a bit prior to position.
Well, it really does look tight. I thought initially. I was surprised he played the shot so quickly. Maybe he was just egging us on, giving Claudio Kachi false hope. That happens on the snooker tour. Player looks up, oh, I'm not on the red or on the black, and then gets down and knocks it in as sweet as a nut. Mark Williams, not so much these days, but in his early career used to do that an awful lot, and it used to wind up opponents. That's, of course, why he did it.
Oh, this is a mistake as well, Phil. So maybe the two playing off one another right now. Sometimes this happens. They've made more mistakes in this match than they've probably made in the last tournament combined. But that's how good these guys play. They're human. Seeing a little bit of everything here. Time struggles, position questions, tactical concerns.
The Italian word for stops in music is staccato, and this rack has been a staccato rack, disjointed.
Oftentimes, fortune favors the brave. I don't necessarily believe that's the case here. He didn't have a lot. He could either kick at it or shave at it to the lower left. I think you got to take this bank on. Get this game over with, Felix. Yeah, just stay well below the 9. No, he did not stay well below the 9. Don't induce a miss here by trying to draw back 3 feet. Just cinch it if you need to. Stop there. Take distance on the 9. Very good.
Yeah, did the right thing because he's such a good cueman. This kind of shot should not pose any great difficulty. Well, it was a low quality rack, that, but it won't concern Claudio Cacci now because after being 2-0 down, he leads Felix Vogel 3-2. On table 3, part of our streaming service on WNT.tv, Tyler Stye looking good against Raymond Linares. They're just about to start rack 6 with Stye 4-1 ahead. Earl Strickland had that blip. He was 3-0 up. He was pegged back to 3-3 by Shahram Changazi. But now it looks as though Strickland is going to take a 6-3 lead. Indeed, he does. Georgi Georgiev in the second winners round, 4-1 up on Christoph Neumeier. And let's see, right at the bottom of the draw, out of the number 2 seed, and the world 9-ball champion Carlo Biardo is faring. Well, he's not having things his own way on table 4. You can see that on the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel. Boris Ivanovsky and Biardo are 2-2. The winner of that match in winners qualification will take on Luong Doc Tien, who achieved yesterday one of the most astounding results of the entire day. He whitewashed Dennis Grabber 9-0.
Well, you're talking about the same guy that really got unfortunate. Could have beat SVB at the Battle of the Bowl as well. I believe he got 3 scratches off the break throughout that set. Still went hill-hill with Shane. And one of those 3 scratches was at hill-hill. He got a brutal kiss into the side to give Shane ball in hand and go on to win.
Yeah, he led 5-0, scratched on the break in the 6th. He led 7-4, scratched on the break in the 12th. And as Scott said, he scratched on the break in the decider.
But I guess the point we're making, Phil, is Long Duck Tien, well, he's hitting them pretty good.
I think he's playing better than he's ever done. Now look at this, talking about points. It was all about hitting the point of the middle pocket for both the 1 and ultimately the 6.
Yeah, a couple of knuckles there. 1 rail to the 1 ball. This is going to open up just a little, so the softer you hit it, the more it opens up. Yeah, this is nice. Very nice. 2 leads to the 3. Not the easiest of plays here. Really need to stay solid in the body department. keep the head still. He's very good at this, by the way. I have not seen any body movement from the young man.
In off the near jaw, but in nevertheless. Yeah, if you're going to start moving on shots at the age of 17, you've got problems. Nerves are still intact. There's no great scar tissue. Another trait of youngsters, they very rarely play slowly. So consequently, Scott, the 30-second shot clock is no imposition for him at all.
No, it doesn't seem to be now, or at least when the balls are open. There has been a couple of moments where, at least on that pink four, got the best of him without question. He kind of panicked and ended up playing defense, and I believe lost that rack. He did lose that rack, yeah. But other than that, no. Shot clock not bothering Felix Vogel. You'll notice there he called the extension, right? He's getting his extension, number one. Number two, he knows this is the winning ball, right? You get on the 8 good, it's over with. So he's using the extension properly. A lot of these elite players will hold it till the end when they're on a tough 9 or even an easy 9.
Boris Ivanovsky 3-2 up on Carlo Biardo. We'll keep an eye on that one. I think it's fair to say that Felix Vogel badly needed that after losing 3 racks in succession. It's now all square at 3-3. The eagle-eyed amongst you might be able to see Carlo Biardo in the background. He's actually on table 4, and he is in more than likely to draw level. Fedor Gorst completed the World 9 ball in the US Open double last year. What an achievement it would be for Biardo to do the same.
I think the longer this event goes, the more the story will tell, but also the more they'll get rest. But I still feel that these guys, the elite players, are a little fatigued. It's been a long couple of weeks. So every night's sleep is worth a ton right now. I think rest is much more important than practice at this point.
Three it is. Must say, what a magnificent room we're in at the Harrah's Resort and Casino. I think 28 tables are going on simultaneously, and they fit in, not like a glove, they fit in easily. You could have a few more than we have got. These are the latest scores. Again, just to repeat, it's winners round 2 and losers round action going on simultaneously. The big difference, it's a race to 9 on the winner's side, a race to 8 on the loser's side, apart from losers qualification, which comes your way tomorrow when it's a race to 9 again. There's that great name, Charles Darwin Vergara, 6-2 up on Joe McGee. You might remember Joe McGee. He was the player, he's actually a businessman, a bar owner from Philadelphia. I spoke with him yesterday. Yeah, he was the one who played Judd Trump when Judd Trump made his 9-ball debut here a couple of years ago.
That's right, Phil. He's actually a good friend of mine. He's been Been friends a long time, great guy, and loves pool.
Why don't we take a quick look at table 3, where Tyler Steyer is in charge. He leads Raymond Linares 6-1. These are the kind of layouts you like. I think if he sorts out shape from 2 to 3, it really should be quite a simple exercise.
Yeah, this is a shot that Tyler likes, back and forth, right? Just going to stay out to the center off of the second rail. Very well handled. Can play the 4 in the same pocket if he needs, or go forward. Yeah, and back to table number 1.
If Steyer wins, which looks increasingly likely, he will probably play in winners qualification Georgi Georgiev, who's also 6-1 up over Christoph Neumeier on table 5.
Yeah, and Tyler Steyer missed the 3 that we left him on. We gave him a little too much credit there. Here's another look. Just along with the 1, the 6 did fall, so fortunate to get even a gap here on the 1. I don't see any reason to attack here. You've got a huge wall. You can drift down behind the pink.
Early on yesterday, we saw a whole succession of very swiftly compiled runaways. Big names coming through 9-0, 9-1, 9-2, that kind of stuff, one after the other. This match is a very different animal.
Yeah, to be fair, it's 10:53 a.m. Pool players typically don't start playing pool. Well, their biological pool clocks don't start playing pool till about 10:53 p.m. Maybe that's the struggle. They'll get with it.
There was a 6 times world snooker champion called Ray Reardon, who very sadly passed away quite recently, actually. In his 90s, he was the king of the 1970s. He won 6 world titles between 1970 and 1978. And because he got rather large canines, he was known as Dracula. But the thing was, he was a terrible morning person as well. Now, in snooker back then, playing in the morning was very, very unusual. But they had to at the Crucible. And he hated it. He hated morning play. You know, he made a century break in his late 80s. How good's that?
Made a century break in his late 80s. That's insane. That's as good as it gets. I've never heard of this.
Yeah, our commentary colleague at the World 9-Ball Championship last year, David Hendon, he's written a book called Pots of Gold, which is being released next month. It's about the history of snooker, and there's a great chapter in there about Ray Reardon. He was either 88 or 89 when he made it.
That's incredible. Yeah, truly incredible. Dave Hendon, if you guys don't know who he is, world-class snooker commentator, been in the business 15 or more years, but I will be getting the book, Pots of Gold. That is a fact, because I love snooker. I love its history, I love its background, and I love you, Phil.
Well, let me tell you, it is one of the best snooker books I've ever read, and I've read a few, as you might imagine. Pots of Gold, yeah. Tour de force, actually, from Dave. And he really loved his time at the World 9-Ball Championship in Jeddah last year. Real eye-opener for him.
Yeah, it was a pleasure working and meeting him. Well, I think he's got to just shave off the left side. It's tough. Got to hit it real thin here. Oh, and he has. Not easy to get it down here below the 3, 9, and 7 like this. That is very good.
This match not developing the way I envisaged, actually. It's a lot more tactical than I thought it would be.
Yeah, I think they're both showing quite a bit of respect to one another, though. You can just kind of feel it within the racks, which I like. Of course, we want firepower and fireworks. I think that still might be coming, but off to a little bit of a scrappy start, just the way the balls are lying and the way things are happening. Yeah, that was off by some distance.
And the one flies into the pockets on the right-hand side at the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, taking a peek at the 3-9 to the upper left, that would be a dream because I don't know that the 3 has a pocket. Tyler Steyer on a mission on our right side.
Yes, he missed the 3 in this rack, but it didn't cost him the rack. Instead, he goes 7-1 up, 2 more needed. And a little quicker is Georgi Georgiev on the hill now against Christoph Neumeier at 8-1.
Claudio looks intent on the 3-9 up the upper left, so it must be close. He needs to get directly below it, in my opinion, because I feel it's got to go. Well, I think this is a decel, big time. He'll be fortunate to see a piece of it. Yeah, he wanted to be behind these 2 balls. No question. I think at the last minute he was concerned about overhitting it and getting past the 7. And there you can see from this view the 9 is on to the upper left, so he's going to have to do something here, whether it's just feather the 9 and tie these up. I don't know. The 1 rail to the right side looks tough.
Now, I've just seen Earl Strickland in the background there, just a glimpse of him shaking hands. Now, that would suggest he's won.
Look at this. It's gone back. Okay, it caught the 7. I was going to say 4 rails back and forth without touching anything.
Earl Strickland has progressed. He's beaten Shahram Changazi 8-4.
Yeah, on the tactical side, well, he's hit it perfect. I do see a little rushing with the clock. Boy, I believe this has been a long rack. I believe it's been several innings now. Felix Vogel put him behind the 4. It feels like truly 7 or 8 minutes ago.
Absolutely. The match started exactly 1 hour ago, and it's 3-3. Not as a result of slow play, of course, with the shot clock. And you never accuse these 2 of being ponderous, just purely because so many racks have been like this. lots and lots of defensive pool.
Yeah, and just like right there, Cledio catches a piece of the 3, makes a good hit, while Felix has to return. And it's really just credit to how good they're playing, even though not everything is laying great. Interesting decision. He's done this a few times where he takes the object ball and tries to use it as a safe position versus the cue ball. Both times have cost him. He could have done the same thing, but just shaved the top side over and got down below the 9-7-4. The 3 is open.
I will say this. I think one of the reasons why the match has been so lengthy up to this point, apart from the defensive nature of it, the balls haven't cooperated for either player, have they? Little kisses and nudges haven't worked out.
Yeah, no question. They're almost forced to play the safe over and over and over. And there is Moritz Neuhausen, or Neuhausen, and Stu. Montana Stu, one of the best or biggest fans in the business. He's been watching pool as long as I've been alive, and he is a great and well-liked man.
Absolutely, and when he writes these little reports on the AZ Billiards forum, they're always very fair and comes from a position of real knowledge. Again, just what we were saying. It's a messy game.
Yeah, everything just finishing funny. Looking to kick one rail into the pink and chip the 8 in. And see, here we go again with the shot clock. Tactically, both players managing it a little worse. I really liked that decision if he catches it a touch thicker, but still finishing funny. I don't think it passes. Karam might be on. Yeah, I don't think it passes.
Well, Scott, if every rack were this lengthy, we would be sleep deprived.
Well, it's my fault, Phil. Yesterday I was bragging to Carl how many good matches I've had, or we've had. This is dangerous here. Yeah, real dangerous. I felt like Karam was much higher percentage. There's no way he was playing safe there behind the 7. I just can't imagine him shooting it like that. Yeah, and you can see the grimace on his face right there for a second. He's given a look on the pink.
Kachi also had a sneaky look about the 8-9 combo to the far right-hand pocket, but didn't look on.
Does it play to the left side? It looks like it does. We're going to find out. Yeah, every shot going down to the buzzer. The John Lehman buzzer. Yeah, really nice stroke there.
Yeah, I think that's the bedrock of Claudio Kachi's ascent in 9-ball. Really dependable cue action. Claudio Cacci back in front. It was 3-2, now it's 4-3. And congratulations to Bulgaria's Georgi Georgiev into winners' qualification. Very comfortably beating Christoph Neumeier from right here in the United States, 9-1. Tyler Steyer on the hill, 8-1 up on Raymond Linares. The only other winner's side match going on right now. Well, Carlo Biardo went 4-3 up on Boris Ivanovsky, but it's 4-4. Ivanovsky proving quite stubborn. On the loser's side, James Blackburn on the hill against Rajman Pali at 7-2. Robert Hart in line for a victory, 6-2 up on Eric Withrow. Bitim Haradinaj, really good player from Kosovo. He's 4-4 with Win Hai Dang. Also on the hill, Japanese World Cup player Masato Yoshioka. 7-2 on Yesid Garibeo. Waleed Hashim of Canada, 6-2 on Win Wang Nat. And Albert Janawata now getting his own way against Nilbert Lim, but not over the line yet. He's 6-4. Mario He, unaccustomed to being on the loser's side so early. He's on the hill against Rahat Hassan Thakur of Bangladesh at 7-2.
Yeah, I was just thinking about this. Is it the first time these two have met? I think this has got to be the first time these two have met in a major event. Now, I'm not certain. We'll find that out. I wonder what kind of factor that plays as well, because they're both kind of trying to figure out each other's styles and nicks and quirks and things like that. So that can play a factor.
I'm also a great believer that sometimes there's no reason for something happening.
Absolutely.
No reason for a match going like this. No reason for a match being terrific. It just happens. But I think it's an unaccustomed position for both of them to be involved in a dogfight, which this is.
Yeah, but I'll say, Phil, from experience, right, when you know there's another great player involved and you've never played them, and these guys are so young, there could be some of that there where they're, trying to understand each other's styles, a little bit intimidated from both each other, so who knows what's all involved. But I totally agree with what you just said.
No, I think you're right. I think definitely the interpersonal dynamic is affecting the match.
Yeah, down on the clock again. Just wants to knock this in, dragging it. Yeah, the stroke is looking very, very smooth. Okay, he's going to get a little above the 5 here. He just wants to make sure that he doesn't involve the 8 when shooting the 5. Yeah, he can draw out tight, but it's a little touchy. Yeah, made that look pretty natural. I believe this is the first time somebody will be in the lead by 2.
First time for Cacci. Of course, young Vogel won the first couple of racks, but that seems like an age ago. Scott, this might be a little premature, but I just sense that Claudio Cacci is not taking command. That's too powerful a word, but I think he's feeling a lot better about his prospects. He leads 5-3. Next up, by the way, on the main table, match I'm looking forward to. I'll be calling that one with Carl Boys. It is Arseni Sebastianov of Finland up against Shane Van Boening. And it's around 19 minutes until Jeremy Jones breaks off. Taking on a New Zealand opponent in the second round. About to start on table 3. Hunter Lombardo and Alex Pagulayan. On table 4, we've got a very interesting scoreline. Boris Ivanovsky 5-4 up on Carlo Biardo. Biardo is at the table potting balls, but it's not an easy run out. Not easy because of the position of 4 and 9, but he's dropped so nicely on the 4. That problem is going to be eradicated.
Yeah, but the real work, the 5 to the 6, and then the 6 to the 7, he's got to get pretty flat on the 6. And then the 8, opposite side of the table of the 7, and now he's really stretched.
Yeah, we keep referring to Carlo Biardo as the reigning world 9-ball champion because that's factually correct. But he was also the 2021 US Open champion in this very building.
Yeah, and we're split screen for you. Claudio breaking on our left side. He's got the 1 down. Does he have a pocket for the 2?
When he's using the bridge, it doesn't inspire great confidence. Carlo Biardo, he always looks ungainly, I think. But the action he got on that cue ball was amazing.
Yeah, it was either too much or not enough, because I don't believe he's got a good look on the green. Yeah, and this could be huge, right? Beato ends up trailing by 2. Claudio looking at the side pocket for this 2 ball. I think he could just, it's tough to get the cue ball free of any object balls down low unless he really kills this. Oh, and he did. What a great hit. Best shot of the match for me so far.
Absolutely, especially with the application of side and cutting back into a blind pocket. What an important rack on table 4 will keep you right up to speed with how it progresses.
Yeah, young Claudio has come alive. You can see it in the stroke. Confidence has really started to build.
Yeah, Tyler Steyer, by the way, did complete a 9-1 win over Raymond Linares.
Calling his extension here. He wants to get a little thicker on the purple than we might think, at least to center table. Green 6 at the top, purple 5 is next. Yeah, this is why he's pounding forward. He'd like to be more straight. That's going to work. He'd rather take the distance versus steeper angle. Wow. You can just hear how crisp that hit was. I'll be the first to say it. I believe his stroke is even better than his elder brother's.
I absolutely agree. Now, when it comes to who's the better player, that's a completely different debate. Because I think when Ekman Kachi is at his best, he's nothing short of formidable, but purely technically, yeah, definitely concur with what Scott has said. Claudio Cacci has won 6 of the last 7 racks in this match. He's won the last 3 in succession, and he leads Felix Vogel 6-3. Very interested to see what's happening on table 4 with Carlo Biardo. They are still on the 6 ball where we left them.
Yeah, it took a little time to make that decision, but we can see why. You can't do any better. Ivanovsky would love to come behind this thick and just finish up around the 8 with the green 6. They're always playing this to the left side, and if you don't make it, as long as the speed's right, it'll finish up top. I got into it way too much. I think Carlo's going to have a look to the upper left.
I've said this repeatedly over the last few weeks, not his forte, potting from distance. Sometimes he's prone to movement, but this is a really big ball to knock in or miss.
You know what, Phil? I played Beato in the finals of the U.S. Open Bank Pool 2 years ago. And what I learned, we played a pretty long match, is what I learned, though, to your point, is I would leave him on the bottom rail and leave him distance. And every time I left him that distance, he struggled a little bit. So I learned something from him there. So I don't disagree with the long ball that you're talking about.
Well, playing the green 6 at that pace, he knew he was going to leave it in the jaws, and he has done. What an opportunity for Boris to go 2 in front.
Yeah, and then over here on the left, still off and running, is Claudio Cacci. He's got the 1 down and the 2-7. Looks nice. Yeah, you just don't want to lose the 2 here. Just going to drag this. Real soft drag.
Terrific pot with English attached from Ivanovsky.
Yeah, that was a great look from Claudio. Straight on, but he's overdrawn to the 3. Wow, he's gotten into it so well again. I mean, that was much steeper than it looked. I'm talking about Claudio.
Carlo Biardo in trouble, in danger of being sent to the one-loss side of the draw. He trails Boris Ivanovsky 6-4.
I actually felt in Saudi Arabia that Cledio was going to really shine there. I know the first part of this match was a bit scrappy, whatever you want to call it. But from what I'm seeing, he's hitting the ball as clean as I've ever seen it. I'm hearing it, I'm seeing it, I'm feeling it. I would not be surprised if he ran very deep in this event. The timing is like as good as I've seen it for Cledio.
And of course, if he does, with that 50,000 already banked from the World 9-Ball Championship, a place in the European Mosconi Cup team might well be forthcoming. Lots to play for. It is now 7-3. Felix Vogel won the first couple of racks. Since then, Kachi has been undoubtedly the better player. Now over on table 2, we've got a former champion, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, just starting out against Met Vergara from right here in the USA. He didn't want the kiss on the 7, did he?
No, he didn't. Now, I don't know how much of the top rail he can get, but if he can get to where he wants, he is like a 90% favorite to make this. I don't think there's anybody else better coming off the rail, and there I go.
As we say back in the UK, you'd stop a train.
Lovely.
As part of my contract with Scott that I have to come out with a couple of British phrases every match.
Yeah, I absolutely love them. I'm sure everybody else does as well.
I think the one he enjoyed most, it was at the tail end of a match at the Battle of the Bull, and basically the match was over, and back in the UK, if a sporting event is over, we'll say Waden at Kempton Park races in London. Of course, that means when it's Waden, confirmation of the result.
Yeah, that one got the best of me. There's no question. All right. Young man to break the balls. Yeah, I think the cue ball getting center table was by design. The two got a kiss down low. This is starting to be a thing now. Instead of tracking towards the 9, they're tracking below it and then above it, because the 2 finishes high more often than not. Weighing out his options to the push out. Yeah, I'd be a little careful going to the upper left side. I do not mind the first thing he looked at between the 8 and 4 or the 8 and pink. You could even roll the pink forward in behind the 7, I think, tying those up. Basically the same thing there, Phil. Different ball.
Yeah, tactical advantage for Kachi. Tactical advantage on table 4 for Boris Ivanovsky. Biardo's in all kinds of strife early in rack 11.
And excellent touch there. I don't know if a piece of the two leaked out, but really tough to hold a cue ball like that. I just don't know how much of this too he can see.
Not much more than a sliver.
He's going to a low ball though, Phil.
Well, that suggests he can see significantly more than a sliver. Oh, he could. What a deceptive angle that was. And he's been very lucky.
Yeah, he's definitely gotten away with this. Obviously, the way he hit it, you've got to feel like he was trying to take it onto the left side, unless he thought the two was just going to go that far and finish up top. Hard to believe. He's going to take the extension. Can you two-rail this out and tuck under the 4? Takes tremendous touch.
Now that was the equaliser from a rack we saw earlier on when Claudio Cacci played a really good hook, but fluked the 2. Left himself hooked on the 3 at least. With this one, Vogel can see the 3.
Actually, a really nice hit there. Just protecting the 3. Easy to double kiss that hit. Down to 10. Yeah, now that one wasn't easy to double kiss, but he managed to find the kiss.
We saw a snippet of the first rack between FSR and Med Vergara. Well, Sanchez Ruiz has drawn first blood.
Shot clock. He's not real comfortable with it. 17 years old, obviously not a ton of experience on the shot clock, but just not comfortable as a whole so far in this match, Phil.
Yeah, when he's in the ball's flowing, it's no problem, as we highlighted, but I think it's not so much the clock, it's time management. Sometimes he's a little too slow, other times he's making decisions too hastily.
Yeah, and that was a great look right there of the cueing from Claudio. His last stroke is very similar to his brother's. His practice swings are a little more natural, a little less tight, a little more loose.
And you know where Claudio Cacci is in the European Mosconi Cup standings? Right now, as we speak? Number 1. So a deep run here, and he could be alley bound.
Yeah, the finish in Saudi.
Number 2 and 3 on the European list, Joshua Filler and Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. So he's in good company.
And so are they.
Claudio Cacci, 19 years of age on the hill. Yeah, he got to the last 16 of the Spanish Open in 2023 as a 17-year-old, same age as Vogel is now. Quarter-final in Hanoi the following year. Then he realised, I think, basically investing all of his Q Sports time into pool was a good idea. And this year, everything has paid off. Semi-finalist in the World 9-Ball Championship, played some lovely sets there. He won the Mayor's Bucharest Open, a World 9-Ball Tour ranking event in the Romanian capital. Had the pleasure of making his debut in the Premier League in Sarajevo. Made the last 32 of the UK Open. If he could go, well, let's say to the last 8 here, Scott, I think a debut in the Mosconi Cup would very much be on.
Yeah, it'd be hard to stop him at that point.
Now, on table 4, Boris Ivanovsky had a chance to go 7-4 up on Carlo Biardo, but he didn't take that chance, and Biardo's now back within 1 at 6-5. On table 3, just about to begin, one of the game's great characters, a former champion at the US Open, Alex Pagulayan, against Hunter Lombardo. Just a reminder, now we're on the hill here. Next up, centre stage will be a slice of Shane Van Boening.
Yeah, 1 down, 2 ugly. Vogel might be living behind the green 6 after this. Doesn't have to go behind it. Could come back down below the purple. Could tuck below the pink. He's so close to the 6, I think he could control it pretty well. Just sending the 2 cross over to the right side of the table up by the 3. It's all how you feel here.
Jeremy Jones has begun his second round match on table 14 against Sullivan Park.
Yeah, good luck to our colleague Double J. Pulling for you, buddy. Might be tracking down below the 4 here. I don't know. It's either the 6 or the 4.
Well, in a spirit of full disclosure, we're pulling for JJ for 2 reasons. 1, obviously there's a support factor, but 2, if he were to win, he'd be in winner's qualification, and that isn't until tomorrow, so he could do some work.
That's really why I feel.
Yeah, 2 reasons. I think I've got them the opposite way around in terms of priority.
Yeah, using the extension now. I get it. I get it. Feel like you've kind of been hit by a tornado. It's 8-3. Last blinked, it was 3 apiece and struggling on both sides. So nice. A little unfortunate.
You know, in these instances when you've got a young player who's well behind and things haven't gone well for them, you often hear commentators say, well, he'll learn from the experience. That's true, but at the time you feel terrible. The player feels terrible because Vogel knows he can beat anyone.
It's a great point. I was actually just thinking about it. You know, Felix could easily do this exact same thing to Claudio. Just happened to go Claudio's way, and credit to him. not beyond a shadow of a doubt Felix could do the same thing.
The other commentary line I don't like, when you've got a player who's been knocking at the door but is yet to break through, they say, but his time will come. Well, there's no guarantee it will. There's loads of people who've come up short and never quite done it. That's the point. That's why sport is so intriguing to watch. 2 in the side. I thought the 5 might spoil the party. It does not.
Yeah, he ended up just staying aggressive here in attack, and can't fault him. Probably a little better than 50% to make it. This shot here for me in my career was always as tough as the one he just made. It's kind of a blind ball. He's got to find a gap here, so probably back and forth to the second rail. He's got it down, needs to jump, and he's arrived.
Caught that thick, it just about toppled in. Must be emphasised that this is not the end of Felix Vogel's tournament. He will go to the one-loss side where he will be a danger. Now, Lydia Kachi fast closing in on a spot in winners qualification.
Yeah, do you check this off the second rail? Yeah, that's what he's done. He drag checked it with a low inside. A lot of great players will kind of bend it with a high inside. There's a look at the fan base. They've been here since the beginning as well.
I can't get my hat on.
Yeah. You saw it. If you've been paying attention, you saw it. You got a little quick. You just got down and kind of took it for granted. Much quicker than typical, right? And we're talking about a second, maybe a second and a half to 2 seconds difference. But it was there.
Biardo has just made it 6-6 against Boris Ivanovsky. Can Felix Vogel extend the match after that error out of the blue on the green by Kachi?
Is he just going behind the 8 here? Okay. Must have been steeper than it looked. I thought he could just draw it in towards the 9 there. Don't think this rack isn't important for Felix. Down to 10 seconds. A lot of wasted time up top. The hit was sweet.
Yeah, the hit was sweet, but losing this rack is going to be sour. Sour for Kachi. He was on the verge of victory. No need to panic yet. But if Vogel can get another couple of racks, the heat will be on the Albanian. It's 8-4 when it was heading towards 9-3. Six left in the jaws. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz 2-0 up on Met Vergara. I can tell you Alex Pagulayan just won the first rack from Hunter Lombardo on table 3. That's part of the streaming service. 1, 2 and 3 tables on WNT.TV. Sullivan Clark has taken the opening rack from our pal Jeremy Jones. I did confirm that Boris Ivanovsky and Carlo Biardo were tied at 6-6. James Blackburn has come through his losers round 1 match against Rajman Parley at 8-4. Robert Hart, congratulations to him, beating Eric Withrow 8-3. Joseph Landy on the hill against Lance Coleman at 7-2. Fitim Haradinaj, what a struggle he had to avoid going 0-2 and out of the tournament. Kosovo's leading player beat Win Idang Hill 8-7. Now let's take a quick look over at table 2, where Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, he hustles and bustles around the table, and he's going to take a 3-0 lead, it seems, very quickly. These are all the matches on tables 1, 2, 3 and 4. They're all on the winner's side, so they are races to 9. So when this 9 ball goes in, we'll take a look at table 4, where Carlo Biardo is trying desperately to stave off the resilient challenge of Boris Ivanovsky. So 3-0 FSR. Let's take our journeys over to table 4. Biardo's just played a safety off multiple rails. The story of this match, well, we've seen a number of important racks. Just got the impression, though, that Ivanovsky might have missed the boat, because he had a chance to make it 7-4, didn't take it. And now it's all tied up again. And with all due respect to Ivanovsky, he doesn't want to get involved in a tactical battle with the Black Tiger, Carlo Biardo.
It just seems all too often, playing a world champion or knowing what he's done recently, and you're a little bit below him, when you get that chance to win, more often than not, doesn't happen.
The pot on the 3 is not easy. Shape on the 4 most certainly isn't. So we'll go back to table 1 now to see if Felix Vogel can extend this match further and place Claudio Cacci under what you might say is unnecessary stress.
Yeah, I think the break might have been at a good time as well. Not that there was any type of rhythm really happening yet for Felix. Yeah, the 1 high, maybe a bit thick. The 7 not going to cooperate. We're going to get another look. I'm thinking he caught, he just caught these a little thick. The layout, not great. Guess I should say the spread isn't great. You can kind of tell when they're mishit and how the spread turns out.
While he's contemplating a result from a little earlier, on the 1-loss side, Mario He beat Wahat Hassan Thakur 8-2. Don't discount He just yet, even though he's got a very tough task.
I thought this was a layup to the right side, but he's sure acting like it's much more thin than it looks. So he's going to put some low inside on this. Yeah, he's going to catch the 7. That's no good. Yes, I think he gave that a little more credit than it deserved. Here's another look. Yeah, it wasn't as thin as I think he made it out to be. I think an outside ball would have put the cue ball well left of the 7, or even a flat ball.
Yeah, good contact here though, and he could stop the cue ball behind 4, 6 and 9 at cluster. Not a good contact. Much too thin.
Yeah, the 2 was so far out off that back rail, tough to judge. Did he just stay high here and take the cut on the 3, and that's what he's going to do? Pretty mature play here. Like to go into the 9, ideally. Preferably our right side of it. Could luck the 9 into the left side here.
Jeremy Jones back on level terms with Sullivan Clark at 1-1.
Yeah, and that's big for JJ. He starts out slow. Yeah, that's a little unlucky, to be honest. He hit that exactly how he wanted. Does the 5 go? You could glue him up to the 6 here right now if the 5 is tough. This isn't even straightforward. He's got the lower half of the pocket. Great angle. Looks to be good here.
As soon as he missed the 6 in the previous rack, I thought the Clediocachi might have to do a little sweating. That's definitely the case. This is going to be for 8-5. In the 9 goes. Felix Vogel not out of this yet. 4 consecutive racks for him. Very much within his capabilities. On table 4, Boris Ivanovsky has just scratched. So I think Biardo's got ball in hand.
And he's looking with ball in hand to kind of thread the needle, Phil. Maybe go towards the brown. Play the pink in the lower left. Just doesn't seem 100% here. Got to trust your swing, right? You know that you catch a piece of the 9, you could scratch. Get too thin on the 7. You can scratch. You just have to trust this line that you find and commit. Yeah, that wasn't even close.
From ball in hand to trouble in one easy stroke.
Yes, Felix Vogel definitely into that break too thick. The 1 way high. Nothing down. The 9 came out as well. Interesting. Weight up the side pocket there. It's pretty thin. Looking at the upper left now.
This match approaching the 2-hour mark. And potentially there's still quite a lot of pool to be played.
Yeah, who'd have thought? Going to the side here. Extremely thin. Oh, he used an inside. Very, very good. Wrapped around the top left corner. Felix knows this could be the end of the A side. Here's another look at that break. Too thick again.
In Q Sports, the worst kind of pressure to deal with, I always think, is the one when you're in a position of being threatened from a position earlier of superiority. When players build a big lead and suddenly it starts to be eroded, a little demon on the shoulder says, what about if you lose this? How bad will you feel? And that creates all kinds of stress, all kinds of tension. The best deal with it is if it's nothing. But so many players, they suffer defeats that they just can't stop shaking their head about. Now, I'm not suggesting that Kachi will do it, but it's a good test to pass this, an examination of the mind.
Yeah, no question, Phil. I think the mental side of the game, once you have this type of ability, is really everything at this level. That's why we see players like, I don't want to really say any names, but Victor Zielinski, and one of my favorite players. I'm still waiting for Victor to come through shining. There's several of them out there, though. When you have the ability and the mental side starts to creep in, it can do a lot of damage.
Well, let's face it, if you're abundantly talented and you continue not to produce, it's torture.
Yeah, it's a slow torture, actually. It can go on for years, not weeks or months, but this young man is going to go on right now. After 3-3, it was really all Cledio.
Yes, it was a 2-rack blip. 8-3, he missed the 6th ball. We wondered, will that cost him? It didn't. In the end, Cledio Kachi, the 19-year-old from Albania, defeats the 17-year-old from Germany, Felix Vogel, by 9 racks to 5. Next up, a treat. It is 5-time US Open champion Shane Van Boening against a player from Finland by the name of Arseny Sevastianov, coming your way in around 5 minutes' time.
New era begins. Game on with LiveSB.io. Big moments meet bold partners. That's why Matchroom welcomes LiveSB.io, our official new sponsor for the World 9-Ball Tour. LiveSB.io brings cutting-edge sports entertainment to fans all around the world. Fast, smart, global. Same fire, same energy, new partnership. LiveSB.io, World 9-Ball Tour. Let's play.
This is what being a pool player is all about. This will just add to the tension.
Round of last chances at this stage.
The moments you work for, the moments you wish for, the biggest moment of all feels so imminent now.
All over the years, we've seen some extraordinary fight backs.
Keep it up, boys, keep it up. This is what we like to see. For the first time, Asia's major has gone to one of Asia's finest.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Julius, don't worry. Yeah, but kind of the guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take it from me. You want to follow me in there next time? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing is Can you speak English, but please speak? Because I ain't sure what you said.
When I play all the big tournaments around the world, we only use Aramith and Simonis. You know, you're getting 100% high quality. It just makes the game easier to play. Simonis and Aramith definitely have the best cloth and balls, hands down, in the game.
Welcome back to Atlantic City, welcome back to the Harrah's Resort, and welcome back to the US Open of 2025. It's been a really exciting day here, not just on the pool table, but also because the new Netflix documentary, all about Matchroom. The promo has dropped, it's out next month.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotion company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama,
If I found out you knew about it, you're done.
the ego. Jesus Christ. What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! We need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Bennett. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah!
How you getting on with Jake Paul?
He's taken a number of shots at me,
Come talk! Come talk! Come talk!
and I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got.
I'm going to make our company
Bigger and better.
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
Well, September the 17th is certainly circled in my diary. It is a 6-part series. I cannot wait to see the content. Now, joining me in the commentary box for a couple of questions, it's the CEO of Matchroom Multisport, Emily Fraser, who featured in that promo and no doubt features in the series itself.
Well, first of all, I just want to apologise for any fruity language that was in there. You know, look, it's a great promo. I've seen it probably over 50 times now, and I just watched it again, and there's still, you know, goosebumps go up on the back of my neck. And I mean, a packet of Monster Munch pickled onion crisps. Like, if you're in the US, by the way, watching, that is an elite packet of crisps, like chips, you guys call them. For the UK, that is what I'll go to. It's like your Cheetos for us. But look, it's super exciting. Obviously, you know, we're filming quite a lot with the team. Box to Box Production obviously done a great job with that promo as well. And it's been hard to keep everything under wraps, really, you know. So it's great that the trailer's out there, you know, we can start talking about it. But most importantly, it's these pool players. You know, they've all of a sudden seen this trailer feature on, you know, Netflix, Instagram channels, Facebook channels. And for pool to be featured alongside sports like the boxing, like the darts, like the snooker, that's major for this sport. So, you know, obviously, personally for me, I just want to see 9-ball catapult into a new direction, and hopefully this is, you know, the platform that will do it.
Yeah, the next match on the main table is featuring Shane Van Boening, who is going to be in the Netflix, obviously, but he's also been on CBS 60 Minutes, so he's getting exposure like he's never had before.
Yeah, that CBS documentary was brilliant. You obviously, they came to the US Open a couple of years ago, and they were really quite taken away by the setup. They were saying, you know, you got the haze in the background, and we've taken it from these smoky pool halls in gambling matches to an actual professional global tour. You know, where we've taken 9-ball in this sport in the last couple of years is, you know, it is truly global, and it's just about, you know, just getting us to that next level. And it's something that obviously we're working on, you know, super hard. And regardless of obviously the series, you know, we're really going to do everything we possibly can to bring this sport to the next level. I mean, $500,000 for prize fund for the US Open, that's one way to do it. But yeah, look, this series is going to be super exciting. 17th of September is, I think I'll be hiding in a corner somewhere, like cringing, maybe just downing like some tequila or something, just because, you know, everyone doesn't like watching their self back. But it's going to be funny. And, you know, Eddie's just absolutely classic Eddie, and you can see it from that promo. His personality comes across, but it's raw. I mean, you know, we look at it and we think our day-to-day lives are quite normal. You know, we think that what we do is very normal, and that these pool players coming in and playing in our events, that's our day-to-day. Whereas actually, I think a lot of people will look at that and be very interested in seeing the behind the scenes of that kind of footage. behind the scenes of what goes into building a tour, going into building these new events. And, you know, it's going to be great for the players to actually see that as well.
It's an absolute winner, and I'll tell you why. Over the course of my career, when you invite people backstage who aren't used to what goes on, they absolutely love it. When you go backstage at the Crucible or an event like this, the normal fan of sport loves it, and consequently they're going to be given a window into that world for 6 programs, 6 very highly produced and excellently produced programs. So I think it's going to be an absolute smash hit with so many fans of so many different sports.
Exactly, and it's like I said, we're, you know, Matchroom Sport is this, you know, global powerhouse, and we have all these major sports underneath it. But I don't think people actually really link together that, you know, Eddie Hearn's associated with darts, he's associated with 9-ball, and that 9-ball is part of the darts and, you know, part of the boxing. And I think it will really show the world what we do. You know, we are the best promoters in the world. We're the best at what we do. Obviously, I'm very biased. And what Barry Hearn has done with Matchroom Sport is phenomenal. And you see a glimpse of that, and you see a glimpse of, you know, how he operates and Eddie. And it's just, look, it's just going to be super exciting. I mean, if you don't get excited by that promo, then, you know, I don't know what will excite you in life, because that's just great to watch. And there's so many snippets in there of behind the scenes of different things that are going on. It's real life and it's raw, and I think that's what people will enjoy about it.
I think it's definitely going to be a binge watch, and I'm thoroughly looking forward to it myself.
I feel like you, Phil, are going to sit there at home and you're just going to literally back-to-back all 6 episodes through the night.
Well, unfortunately, on September the 17th, I'm not going to be at home. I'm going to be at the British Open Snooker in Cheltenham.
Oh, well, listen, you don't need to commentate on that. Just go sit in the corner and watch 6 episodes back-to-back. It will be fine.
The following week, I will be binging, don't you worry. Well, thanks for coming in, Emily, and let's hope it's a big success. But I'm pretty sure, in fact, I'm totally sure it will be a big success.
Thank you, Phil, as always, and enjoy the pool, guys.
Thank you. So, while we were chatting away, Arseny Sevastianov has got the first chance against SVB. Yeah, I don't dislike pickled onion Monster Munch, actually. Not my favourite, but I'll eat them in a pinch. It's been a real morning of astounding pool, actually. I think one of the most astounding things was the trouble that Carlo Biardo was in when he was 6-4 down to Boris Ivanovsky. Ivanovsky could have gone 7-4 up. He didn't. And now on table 4, Carlo Biardo is at the hill at 8-6. On table 3, Hunter Lombardo leads a former US Open champion, Alex Pagulayan, 3-2. And it's been one-way traffic almost on table 2, where Francisco Sanchez Ruiz very swiftly has taken a 6-1 lead over Met Vergara. They're all winner's side matches on our streaming today. Well, this is brilliant, because if he wins that match, he doesn't play again till tomorrow, so he can come and do some work on. Well, trying to avoid it, yes. Like the old saying, isn't it? I love work, I could sit and watch it all day. Well, he takes things seriously. He not only competed at the Florida Open, but he also went to the Battle of the Bull. Had some good results there, actually. With a name like his, I would hasten a guess that he might well come from a place close to the Russian border, because Finland shares a border with Russia. I must say, Carl, I'm really looking forward to that Netflix series. I think it's going to be a real eye-opener for so many people, not just about 9-ball, but about darts, boxing, snooker, you name it. The Matchroom organisation will be shown in an extraordinary light, and I think the exposure this game is going to get from that, it's got to be a great thing. Well, this isn't funny for fans of Shane Van Boening. Arseny Sevastianov looks as though he's playing a B-teamer down at the local pool room. Doesn't seem to have a care in the world. Yeah, I was just going to say that. He seems like he's a bundle of energy. He really believes he can get this job done. Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz close to getting his job done on table 2. 7-1 up on Med Vergara. Alex Pagulayan and Hunter Lombardo 3-3. And right at the foot of the draw, because he's the number 2 seed, I can tell you Carlo Biardo has avoided a shock defeat against Boris Ivanovsky. He had a real scare when he was 6-4 down, but he won the last 5 racks. The 9-6 victory transports Biardo into winners' qualification. I'm just going down to see who the World 9-ball champion will play there. Well, what a match that promises to be. He will take on Luong Duc Tien, who made it into winners' qualification yesterday with a 9-0 whitewash of Dennis Grabber. So can AS continue to prosper in AC? I just realised I told Emily some wrong information. I said that I would be able to see the first one because I'd be working at the British Open Snooker in Cheltenham. Actually, that's the week after. It's the English Open. That's the snooker tournament I'll be doing. Sevastianov in the first round beat Ricky Balsam 9-3. We saw Shane Van Boening on the main table beat Adam Cisneros 9-4.
Shane's trying to swing the cue ball off a couple of rails back down in this left corner. This needs to go. It's a little light and he's not protected his one ball. That's why Hassani put him back in, and now he's got to look at the one ball. He's got to try and pot it and avoid hitting the purple 5. I wonder if he can swing it around the back of it. That's what he's looking at, playing for the blue 2 in left centre.
He walks around the table very quickly. Everything he does, quick movement. The one thing he wants to avoid, though, a quick stroke.
Got to really get into the cue ball if that's the shot he's trying. He's got to avoid the scratch in the bottom right as well. He's going into the balls. Has he found the gap? Not quite, but he's at the table, and it's all about this safety shot now for him. He can really tie SVB up in knots. Touching the 6 would have been handy. I think he's left the jump shot now, but listen, we've seen enough here, Phil, to realise SVB's got a game on his hand here in winners round 2.
Oh, definitely. No doubt.
Decent enough effort from Shane. Kind of sets up for the bank into the side pocket here. Unless he feels like he can get a guaranteed hook, which I believe that's what he's playing down near the 6. Oh, this is no good. Oh, I think he just pulled away and nearly went behind the 8, but I think he's left the potting angle.
Sebastianov won last year's European Under-23 8-ball championship.
When you've not had much table time, these are testers. Yeah, very good. Middle of the pocket, kind of just keeps him at the table. It's a messy table though. Pink 4 ball is slightly covered with a 9. Sullivan Clark has won a rack over on T14. It's now 4-2 to Double J. Yeah, when the balls are not open and you've got to make things happen, it doesn't always work out in your favour. Has he fluked it in the side? Yes, he has. I don't believe Shane held his hand up there, but I kind of prefer that. I mean, that's a 9-ball pool. Things happen when you're hooked and you're crashing into balls. You know, sometimes you're going to get away with it. Sometimes you're going to fluke balls. Well, SVB needs a little bit of luck here, and a couple of times in rack number 3, boy, he's found it.
Yeah, I think apologising for the fluke to the centre would have been over the top. I think apologising for that one might have been appropriate, because that was lucky.
But he's not sorry, is he? So why apologise?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Etiquette.
He's delighted. He's got his touch in the 8. He's back in his chair, thrilled.
I think too many apologies are tiresome, but there's a time and a place. tell you a little bit about Arseny Sevastianov. He made the money at the UK Open, got to the last 64 there, so clearly he's got talent. He also made the last 16 of the Town V10 Open in his native Finland. That was this year.
Yeah, that's going wrong. Trying to play the carom. Didn't hit the green where he wanted. This is a big old pot coming up now.
Sevastianov celebrated his 22nd birthday less than a couple of weeks ago. The best gift would be a victory over Van Boning, and knocking this one in would help.
It's amazing, isn't it? It is amazing. If he knocks that ball in, the likelihood is he goes 3-0 up. He's missed it. Shane's going to come with a bit of a shot here. He'll probably play the combo onto the green 6, but there's a couple of balls down there where he could end up hooking himself, so he's got to play the cue ball smart. But I can't tell you how big of a rack 3 is turning out to be now for both players. Yeah, he played that smart, and he played it like that, Phil, because if he hits the green full, the 5 ball follows it in as well.
In the eyes of many, the GOAT. I think he's about to break his duck. Well, after sitting out the first 2 racks, SVB wins the 3rd. And you can hear the applause. There is no doubt, Carl, the most popular player, the most popular winner of this US Open would be Shane Van Boning.
And if he does go on to complete the task, he's the only player ever in the history of the game to win 6.
On table 2, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz on the hill against Med Vergara at 8-2. Hunter Lombardo and Alex Pagulayan on table 3, locked together at 4-4. Almost thought that might be a close run thing. Still 4-2 for Jeremy Jones over Sullivan Clark on table 14. And then the rest of it out there is all one lost side pool. Barry Hetherington from Canada, who played Barry Hearn on the main table last year. He's 5-1 down to Mark Vidal Clarimont. And Ricky Folsom, who lost to Arseny Sevastianov yesterday. He's defeating the man who Shane Van Boning beat yesterday, Adam Cisneros, by 5 racks to 1. Interesting scoreline on table 22, Yanni Siikkonen, who's a fellow countryman of Sevastianov, and he's a pretty decent player. He's 4-1 down to Gary Serrano of the USA.
You can see the difference in the breaks from both players. Asani didn't make the 1. Shane's first break, he potted the 1.
Match just starting on table 4, which you can see on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. It's a very early visit to the 1 lost side for Duong Kok Wang, taking on South Africa's JJ4. First rack still going on there.
I think he's trying to get the cue ball in behind the red 3 ball. He won't be happy with that, Phil. He didn't want it to go in, obviously, because then he's chipping off the red 3. But the fact that it's gone near the pocket, it's not easy to hit, but if he can make contact with this and not scratch, well, he stays at the table.
We saw something almost identical in our first match of the day when Claudio Cacci was completely caught out by the lightning fast speed of the table, and he unintentionally banked a ball length of the table into the same pocket that the 2 is hanging over now. That was the 2, and he laid the snooker, the hook on the 3.
Wasn't close. It wasn't easy.
Thought he'd get closer though, Cole.
Yeah, just didn't judge the slide off the bottom rail, and the fact that it was quite close to it makes it a little different as well. Shane knows how big these early racks are now, because I can assure you at 2-0 down, watching his opponent run around the table, there'd have been a slight concern.
No great surprise, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz has beaten Med Vergara 9-2. So next up on table 2, part of our streaming service on WNT.tv, it is Mark Bosch against a former US Open champion, in fact a back-to-back US Open champion, Mika Immonen. He laid the hook and he took advantage of ball in hand. So, Van Boning, 2-2. Our third match of the day will feature Kostas Koukiadakis against Skylar Woodward. That's coming up on table 1 at the conclusion of this particular affair. It's a very busy room out there. Not too many winners' side matches going on at the moment. Jeremy Jones continues to lead 4-2 against Sullivan Clark. Hunter Lombardo is just edged in front on table 3 against Alex Pagulayan. 5-4. Another winners' round match that's yet to go on. Michael Schneider of Switzerland up against Victor Zielinski. Terrific setup here, Carl, much like it was at the Carib Royale Resort or the Florida Open the week before last.
Yeah, tables 2, 3 and 4 all in a row, so if you get one of them seats, and so we always try and put the tasty matches on over there as well, so you get a real good view of all 3 tables. And you know, I think it's fair to say it's still early on in the tournament, it's early on in day 2, things have not quite set fire yet. It will do. There's going to be some matches out there at some point where they're all close matches. Building up nicely.
Well, it looked at one point like being a really good spread. But the two, that could have finished better. And certainly the juxtaposition of 3 and 4. If the 3 goes past the 4, no problem.
Yeah, Sullivan Clark has won another rack against our colleague. Jeremy Jones misses a longish 8 ball to go 5-2 up. Now 4-3. Still in front though. This will pop, but can he get into the cue ball enough? 3 doesn't go. I don't know if he can get into it and try and knock it away or get something going on with it. Let's have a look at the cue ball. No, this is going to be a little short. Well, decision time. Do you fly at the bank in the side, or do you play a good safety?
In my pragmatic way, I'm looking to see if Jeremy Jones does lose when he plays again. It's 5:30 supposedly this evening, so he might come in and squeeze a match in the commentary box. Oh, what a fluke.
Well, are we seeing why he's a 5-time US Open champion here right before our eyes? He's had 3 or 4 shots where the game has been very kind to him. Look at this one. Curves around the other point, hugs the rail, still at the table. That was a good positional shot though. Over on table number 4, Duong Kwok Kwang, who is in the left side of the draw, has won the opening 2 over JJ Fall. So they're playing to stay alive, to stay in this year's Open.
Yeah, JJ Fall is a South African, but he is a Mancunian by residence. He lives in the northwest of England, in Manchester.
Yeah, he actually owns the pool hall that I grew up in, believe it or not. Pretty wild. Savannah's in Whitefield, Manchester. Well, from the help from the pool gods, we believe that is true. There is pool gods. SVB could be about to take a lead for the first time.
Yes, SVB does go in front. It was an outrageous fluke. But of course, when you have one of those, it pays to take advantage, and the top players do. Hunter Lombardo and Alex Pagulayan, it's been a case of trading racks since the start.
Yeah, Pagulayan, 48 years of age. You can see the Canadian flag. And a Filipino background, that's what we all think of him as. A funny character, great player, plays all the cue sports at a good level. Of course, he is famous for his 9-ball titles, the World Championships and the US Open. He's won them both. But he's got a battle going on here against Lombardo. Decent shot there from Hunter to get on this pink 4. Just got 5 balls left to sneak in front again. We will keep you posted on all the outside action, as always. You can obviously watch this match on WNT.tv as well. And also, if you want to check out all the live scores, WNTLivescores.com. Completely free to sign up, so don't be panicking. You can see rack by rack scores and the draw and the next matches coming up. We'll head back over to the main table where SVB has snuck in front and he's breaking 3-2 up. Wonderful break with a cue ball. Yeah, it does happen at pool. You do get them kisses where the cue ball finds a pocket. Not this time for Shane. Yeah, so Lombardo goes 6-5 up over on T3. What's Shane lining up here? Trying to pop the purple, which he does. Now then, can he hit the blue 2 onto the 9 and cut the 9 down the rail? If he does look at that, he'll be weighing up how to get a good cue ball in case he misses it. And he'll be visualising where he thinks the blue 2 is going to go. Of course, if there's a better option available, he'll not play that shot. Looks like he's having a look though, Phil, to me.
Well, one tell might be the fact that the blue came out of the pocket and came past the 9 without making contact, so I think there is room. But he went for the 2-9 combo. Again, not a bad end result.
No, could have been a lot worse.
If you were watching yesterday, you might recall Aloysius Schaap starting out against Cowboy Joe, Joseph Bleiler. Well, Bleiler's on the 1-loss side now, and he's 5-3 up against Win Balatri of France.
Yeah, a match we are playing close attention to. More Phil than me, because Phil wants a break from comms. Is the Jeremy Jones match. He was 4-1 up. Sullivan Clark has won the next 3. He's tied it up at 4-4. So that one's breaking out into a little classic of its own. This looks pretty decent.
I'd take exception to that call. I don't want to break from commentary. I was hoping that Jeremy's coming over to the microphone might give you and Scott a break. I was thinking purely for you.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'll take that break, Phil. You can stay in comms then. Lovely.
Well, no, you and Scott are doing the next match.
There we go again. Missed it on the way through. But good news for Asani is he's going to look at 2. An easy look at the 2 as well.
Couple more winners side matches about to begin on table 19. Donny Mills, good player, taking on Bernie Regulario. Jan van Leeuwen will be facing Marvin Assis. Oh, that's not going to be there. It was a really good camera shot, fully illustrating just how tight these side pockets are. Didn't have an awful lot of target to go for. The pocket entrance was narrow and it never threatened.
Where's the cue ball going? Can he miss the 9? Well, he couldn't, so he's had to play safe. He wanted it touching the 9. The cue ball's touching the 9. Good luck hitting the 3. Now he can go off the right-hand side rail and he's guaranteed to hit the 3. He'll probably play to try and pot it in the upper right corner. Well, in the end, he's give it a good old whack. What's going to be the outcome? It's going to be over the pocket for Shane.
Played it with running English to go off the short rail, off the long rail, and avoid the 9. That was the main thing.
Yeah, playing the combo here. Just make sure you set your next shot up, which will be the green 6 and obviously the cue ball. Getting the combo is easy, it's unmissable. Just got to make sure you leave yourself a shot, which in this instance you should do, not too difficult. Could play the 8 up into the long left pocket up the long rail, or he could decide to come past it. The only danger is that's why so many times they'd shoot it long. He's made a mental error there. When he comes round, the 8 ball's far off the cushion. He doesn't need to come past it. He could have just shot it up into the corner.
An absolutely immense room for error. And the great man does err.
I can understand it if the 8's on the rail. That's horrible, but look how far it is off the rail. Surely not another one. He's already had a fluke like that. He's made a big error there. He'll be kicking himself. He'll be thinking, why did I not shoot it up into the far left corner?
And suddenly Sebastianov, after being in danger of losing 4 consecutive racks, is back on level terms at 3-3. Match on. Sokol, that Netflix documentary series coming up, starting on September the 17th, all about Matchroom. You're a cheeky chappy. You're going to appear on that almost certainly, I would think.
Well, I hope it's the good parts of me that appears and not the bad.
What are those?
There's enough of them, don't worry about that.
Starting out on table 21 shortly, because winners round 2, those matches are dwindling down fast. Victor Zielinski of Poland against Michael Schneider of Switzerland. Marco Tutor, a Dutchman. He's taken the first rack from Phuong Nam Pham. Fast improving Vietnamese player. That's over on table 16. Hunter Lombardo and Alex Pagulayan continue to swap racks. It's 6-6 now. Jan van Leerup and Marvin Assis are underway on table 24. Jeremy Jones and Sullivan Clark continue to be locked together at 4-4. As Carl said, JJ led 4-1. On table 6, Roberto Gomez is about to get underway against Mustafa Alner. He had a first round draw from hell. It was hell for both of them. Roberto Gomez against Loho Sum in the first round of a 256 player field. Now that is cruel for the loser. Coming up on table 4 soon, former US Mosconi Cup player Chris Reinholdt up against my dark horse for the tournament, Chang Yulong. Well, that was pretty explosive. 1, 3 and 6 down, Cole.
Yeah, and he's got a thin snip here.
1, 3 and 7, sorry.
The blue 2. And where the pink 4 is, you just got to make sure you get this cue ball coming across in a parallel line. Oh, hit it too fat straight into the rail. How's it going to sit up? I don't know from here what Shane's left with. I don't know if he can cut it in and get the cue ball out of the way, but let me tell you, when the cue ball is near the object ball, it's easier playing off the other side than trying to go for the pot. Very easy to double hit here. Again, we can't really see from this angle, so we'll see what Shane gets up to. Yeah, that's a nasty one if he's playing the cup. You've got to get your cue out the way when you hit it.
Yes, and shape on the 4 is by no means certain.
Smart play, very smart. Well, he made the jump bank, but unfortunately the cue ball has left the table, so that results in foul, ball in hand, one shot, put it anywhere you want.
Normally, there's an equation that works every time. Ball in hand plus Shane Van Boening equals end of rack. We'll see. To a certain extent, history repeating itself. SVB a little short of ideal shape on the 8. It's a better positional shot than the one that cost him rack 6, though.
That will get the job done. It was the big miss on the thin 2 ball at the start of this rack what has helped SVB take the lead again.
He is receiving so much encouragement. The backstory basically is that Shane Van Boening is trying to win what would be an unprecedented 6th US Open title. He's got 5, so that puts him on top of the charts jointly with Earl Strickland. Of course, SVB was beaten in last year's final by Fedor Gorst. He would love to go one better. I think that would be, for him, the ultimate career highlight. He's got so many US Open records, one of which he's the only player to win this on 3 consecutive occasions, 2012 to 2014 inclusive. And it's fair to say, Carl, this is the tournament that means most to him. And I would put this above the Mosconi Cup as well for Van Boening, because the US Open, for him, the pinnacle.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Shane, he's not had the best of times in the Mosconi Cups. He feels like for so many years it's been a tournament where he just feels like the team can't win. He's openly said that. But listen, you know, he's grown up winning individual pool tournaments. That's where he has built his name and his reputation. So you can't really fault him as well.
Yes, and as much as we absolutely love the Mosconi Cup, the fact remains that pool, by and large, is an individual sport, and greatness is measured on what you do in these big events. He has won the World 9-Ball Championship, of course, in 2022. In fact, he's won over 100 professional tournaments. I think it's getting closer to 150.
You heard Shane say push. You must call a push, by the way. If you don't, it results in a foul.
Van Boening won his first US Open 18 years ago. He beat Ronnie Alcano of the Philippines 13-10 in the final. That was in Virginia, Chesapeake Conference Center.
Yes, and he's got to make sure he, keeps himself in this match. He probably feels like the scoreline could have been a little bit different. Maybe he should have the lead. With the opportunities that he's had, going to leave Shane. A bit of a long pot here. I don't expect Shane to play this ball hard. He wants to give all the pocket a chance. Jeremy Jones' match is still locked at 4-4. I think Jeremy's trying to break records for the longest match in US Open history, Phil.
Well, you can't break a record unless you know what it is, and I've not got a clue. I know we had an extraordinary match at the World 9-Ball Championship in Jeddah recently. Oliver Szolnocki took a little over 4 hours to win a race to 9.
2 matches he had like that. 2.
Well, SVB, even though he's in front, is not firing on all cylinders. I think that's apparent. The 3-ball overcut.
Yeah, he's in grind mode. This is, I think, just the pressure of the early stages of the US Open. And the one he wants so bad. That record 6 title, because this is not what we've seen from Shane in the last couple of weeks here on the East Coast. Last 2 events he's been to both finals and looked very good in doing so.
Arseny Sebastianov is most certainly not being dominated.
Ideally goes a bit closer to the purple, but it doesn't. Probably come off the left rail. If he feels he can get over the ball, he'll play the jump. Yeah, off the left rail it is. Sullivan Clark has won the 9th rack over there, so he takes the lead the first time in a while. 5-4. That was a really good kick shot from Shane. He was purposely trying to get him behind it. That would send 3 up top of the table. Obviously, you can't really count for where it's finished, but played the kick shot nice.
Well, that was unforgivable. Hitting the 3 was a must. Hitting the 3 wasn't too difficult. In fact, for these guys, it was entirely straightforward. Yet, no contact was made at all. So again, ball in hand, Van Boning, more than happy to pounce.
Yeah, I mean, it's not often you catch Shane in this form. So the fact that, you know, you're losing and you could be about to go 5-3 down is quite disheartening. Flicking the 7, he's not the end of the world. Probably helps him to some degree.
Just coming off pushing first to get closer to the black 8 ball. By 3, a little more than halfway to a place in winners' qualification against Brandon Schuff.
Yeah, you just get the vibe that SVB is creeping away now, and maybe his opponent has missed a trick. Talking about US Open winners over the years, a very popular winner has been Alex Pagulayan, nicknamed the Lion because he's got a lot of heart on the table. He was playing Hunter Lombardo, and Lombardo went 6-5 up, but look at the score now. Pagulayan is on the hill, 8-6 now. He's not happy with the safety shot he's just played, though.
Pagulayan was the champion 20 years ago. He beat Jose Perica of the Philippines 11-6 in the final. And of course, Jose Perica was the victim when Jeremy Jones captured the title in 2003.
Yeah, 48 years of age, Pagulayan, so he was 28 when he won. Just shows you how hard it is, the fact that someone of Pagulayan's classes won it the once. Don't know if Hunter's took a timeout, or has he on bathroom, or I don't know where he's gone.
What I do know is that on table 4, which is being streamed on the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel, Duong Kok Wang leads JJ Fall 3-0, and in a few moments it might well be 4-0. And Mark Bosch and Mika Immonen have shared the first 2 racks on table 2. So what's happening here?
I have no clue what's going on. I think everybody's fell asleep.
Well, Shane Van Boning is still in the arena. so much pool going on because there's a plethora of losers' side matches taking place right now. I'll concentrate on the winner's side. Guangnam Pham and Marco Tutor 1-1. Just told you Mika Immonen, twice a winner of this event, is 1-1 with Mark Bosch de Bosch. We know that Alex Pagulayan, the veteran, is on the hill against Hunter Lombardo. Donny Mills taking a 1-0 lead over Bernie Regulario. Marvin Assis, like Regulario, hailing from the Philippines. He's 2-0 up on Jan van Leerup. Sullivan Clark has won 4 consecutive racks in transforming a 4-1 deficit into a 5-4 lead over Jeremy Jones. Roberto Gomez, former World 9-Ball Championship runner-up. He has taken the opening rack from Mustafa Alner of Turkey. Lo Li Wen and Lu Hui Chan have just begun on table 9. And that's the extent of the winner's side action at the moment. Sebastianov still out of the arena. Balls are at rest on table 3 as well, so it might be a good idea to maybe just dip into table 2. Mika Immonen against Mark Bosch de Bosch.
Good to see Mika Immonen at this year's Open Championship. 2-time winner of the event. He's had a lot of health issues over the last couple of years, so great to see him out here battling away. Early doors in this match, it's 1 apiece.
Well, he won the championship in 2008, beating Ronnie Alcano in the final, 13-7, and then the following year, he repeated, defeating Ralph Suke in the title match 13-10. He's a real fighter.
Yeah, so that's 2-1. A match that's pretty one-sided is the famous Vietnamese player, the most famous pool player over that part of the world, Duong Quoc Quang. This is left side or loser's side action. JJ Fall, well, he's lost the opening 4. Duong just needs 4 more to get through another round. Race to 8 in the left side of the draw. That will change to a race to 9 when we get to that loser's qualification match. The bridge has got many different places on it where you can put your cue. You can get it to different heights. Some parts of the world they call it the moose head.
I like that. So can Shane Van Boning after that short break forge on. When he finds the side with the one regularly, he almost found the other side with the cue ball.
Yeah, the old flick, it happens a lot. When the cue ball's coming across towards balls, watch it just flick the 9. So the scratch can happen. That's what I actually think is the beauty about this break-off. I know Earl the Pearl Strickland was furious with this new break rule, but listen, Earl, if you're listening, you're watching, I've watched some of your old footage. Your break was a bit of a farce back in the day, let me tell you. I watched his win in 2000. Every time he broke off, 9-ball kept going near corner pocket, Phil. You could never miss it. I think I'm going to have to pull him and tell him. We'll have to watch it, Earl. Get a bit of popcorn, we'll watch that final back.
Rather you than me.
You love popcorn, Phil, don't lie.
Yeah, I love popcorn. I hate confrontation. And I hate confrontation more than I love popcorn. So on that basis, you are in the chair. I'm just in the corner somewhere being a coward.
I'll bring a few custard creams, Phil. Relax.
I always thought I could have got royalties for that Kenny Rogers song, The Coward of the County. That's me.
Yeah, you love to sit on the fence. I know that much about you.
I was not sitting on the fence. It's just avoiding aggro.
I don't mind a little bit of aggro here and there. Gets the juices flowing.
Didn't want the double kiss on the 2. Where's it going to end up? Doesn't reach the short rail, so this is potable.
Yeah, he's gone missing as well in this match, so this is a vital shot for me here, Phil, in this game. If he's going to have any chance of kicking on and winning this match, I think these balls have got to disappear in this visit. Decent. He's plumb hit. The brown 7 is the ball that might be slightly awkward to get on from the green 6. There is an outside chance of a 7-9 combo, but we'll see where he lands on the green first. If he lands on the right hand side, which he's in a good position to do that now, he can kind of pump the cue ball round off 2 rails and play for the 7 in middle or corner. Decided to draw the cue ball all the way back up. Slightly overdone.
Yeah, he's quite steep, isn't he?
Cut this ball in and slide underneath it. Still a decent chance. Yeah, this needs to bounce. Yeah, well done.
It was, but this kind of pot to these unforgiving side pockets so often missed. Well done. Sebastianov not going down meekly. At 5-3, I just thought that SVB might start to pull away. In fact, the match has tightened up. Shane Van Boening leads only 5-4.
From 4-1 up, Jeremy Jones is now 6-4 down. I can see Sullivan Clark is at the table, Phil.
Yeah, it's not looking too clever, is it, for JJ? Looking very good for Victor Zielinski. He's 4-0 up on Michael Schneider. Marco Tutor from Holland. He spent a lot of time down in New Zealand, but he does represent the Netherlands. He's 2-1 up on Hoang Nam Pham. Mika Immonen still 2-1 over Mark Bosch de Bosch. Alex Pagulayan still waiting for victory against Hunter Lombardo on the hill at 8-6. Donny Mills has taken the first 2 racks from Bernie Regalario. Marvin Assis 3-1 over Jan van Leerup. These are all winners' side matches. Roberto Gomez has sprinted into a 3-0 lead over Mustafa Alner. Lu Wei Chan 1-0 up on Lo Li Wen. And that's it from the winners' side. Matt Ross on the hill on table 5 against Mark Muir. On the loser's side at 7-2. Race to 8, of course, on the loser's side, apart from loser's qualification. And a young Estonian who beat you on the World 9-Ball Tour, I believe, last year while in the UK Open. Carl Naderberg, 3-2 up on Eli Poole.
Thanks for that, Phil. Well, this 2-ball's going to dress up, you know. He's coming around to have a look at the pink 4. If it doesn't pot in the obvious pocket, he's going to try and slide round the back of it, which means he's going to need an angle on the red 3. Bad news coming out of table 14. Sullivan Clark did win that rack. It's now 7-4 over Double J. He's won 6 racks on the spin. This is the angle we were talking about. If this ball doesn't go, you can try and play it with loads of right spin and sneak around the back of it, or he can choose to go in to the balls.
Sometimes when players go onto the main table, when they play massive names like Shane Van Boening, like a rabbit in the headlights. That's not the case with Sebastianov. Not saying he's going to win, but he's acquitting himself all right.
Yeah, just slightly under it, that was all. He found the great line. Well, that did not go in clean. Where's the cue ball going to finish? Well, he's plodding along, Phil. He just keeps knocking him in. He's not landing ideal. Wants this off the rail. You do not want this on the rail. Okay, it's bounced a little bit.
This is by far the biggest test of the match for Sebastianov.
Yeah, he's levelled out as well, so he's not striking down on the cue ball.
Test passed with flying colours. How about this? Shane Van Boening is now on level terms with Arseny Sebastianov at 5-5. They were locked together at 2-2 and 3-3. When Van Boening went 5-3 in front, you thought, well, the natural way of things, he will win. We are not so sure now. Lo Li Wen and Lu Hui Chan 1-1 on the winner's side. Benny Regulario, who performed superbly, I thought, at the World 9-Ball Championship. The youngster from the Philippines, now 2-1 down to Donnie Mills. Hunter Lombardo has pulled one back on table 3. Alex Pagulayan still on the hill, only a slender lead though at 8-7. Mika Immonen 3-1 over Mark Bosch de Bosch. Well done to Mika. 2-2 for Ong Nam Pham and Marco Tutor. Victor Zielinski still 4-0 against Michael Schneider. And just a reminder what's up next on the main table after this. It is from Greece, Kostas Koukiadakis. And from Texas, although he's originally from Kentucky, Skylar Woodward. I'm not going to say all eyes are on Shane Van Boening because that would be factually incorrect, but a lot of eyes are on him. They would be if he was 8-0 up, but at 5-5, a story is brewing.
Yeah, you kind of got the vibe that Shane were going to start to creep away now and win fairly easy, but that is not the case. 9 balls, maybe. He just hasn't seemed to got this breakdown for me, though. You know, all the kind of best breakers we have on the circuit pot that one time and time again. Such a high percentage of time, but he is nowhere near making it.
Indeed not, and it's one thing breaking dry, it's another leaving the 1 over the pocket, the 2, the 3, well, everything available.
Played that well. That can easily get away from you. So much so you could see how close it finished to the blue ball.
Get the feeling the positional shot from 3 to 4 could be the key to the rack.
Yeah, nicely done there from Shane. Just had to get down table. Got a piece of an angle here. I don't know if he's just playing the pot with pace, yeah, just like so. Wants a bit of an angle, which he doesn't really have, so it's decision time here, Phil. Does he leave the cue ball in a similar area and play the thin cut? Here he is having a look. Or does he unleash the power and draw back to get back up table? The only reason why I say that with Shane is because he is blessed with so much cue power, but you can miss the ball. That's why he's done that. He's just give himself a look. This is thin, you know.
Yeah, we've seen him over the course of the last few weeks miss precious little, but when he has missed one, it's been something like this, and he's overcut. There you go. Tends to overcut that shot quite regularly, actually.
That was the issue with the rack. Couldn't get closer to his work. I mean, if it's tight in the side, just play it down in the corner. It's kind of unmissable into these pockets from this angle. As long as you hit the long rail near that first diamond, you should go. Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
Sebastianov, 3 balls away from taking the lead for the first time since 2-1. You very rarely see a quicker player around the table than him. He's a sprinter. And he's 6-5 up. Is it conceivable that Shane Van Boening could be banished to the one lost side of the draw?
Table number 3 is Hill Pagalion against Hunter Lombardo. Lombardo will be breaking in the final rack. It's a 1-rack shootout over on table 3.
Table 21, just the opposite. One-way traffic. Victor Zielinski, fine player, fine potter from Poland, leads Michael Schneider 5-0. Mika Immonen 3-2 now over Mark Bosch. Same score for Marco Chuta over Huang Nam Pham. Donnie Mills and Bernie Regulario 2-2. Marvin Assis still 3-1 upon Jan van Leeuwen. Roberto Gomez being pegged back by Mustafa Alner. It's now 3-2 for Gomez. Some very hard-fought matches in round 2. Although he's unaccustomed to being on the one-loss side, Duong Mok Wang is getting his head down, getting on with the job, and he's 5-2 up on JJ4. You can see that one on table 4, which is on the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel.
Yeah, what have we got here off the break? Again, he's not making the 1, but he's made the ball and he's on the 1. That's all that matters. This is a half decent chance. It's all about the first shot. What an opportunity this is. He was 5-3 down. You can see what the aim is here. Come off that right hand side cushion, over to the left side of the table and back out. The 9 and the 6 are there, so he's got to be a little bit careful. Table 14, our very own Jeremy Jones. It's not going too well. He's now 8-4 down. He's playing Sullivan Clark, and Jeremy was actually 4-1 up in the match. So there's been a drastic change over there. With him being a lefty here, it's a bit of a stretchy one. He's all right though, he looks quite athletic. Oh, he could hold it, that's even better. Don't need to start sending the cue ball around the world. I'll tell you what, he gets a march on around the table, this man, doesn't he? Just look at him, like striding around the table. You can see he's very left eye dominant. That's the eye that's sighting the shot. The 8's in a good spot for the 9. I mean, this is 100 out of 100 in practice. SVB is in a real battle now because we're getting to the end of the match. He's about to go 2 racks in front. He was 2 racks behind not so long ago. From 5-3 down, he's now 7-5 up.
It is without doubt the biggest story of the championship so far. Shane Van Boening, could he be sent to the one-loss side? Well, the answer is yes, he most certainly could be, because Arseny Sevastianov now needs just 2 more racks for progress. This is Hill unto Lombardo, Alex Pagulayan. Pagulayan looked as though he was going to get over the line, Carl, but now the favourite is Lombardo.
Yeah, this is from the break to 1 rack shootout for glory, and he's landed okay here on the purple 5. He'll spin the cue ball a couple of rails. Oh, he couldn't play it any better, could he? He could not have played it any better.
The winner to play Romania's Cristian Sadea in winners qualification. And it looks as though it's going to be Lombardo who provides Sadea's opposition. Big names could be populating that one-loss side. Shown a lot of heart, Lombardo. He was definitely 8-6 down. So to win the last 3 racks, very good indeed.
Yeah, he's actually gone to wipe his cue down.
Former champions entered the event. Not all of them are prospering.
Hunter Lombardo in the final rack of this match. He's going to serve up a BR. It's a break and run to send Pagulayan to the left. He moves to the right. He moves on.
Now back to the struggles of Shane.
Somebody else moving to the right is Sullivan Clark. He beats Jeremy Jones 9 racks to 4. JJ will move to the left. He may just move to the com box.
We'll see how he feels. Doesn't play again until 5:30. So he's got 4 hours.
Extension.
What's he sizing up here? He's up to something. Oh, okay, he's looking at... Oh, I think the 9 must pass the 3. He's playing the 2 ball off the 9, pocket the 2 in the bottom left, 9 in the bottom right. 2 options here. And none of them worked. I say none of them worked. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. It glanced the red 3 fill right at the very end. It just flicked the ball. Watch this.
What a flick. Look at this. Just avoids the 6. Flicks off the 9.
Early on in this match, Phil, Shane had 2 or 3 very favourable flicks and flukes. But boy, could this be a big one.
Yeah, of course he flicked off the 3, not the 9. I was getting excited. And I think Sebastianov is getting excited as well. He powered that one in.
Well, he powers round the table, doesn't he? He's like a power walker. Look at him go. Very deceiving. I didn't think this went past the 8, Phil. He could play with a 10-second shot clock.
Tell you what, the way he goes around the table, he's like the Energizer Bunny.
Well, Shane will be hoping the batteries run out soon, because this match has been turned on its head. And you know, if you're winning, if you lose rather in winners round match 2. Oh, okay. Can he get the job done? We're sat here thinking he can, but maybe he can't. Maybe he has issues closing the match out.
You could tell the way he was moving, he was getting himself wound up. And excitement is the right word, that's what he was feeling. But it was nervous excitement, and the more measured Van Boning won't be feeling that emotion.
And the 6 didn't go in clean, by the way. And it's understandable. He's under the gun. He's under pressure. He wants this to slow down. I don't know if he can just roll it in now, or does he have to come off the top rail and back down? Either or, he's well equipped. How big of a rack is rack 13 going to prove to be? Everybody in the distance has started to walk over around this table because they know it's going down to the depth.
And they know the consequence of it as well. Yeah, they call the number 13 unlucky, but Sebastianov losing it wasn't unlucky, it was his own fault. He missed the 6, and now Shane Van Boning only 1 back. And of course, he gets the break in rack 14. Victor Zielinski 6-1 up on Michael Schneider. It's 3-3 Bong Nam Pham and Marco Tutor. A lot of the matches on the winner's side today have been very tight and tense. Mika Immonen 4-3 up on Mark Bosch. Bernie Regulario maybe getting on top now against Donny Mills at 4-2. Just about to start on table 14. A couple of players who've lost in the final of the World 9-Ball Championship in the past. Roland Garcia and Kuo Po Cheng. Marvin Assis 5-1 up on Jan van Leeuwen. Roberto Gomez 4-3 over Mustafa Alner. Lo Li Wen and Lu Hui Chan 2-2. And one side, that's it. Can Van Boning bring it when it matters most?
Shane's turn to not make the 1 ball. Listen, don't think making the 1's a hanger at this break rule. It's just the players have become very good at it. But when that back arm starts to tighten up, it's easy to miss it. Decision time for arguably one of the greatest push-out players you've ever seen. Always likes to tempt the player into something quite difficult, knowing that if they give it back, he's happy to fire at something. So we'll see what he's got in mind here. Problem is, if you're thinking jump shot straight away, the 6 ball's quite far away, and even if you do pop the 1, cue ball's going to fly around the table. You've heard him say push. Let's see where he pushes to. He's coming over to the left to leave a kick shot. That's what the plan is.
This is a massive rack. Van Boening wins this rack, he's back favourite. I'm not surprised he's been put back in. Can SVB produce something from his box of tricks?
Yeah, left the pot. If you go in the side, can you hold for the 2? I think you can only hit the top side of the cue ball. So that means cue ball's going to roll forward. I mean, you can pot it in that corner near the 8 ball. That means the cue ball will come off one rail and back over, but that means the pot is more difficult.
Every credit. What a pot that was. Jacking up.
Yeah, the opening shot on the 1 ball was sublime. The freezer, Scott Frost, very good friends with SVB. He doesn't look best pleased. Well, this is the shot here. He should be on the hill. Eklund Katchit has made his way to table 3. He's about to get his match underway against Ernesto Ranji.
Arseny Sevastyanov, last year's European under-23 8-ball champion, is about to make it 8 racks on his side of the ledger. Just knocks the 9 in. He's so fast around the table. I've never seen anything quite like it. He's on the hill against Shane Van Boening. He leads 8-6. The biggest upset of this year's US Open could be forthcoming. I've seen faster players, because obviously it takes a while to play certain shots. But when it comes to actually walking around the table, I've never seen in any cue sports anyone faster. Van Boening must be bewildered.
He's in a spot here. He is back against the wall. He has got to show why he's one of the best to ever do it on a pool table. And that is if he gets chance. Because Aseni will have the break coming up.
Of course, if SVB does lose, that doesn't mean to say his chances of that record-breaking 6th US Open title are over. Far from it. But battling away on the one-loss side of the draw, A, it's ignominious for someone like him, and B, there's always another banana skin waiting there. Victor Zielinski 6-2 over Michael Schneider, so he's encountering none of the alarms of SVB. Marco Tuta 5-3 on Huang Nam Pham. Mika Immonen. Great to see 6-3 up on Mark Bijsterbosch, the former champion, twice over. But the eyes of the spectators in this room are trained on this.
Wow, has he saved the best for last? He has, you know. He has saved his best break of the match when he needed it the most.
Just to put this into perspective, I think we're watching here, potentially, I don't know whether you would agree, Carl, one of the biggest upsets, not just in this tournament, but on the entire World 9-Ball Tour this year.
Yeah, and he got off to a very good start in this match, didn't he? Then he kind of faltered. SVB went 5-3 up. It looked like Shane was just going to then march on, but he didn't. Made a couple of silly errors, Shane, and that gave this man here, the lefty, more confidence, and he's pulled off a couple of good shots. And let me tell you, everyone in this arena is starting to worry about the 5-time champ. They know there's a big story brewing here. What angle has he got on the blue 2? You feel if he gets this one right, Phil, he's only 1-2 shots away, really. I say 2, I know there's more shots, but most of the shots are easy. There's just a couple of little tweaky ones left.
Let's hope the enormity of what he stands to achieve hasn't dawned yet. And also, let's not forget what happened in rack 13 when he missed the 6. Thunders that one in.
He fancies it. And you know, when I said there's 2 shots left, there's only 1 shot left now. It's going to be the green 6 to the 7. If he gets that right, he's won the match. There's only 1 shot to perform, and he's got an angle, and he's going to be coming around a couple of rails. Speed is key, and line is key because of where the 8-ball is. SVB is sat there thinking, I'm about to go to the left. This one, he's got to get right. This is the key shot. How's the pace? How is the pace? Is it going to hold up? Oh, that was close.
One more revolution of that wide ball and he's hooked.
It's not over for SVB, not by any stretch. This is the beauty of a 256 player field when we play double elimination.
What a finish from the man who hails from Finland. Arseny Sevastianov stepped forward. His greatest win on the World 9-Ball Tour, certainly his most high profile. What a result for him. Arseny Sevastianov defeats Shane Van Boning by 9 racks to 6. Last year's European Under-23 8-ball champion overcomes one of the giants of 9-ball. Next up on the main table, which is now a buzz, they can't quite believe it, all of the spectators, we will see Kostas Koukiadakis up against Skylar Woodward.
New era begins. Game on with livesb.io. Big moments meet bold partners. That's why Matchroom welcomes livesb.io, our official new sponsor for the World 9-Ball Tour. Livesb.io brings cutting-edge sports entertainment to fans all around the world. Fast, smart, global. Same fire, same energy, new partnership. Livesb.io, World 9-Ball Tour. Let's play.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotion company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
If I found out you knew about it, you're done.
The ego.
Jesus Christ.
What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! We need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Bennett. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah!
How you getting on with Jake Paul?
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk. Come talk. Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got.
I'm going to make our company
Bigger and better.
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Julius, don't worry. Yeah, but plenty of guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take it from me. You want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing is competing. Can you speak English better, please speak? Because I ain't sure what you said.
This is what being a pool player is all about. This will just add to the tension.
Realm of last chances at this stage. The moments you work for, the moments you wish for, and the biggest moment of all feels so imminent now.
All over the years, we've seen some extraordinary fight backs.
Keep it up, boys. Keep it up. This is what we like to see.
For the first time, Asia's major has gone to one of Asia's finest.
The Harrah's Resort and Casino is a buzz. And that's because Shane Van Boening has just been beaten by Arseny Sevastianov of Finland. And with Scott Frost momentarily, and Scott, you're a good friend of SVB, that will have shaken him to the core.
Yeah, slightly shaken up. I mean, slightly. I still see him making it through, obviously. He kind of just told me, I'll just talk about it. That's what we're here for. Turned to me and said he was up 5-1, and the opponent took his break, and it kind of shook him a little bit. But you got to give the guy credit. I watched most of the match, and he played really well.
Well, it was 5-3 actually when he took his break.
Well, he told me Shane said 5-1, but you know how pool players tend to exaggerate from time to time.
It was definitely 5-3. But it was quite a lengthy break actually, and I did wonder at the time whether that would break one of them's rhythm, and it turned out to be SVB. So yeah, just put it into perspective, Scott, how difficult it will be for him now to, well, first off, make the last 64. He's on the one-loss side. It will not be easy.
No, it won't be easy. I think that he needs some rest. I think he needs to regroup. Does he play around tonight, Phil? Do you happen to know that?
I would assume he does.
Okay, yeah, so that's not ideal for Shane, that's for certain. Once again, we've talked about all the pool these guys have played, and, you know, Shane making the finals of the last two events, and you could almost count the Battle of the Bull as a major because everybody that was in Florida was at the Battle of the Bull, and then the last day, obviously, was a lot of pool for these guys, so 2 back-to-back finals for SVB. Rest is most important for him when he can find it.
That's the ultimate prize, the Barry Berman Trophy that goes to the US Open winner. Shane Van Boening, because of the incentive, the personal incentive for him, was considered one of the favourites. He's still obviously a serious contender. But going to the one lost side of the draw, that makes his task exponentially more difficult. The good thing is, though, when we have losers side matches on the main table, SVB will be available for our entertainment. Now, this is the World 9-Ball Tour schedule for 2025. It started off with an overwhelming victory for Joshua Filler in the European Open in Sarajevo. Then it was a whitewash in the final of the Premier League for Moritz Neuhausen over FSR. Once again, Aloysius Schaap completely dominated the UK Open final against Jonas Suter Camino. The World Championship in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, that wasn't one-sided. It was a cracking final, epic. Carlo Biardo beating Fedor Gorst 15-13. Now we're in the meat of the season. Of course, the Florida Open was a great success. This tournament also. And after this, the focus of attention goes to Asia. The Hanoi Open will take place at the Vietnam National Sports Complex from the 7th to the 12th of October, where Johan Chur will defend the title. It's the third edition of that major World 9-Ball ranking event. The inaugural staging was won by Jason Shaw. After that, it's a short hop over to Manila in the Philippines. First for the Reyes Cup, the newly upgraded Reyes Cup, because Asia, well, last time they beat Europe. This time they hope to beat the rest of the world. That tournament takes place at the Ninoy Aquino Stadium in Metro Manila from October 16 to 19. And then the World 9-Ball Tour remains in the Philippines for an inaugural major ranking title. The Philippines Open Crown will be up for grabs 21 to 26. That's at the Gateway Mall in Quezon City. And Scott, you will be there for all three.
Yeah, I can't wait to be a part of all that. I was at the Reyes Cup last year, and we are about to kick off here.
It is winner's side, round two, so a race to 9. And it is Skylar Woodward who wins the lag from Kostas Koukiadakis. Now I'll hand over the microphone. Calling the shots on this one will be the All-American team, the dream team of Scott Frost and Jeremy Jones.
Yeah, and Skylar Woodward ready to break off, and he's done well there. The 1 is down. Thin on the 2. He is the type to go back and forth. Yeah, got kisses low, which actually ended up helping him. Sounds good. And we are going over to the 2 box. Duong Kwak Wong over JJ Fow. Needs 1 rack, and this is it. The 9 to the lower right. And he's performed exceptional. Continues to get better with age, in my opinion. And my friend and partner and player this week, Double J, Jeremy Jones.
Yeah, talk about age. But yeah, surprising loss for Duong early. He was actually, you know, we picked 2 players, one of the headliners, and I picked SVB. He got dusted off in the last round, and my second pick was Duong, actually, like second tier kind of player, and I think he's better than that, actually, but they're both fighting on the 1-loss side. This is a winner's side match. Type of match, of course, I think Skylar's a favorite, but it's so slight between all these guys. It doesn't take a whole lot, huh, Scott?
Yeah, clearly. It's something that actually Shane was talking about on the flight here is everybody plays good now. And you're doing something just to make the final 32, let alone the final 64.
Yeah, one thing I saw in my last match is, you know, these players, if they put in the time, they figure out a way to break the balls well enough. You know, I missed a ball at 4-2. I missed the 8 to go at 5-2, playing pretty well. And that was it. I mean, I got 2 chances to play safe, and Sullivan kicked them both in. But after that, he just broke one out, never won another game.
Yeah, I kept watching the scoreboard. I was in the back. It looked like, I mean, I knew he was taking control. He won 8 in a row, obviously.
Yeah, well, 7 in a row. I was
okay.
Up, yeah, 4-2 to but still, regardless, it looked like it would have been 14 in a row if we had to keep going.
Skylar Whitworth wins game number 1 from a break and run.
Yeah, Skylar's one of, I think the Americans, here of late, we tend to forget about it a little bit at times. Not too often, but, you know, hasn't played quite as much this year. Missed a couple of events. It was the UK Open and then the World 9-Ball, which was pretty surprising to miss that event, but he's a busy guy. Just got married.
Yeah, family, just got married. Here's a look at this arena. I really love the lighting, and then the sport's biggest party. JJ, I don't know if you've ever missed one of these, or it's been a long time anyway. The 3rd through the 6th of December in London.
Yeah, Alexandra Palace, real special place. I think building from about the 1850s. Yeah, the U.S. I always like their chances if they come prepared. I think it's the same thing. You know, you look at the last few years, Shane and Federer really underperformed. I think they'd tell you the same. Don't think that's an out-of-line comment by any means. But if they perform and lead a few of these guys, along with the one in your picture, most likely anyways, I think Skylar, of course, has had a great reputation for the Moscone, but you still got to earn it. And he's looking to make a little noise here this week.
Yeah, and back to the Moscone. I mean, JJ knows this. We've had several scenarios where we were just on the cusp, right? One match would go this way or that way. I guess that's kind of how it goes, and it carries the momentum. But we just didn't get shots after the break, and that's probably going to be the biggest factor going forward. They have to get looks on the break.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think tactically we got beat a couple years badly, which hurts. But like you said, if we can keep up with them offensively, and you know, it's almost like a regular match, Scott. You know, when you make a big mistake, you almost got to earn it to get back into the match. You know, they're not going to lay easy for you usually, and I think that's kind of like carried on through the years with Americans. We've had a couple situations, you know, 2022 in Vegas, we're right there to be 8-8. Skylar ironically missed that ball against that David Alcady. Alcady made an incredible shot, jump shot, and then from there we lost 11-8, I believe it was. But, you know, when you have little things get away, 2021 as well, we had a chance to go up big on day 2. Took a lead into day 3, but it could have been a lot larger, and you know, you just got to earn that way back. Good looking for Sky so far, though.
Yeah, and he looked good at the Florida Open, and not necessarily surprisingly. We know how Sky is, how natural he is, and it's not really the practice type of player. He's just so natural and strikes the ball so well. It looked to me like he could make the final 16 at the Florida Open without any problems, but there's so many buzzsaws that you've got to avoid. I'm pretty certain it was the final 32. He and Billy both went out at the same time. I believe they both made it to the final 32 at the same time. He and Billy Thorpe, and I believe they both went out at the same time.
Yeah, looking pretty comfortable here. This table does play a hair different than the others, not just because it's the TV table, and we always know those conditions of it are just a hair different, but a different model table. And what you'll find with most players saying the rails play a hair softer, which is generally the case on the TV table anyways, but maybe even a little more with this model.
Yeah, so batting 100% right now is Woodward. And back to that table, I'm not real familiar with it. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous table. A bunch of the fans were talking about it. but it's almost more like a in-home table that you would love to have in your home. I'm sure it plays amazing, but it's not going to play like the outside Pro-Ams.
No, yeah, that table, I think, in normal lighting and whatnot, temperatures, I think it's going to play close to the Pro-Am, but yeah, just a little different structure. But not only is it a beautiful piece of furniture, and like you said, it'd be a great piece in anyone's home, as beautiful as it is. Is it diamond wood or is it Coca-Cola?
That table looks like Coca-Cola. I was pretty close to it. It's very, very popping as far as the wood's concerned. It looked like a Coca-Cola to me, but I'm not sure. We can get that figured out soon, I'm sure.
Well, yeah, they used to make a Coca-Cola, that's why I say, and
Right.
that red diamond wood can look a little similar, but yeah, but it's not only a great piece of furniture, but beautiful playing table. Not going to be complaints. Now, the 9 moved out of the rack a little bit quick right there with no kisses. Still got the 1 down. Maybe has a little look at the blue, too.
Yeah, keep your eye on the 9, like JJ just said. See it fly out of the rack. Why is that, JJ?
Yeah, it just usually means the ball's a little loose, usually in the backside somewhere, maybe on the same side it came out on. A lot of times when you miss the 1, you'll notice that 9 movement like that, and maybe that has a little effect on the 1. Obviously, here in Game 3, it had no effect. Made 3 on the break, and got a big shot here to continue the run.
Yeah, in games 1 and 2, he looks to me, and we've covered a lot of matches here, looks to me to be breaking as good or better than anybody so far on this table.
Yeah, high ball must be a safety. Kind of use the 9 and the 5. He's going to get a little rub over, and very good.
Yeah, Skyler looks up for this right now. Looks real good to me. Obviously, getting looks after the break will help that, but looked good walking into the arena.
Yeah, and seeing things in front of you for these seasoned players, especially, like seeing a Shane get beat right there, and it can be a little bit of an alarm clock, wake-up call, whether you know it or not. And so Skyler's, but whether it's a hair of motivation and a little disappointment, of course, seeing his buddy get beat, but you know what I mean, Scott. Make you be aware more, right?
I think it's a great point, actually, that I overlooked. So I think that's a very good point. Skyler was not far from the end of that match, and he's definitely aware of what's going on. So an alarm clock or a wake-up call. Absolutely.
And Skyler changed equipment not long ago. Still, of course, Q-Tech in a Woodward series, but wanted to just change it up a little bit. Maybe get a little different feel. Gonna leave an awkward shot, makeable, but position on the pink, good luck.
Yeah, he might have to go inside ball here in between the 8 and 9. I don't know if he's gonna try it.
Well, if he can get above the 5, he's got to go that route. That's not easy.
It just looks so thin to do that, but he might think he can. That's the way he's lining up.
Well, this wouldn't be the worst one to cinch in a somewhat, get some kind of look at the pink to play a safety. I think this could get a little missable if you really try to dig on it. Low right spin.
Yeah, there's no path with an inside ball other than just to cinch it, I guess.
Yeah, if you can get past the 7, that'd be amazing. Oh, he hit it great. Beautiful. Got to settle a little bit.
Yeah, he hit that ball amazingly well. Had to have caught it a little thicker than I thought.
Yeah, on the slick table, what you'll find is you want it to grab. You can't overhit it, but you can't let up either.
Right.
There's a real fine line there for it to take the path you want. But again, if you overhit it, it doesn't have time to grab. You could easily, miss your mark by a mile, really. Nice shot there. I mean, easy to want to lay up for the corner unless you really trust your speed and coming across. Because with the 8 not passing the 9, I don't think it does. It's a little funny on that 7. It, the wrong side a little bit. It could get awkward.
Yeah, he looks very dialed.
Definitely. looked like he slept well last night. Now, there's different parts of the chart. If I had won that match, actually, in the last round, I didn't play again until tomorrow on the winner's side. So, assume maybe Skylar and Kukiadakis is the same.
Yeah, so do you play again today, JJ?
Yeah, I play one loss at 5:30.
Okay, so that would mean SVB plays again today as well.
Yeah, you would assume so. And it's a race to 8 on that one loss side until the loser's qualification. So a little more underdogs have a little better chance, you would say.
Low Ho Sum leading 7-0 versus Lazaro Martinez, who is a great young player in America. Jeremy's very familiar with.
Yeah, Laz, he said he was in that match last night on the winner's side. Made the 9 on the break, got kissed in, and then his opponent ran out. Then he made the 9 on the break in the first, turned the match around. I think he got beat 9-7, 9-6. Great young player from New Braunfels. Him and his brother both, by the way. Gabe Martinez.
Donnie Mills leading Bernie Regulario 7-6. Florida's very own Donnie Mills.
Donnie's tough, I'll tell you. Can't remember. He made 1 or 2 deep runs in this U.S. Open before when he played a bit more pool. I think he finished 3rd before Weisterbosch and Mika Immonen 7 apiece. That's the winner's side of race to 9. I want to say he finished 3rd one time in this U.S. Open. It may have been.
Agreed, yes. I think it was 3rd.
Yeah.
It was back in like 14 or 15, I think.
Yeah, I'd have to look up what year exactly, but yeah. He's a guy that can play real solid pool and it's comfortable with his nerves, you know, a little anxiety, a little heart rate, whatever you want to call it. Very dangerous. You can see now leading Regulario. It's the one.
Yeah, I didn't pay attention to what the 9 did there. It had to got flicked to go upwards.
Yeah, the 9 didn't move much. I wouldn't say it sounded.
Yeah.
There were a lot of kisses and whatnot. Now, does it have a bank hole position? Oh, the cut's there.
It's close. 8 looks from here like it's cut off, but it's very deceiving.
Okay, we got both Shane's next match is tomorrow. So tomorrow they will get down to the final 64. So Shane's got a lot of work there on day 3.
I think that's big news for Shane, though. You could tell he didn't want to play anymore today. This does bank, Double J. You're on the money.
Yeah, I think position-wise, lays nice. Wow, didn't take it on.
Yeah, it laid real nice, right? If you don't make it, you still had all that cover with the 2-9-7.
He's got a little edge of this ball. Looks like he could edge it, go around the 8, back up 8. There is some winner's qualification today as well. Great hit there. Really, really good. Firing on all cylinders, Sky Woodward.
Yeah, at that angle, it's such a intimidating hit right there. You catch it a tick thick and it all goes bad.
Yeah, and that thought alone will make you whiff the ball from time to time. So, I'll tell you, one of the stories of the tournament so far, Alex Bosch from Connecticut, who had 2 fine wins at day 1, plays Sanjin Pelivanovic winner's qualification. And see, 2 make out here in a little while. Interesting. I think it's a great matchup for Alex. And of course, Sanjin likes to be the odds-on favorite in the winner's qualification. Why wouldn't you? But I think that could be another nail biter coming in.
Yeah, and Skyler going to get paid off for that thin hit. He gets into the cue ball so well. Doesn't have to do much here. He can come back a foot. Just doesn't want to get too steep due to where the pink is at.
Yeah, you can, you know, there's arguments for either coming back a little bit, stopping right there, you know. Just main thing, you got to just dig into this ball here and get past the 8, coming 2 cushions. I like it when Skyler really pieces it together. You know, towards the end, he starts to pick up that step a little bit. He's thinking about slamming this in a little more and going twice across. I thought he could dig on this, Scott, with the 3 about a half diamond out.
Yeah, it looked like he wanted to draw it back a little bit more where he put his Q-tip prior to the shot. I think he wanted to be a bit closer, but I think he can dig. He's so good at getting all of it out of the cue ball.
Yeah, he's coming twice. That tip position's coming up a little bit.
A little quick.
Yeah, for sure. May have gotten lucky here, though.
Yeah, and just overcut it there, and that's how the cue ball managed to find the knuckle.
I tell you, you talked about Loho Sum earlier. No one draws more difficult in the tournament, I think, than Loho Sum. I can't remember. I have to look at it offhand who he lost to in the first round, but the really, really tough match.
Hard to tell here. I feel like going from the top rail is pretty safe if you can clip it. Coming from the long rail is pretty dangerous. Yeah, this has got a lot of payoff to it. That's pretty good. A lot of balls to cover on if you're Woodward. The shot clock for the players is about 40 feet up in the air, about 10 feet behind them. So anytime they're looking up, that's what they're looking at. Yeah, you can't do much more than that. Want to catch it just a touch thicker, maybe.
Oh yeah, it was Roberto Gomez that Loho Sum drew, and you know, for being a seeded player, Loho Sum, you know, he just seems to draw pretty tough a lot of times in that first round. Yeah, pretty good effort there, I thought. I thought he made it when it first hit the 3, but tell you what you can do in these tournaments a lot of times. If you can keep them on at least a tough shot to get started, you know, before they win a game, and that's what Skyler's done here. It goes a long ways. No matter who you are, to make that first tough shot to get in the match is not easy.
Yeah, Mika. Boisterbosch looking to be hill here, JJ, and we know Mika's been going through it, but he's got to be playing good. Stay in line against Boisterbosch.
Well, he's just that much class, and one of the most talented players to ever pick up a cue, Mika Immonen. 2-time winner in this event, back-to-back as well. And most amazing thing is he won his first one undefeated. His second one, he lost his first match to Chris Bartram. I was sitting right there, hill, and then won 14 in a row to win the tournament.
Didn't want to finish on the rail. He'll be fine. Just has to bury it. Skyler, 2 missed balls this rack. First the 3, and now the 5. He's not going to get away with this one.
No, you're exactly right. Exactly what Kostas Koukiadakis wants. Skyler, that one's going to be a little upsetting, I'll tell you.
And if there was anything I noticed at the Florida Open, it was kind of that, right? He would run 3-4 racks or play perfect and then maybe make an odd mistake here. They're kind of back-to-back a few times.
I don't know if this has gotten up high enough to cut in. I think it has, but the 8's gotten in the way of the bank. I thought it was the type of shot you could fall with the wrong speed if you didn't pay attention and get underneath the 6, but now the kiss on the 8 is kind of giving us the same.
Yeah, if he's going to cut this, I feel like, at least for me, I'm center chopping this with maybe a touch of inside back and forth, but these guys like to spin this.
Yeah, this is going to be good enough. And he's left the one from behind not so easy, so it's going to be 2 cushions for Skylar. Now, this is you can want to slide towards the 8. You don't have to stick here with the 8's the way it sits. Gives you a little more action to maybe get a snooker or feel a little more comfortable on the kick. May have fluked this, Scott.
Yeah, it needs to spread out just a bit. Made great contact, JJ. This rack just not meant to be for Woodward.
And it looks like Mika Immonen will pan over there at that hill once it gets closer to the end, but it looks like he's broken, got a nice shot on the 2.
Yeah, Kukadak is about to get on the board here. Like JJ said, pretty sure we'll go over to table number 2, whether it's split screen or full. Oysterbosch and Immonen on the 3. A little awkward on the 3.
Yeah, we couldn't tell you for sure, but we'll get you that update soon. I would think that it's going to be a lot of winners qualification after this match to finish their day. There's a couple rounds of those. Ones who got to play 2 matches yesterday. We'll play that 3rd one trying to qualify in that final 64. And if they do, Scott, it's pretty sweet. You get a day off for tomorrow. I don't think these guys really need days off too often, but it's been a long 3 weeks for a lot of them. So a day off I don't think would hurt. There's Mika Immonen, the Iceman, excuse me.
Yeah, looking real good, this rack. He's just got to bury these 3. Don't have to do much here. Just stay above the 9. Yeah, this is perfect. It's a big win. I don't know the score line, JJ, but he was definitely trailing 8 games to 7. So who knows what the real score line was. Big fist bump there.
Yeah, and 2 wins on the board for Mika. First look at Kukiadakis, his break shot. Got 2 down. A beautiful look at the 1. A little work from the 4 to the 5. There is some travel there necessary, but gotta like this starter.
Yeah, a lot of different racks being broke where the 1 doesn't fall, but several others do. Table not breaking bad by any means.
I think he goes to the top rail here. Looks like it anyways.
Yeah, and whatever he does, JJ just wants an angle on the 3. He'd like to be somewhat straight on the pink.
Yeah, that'll do. Now he's going to have to come over and, like Scott said, doesn't want an angle where he has to go forward and really involve the green 6, moving from the 4 to the 5. So wants to come over, whether it's a zigzag on the 4 or drawn straight back off the 4 or something like that. Got to get into this a little bit.
Yeah, I guess is he worried about the reach? If he gets past the right side pocket up there?
Yeah, I'd kind of draw one row at the 4 myself, but instead of straight across, but don't mind the angle to zigzag the cue ball. He's hit it beautifully.
Maybe a little head up. Oh, no, he's just fine. 2 great strokes there.
Yeah, just 2 rails out of the corner. You're going to be coming at the 6 with an angle. So all you need to get across for the 7. The basis of the game, make the ball. Way everyone's getting better at the break, you know, it seems like every mistake's coming with some punishment. Skylar had a couple chances in that rack 4 to keep that run going and missed that last purple 5, and now it's going to be 3-2 and cost us breaking the balls in rack number 6. So
couldn't agree more, Jeremy. The same thing happened in our previous match with SVB and Arson. Up 5-3, SVB, I believe, broke dry.
Barn burner in the next, and that's going to be on the 1-loss side. This one, of course, has plenty of meat left in it, but it's going to be Billy Thorpe and Mario He, so this U.S. Open's no joke. Some scores, you can see this one at 3-2. Eklund Kachi has tied it up at 2 apiece with Ernesto Joni, actually another Albanian, which is rare early in the event. Cheng Yu Long up 3-0 on Chris Reinhold. Cheng Yi up 6-2 on Martino Carrera. Tuan Kiet Vincent Goat 7-3 on Joshua Nunley. Lo Lei Wen and Lu Hai Chan up 5 apiece. Morris Newhausen 3-0 on Antonios Karakis. Shane Wolford up 7-6 on Jason Trigo. That's a race to 8 for their tournament life. Roland Garcia and Ku Po Chang. To winner's side, they're tied to 2 apiece. Michael Xavier Alonso. Houston guy. He's up 5-4 on Pascal DeFresne. Brent Worth up 4-2 on Marty Sichi. Waleed Hashim up 1-0 on Demetris Lukatis. Donnie Mills up 8-7 on Bernie Regulario. That's a winner side match, and I believe a qualification match, maybe. Have to check on that. No, that's only a second round. Kukiadakis to break. We'll get you more scores. He's going to get another great look here.
Yeah, can he avoid the 9 here?
Yeah, I wonder, can he just slide over in between the 3 and 9, maybe? Got a few pockets that way.
I think that's ideal if that's the case. For some reason, these guys like to get above the 3 here, but there's no need. Like JJ just said, you've got all the pockets up table.
Yeah, and the 3's so open in space. I mean, hard to get that difficult on it, I guess. So, hit it sweet, though. Hit them well, you get that nice little rub, you get an angle. You pull out to the center, no problem.
He's really responded well to the little barrage that Woodward's put on him. 2 missed balls in rack number 4 for Woodward, and that's really been it so far. I mean, that one struck incredibly clean as well. So hard to just get short of that ball. And he remains short of it, just perfect.
Yeah, the foundation of the game, talk about it all the time, is making them balls, and you can be, you know, favorite tactically, you can be the better breaker, you can be a little covered in all departments, but if you happen to miss a few balls, all that really is immaterial. Yeah, Donnie Mills and Regulario have gone hill now, and it'll be Bernie to break. Donnie did get to the hill first.
Yeah, and a great response so far from this young man.
Yeah, nice simple pool, right? Just keeping it simple.
And following this 9-ball, I think we're going to have a little interview from the man that just defeated Shane Van Boning the first time today.
Yeah, Mr. Sevestianov. Had to try and get that name right. Sevestianov.
I'm glad you said it, JJ.
Just let it roll, just like he did. He let it roll against SVB, and he came out okay. Like to hear what he's going to have to say. We're going to cut over that interview.
Stanley, congratulations. You just beat 5-time US Open champion Shane Van Boning. Tell me, how does that feel, and talk me through that match?
Well, hands are shaking, but feel is like, you know, same. Like I coming, no matter who I play, win. Okay, it happens. Now it happens to me, but I don't know why. But my hands are still a little bit shaking. But feels are same, no matter against who I play. But good feel, and it's good time continue for the new game.
Does it give you a lot of confidence going into the next stage of winners qualification, or is it still maintain focus match by match?
Still maintain focus, like no matter if it was filler or Gorst or someone strong player, for me it's like same, all the same. I win, it's one win, and game still continue.
Well, once again, congratulations, and we'll see you in the next match.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and this is what I love, JJ. Sebastianov says he's still shaking a little bit. Amateurs talk about how you get through the pressure. Well, I don't think there's a better time to play pool than when you're shaking, right? It's just about controlling the nerves.
Yeah, and you know, and I always talk about it. There's prepared nerves and there's unprepared nerves, and both of them make you shake, but they are totally different. So, I mean, if you came into this, and he obviously has put in the time coming into this event, he could handle it. And, you know, it's funny on them interviews, not knowing the young man at all, really. So I'm not talking about him necessarily, but I think sometimes they feel like they got to say, oh, it's just another win, you know, you know. Meanwhile, it's a huge win over one of the greatest that's ever done it on center stage. So, you know, soak that up moving forward.
Yeah, not only that, I mean, I got to watch it up close and personal. He didn't miss a beat. Quick player, accurate, and it looked to me like it never crossed his mind who he was playing or about to defeat. Never slowed down, never changed his tone, his pace, his timing.
Yeah, he caught that one a bit thin. Couple kisses, and now Skyler's got a chance to knock a few of those mistakes away and try and get the lead back. It's got a difficult one here with the 4 and the 5. 4 doesn't pass the 5. 3's up table. Gonna have to play some type of short side position or something nifty. Is he looking at the 1-9? No way, right?
Yeah, is it something you could consider with a good cue ball, or do you just commit to it?
Well, I tell you, if he was to shoot at it, I hate to bet against him, but it is very missable.
Of course, yeah. So much space between the 1 and the 9, and it's not dead on, obviously. He's not going to consider.
Yeah, those tight position windows, you know, you're at your club table, it's a lot different because you can check the cue ball, you can do little things. Does he push the 5 over, the 4 over now?
Yeah, I like that idea, don't you, Jay? I mean, the only thing that goes wrong is if you catch it on the low end real thin.
Yeah, he doesn't need a whole lot of a bump either, and the 2's pretty much a hanger as long as he stays off the rail with the cue ball. I think this is the best play, really.
Yeah, and that'll get you going. Good thinking right there.
Yeah, Skyler, usually if he starts off with his good timing like he did, he usually keeps it. Sometimes he'll start off a little quick, and that's the one that'll hurt. Like there, he caught that a little thick. So when you get a little quick, you don't quite get through the ball as much. So inside English, you tend to catch a little thick. And of course, outside, you tend to overcut.
Yeah, this is a little thinner than he wanted to be. Now he's got to avoid the purple.
Can he nip it and just kind of bump the purple over a little bit, or can he go around it easily? You can go around easily, correct?
Yeah, I think.
Just like a straight high ball?
Yeah, maybe a tip of outside, let the second rail open up.
Oh, he caught the 5, yeah. Gonna be okay, though.
Yeah, if you just scratch off that 4th game where he's missed 2 balls, I mean, he's played perfect. And this shot here, he gets more out of this shot with little power than anybody I know on tour. Some a lot straighter than this, actually. This is already a natural angle.
Simple 9 to regain the lead. Well, I didn't get a chance to see who won that match between Donnie Mills and Bernie Regulario, but I'll have a quick look at that information. Yeah, we're going to pan over to table 3. And Ekman Kachi, he missed a real cupcake 8-ball in the last rack. So the big guy's just been struggling here off and on through 2025.
And not playing all the events. I get it. Roanoke, Virginia Battle of the Bull. He did not play there. He spent some time in New York. I don't know if I can talk about it, but he's looking at a business up there.
Yeah, his brother, he's soaking it all in. Every pull he can get, all the pull he can get. And look for him to make some noise. A nice strike there, drawn back for the 9. And hats off to Donnie Mills. I mean, played a heck of a match against young Bernie, but Bernie did get him 9-8 in the end. Donnie will be back, though, along with Bernie. Our two players have taken a timeout here on the main table, so we'll give you some scores here. Anything sticks out at you, Scott?
Yeah, Lo Li win. Tu Hu Chin up 8-5 versus Lo Li.
Yeah, a lot of one-loss side matches going on as well.
That's that match there, Jeremy. Alex Bosch versus Pelovanovic. Starting now.
I'll tell you, a dangerous one, dangerous player. He's on, I believe he's on table 4, which is our YouTube, Matchroom YouTube channel, is Chang Yu Long against Chris Reinhold. Chang up 5-0, and I say bring his name up because he's a very dangerous player, and he loves the U.S. Open, been coming to it for many, many years. But he just had great results in Florida. I had a chance to get to that final, really. But you gotta believe he may run deep.
Yeah, it's funny, Jeremy, though, that you say that real quick. That's the only name Shane Van Boening mentioned on the way over here from the Battle of the Bull.
Yeah, here you can see our format. 256 players start at double limb until the final 64. Field includes 14 former champions, including #1 and defending champion Fedor Gorst, Earl Strickland and SVB with 5 apiece, Carlo with that world championships he's coming off of. So all kinds of stories. Over 50 nations represented across the field, including 100 Americans.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Over 100 Americans. They're supporting our very own event. Over 50 nations represented. Pretty cool. But back to Chang. You're right about that. He's dangerous. Winner gets 100,000 this year. It's just continuing to grow. Runner-up 50,000, semi-finalist 25,000 apiece. Quarter-finalist JJ 15K. Last 16 times 8 is 8,000 apiece. Then 5,000 and 3,000. JJ, you're on the one-loss side, and we need you to work, but we're still pulling for you. If you get that 100,000, will you throw us each a dime?
Yeah, I get you. What did I know? I know Carl gets a latte. What is it you like?
Caramel macchiato.
I'll get you, yeah. What's the large over there? Is it Venti?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. All right, table 2. We're going to pan over these guys on the main. Are still on a timeout. Jeffrey Rhoda, a name you're going to hear about for a long time, along with his opponent here in this match, winner side match, Lucas Fracassa Werner. Lucas, who I was playing and kind of just keeping a little eye when I could. I thought he was really winning easily over Sam Henderson. It ended up being 9-8 win in his first round.
Yeah, and then Jeffrey Rhoda just seems to be going deep in every event. Saudi did great. Just seems to be coming into his own even more now. Lucas, I think, in the top 3 in points in the Mosconi Cup, if not top 4.
Here's a look at Eklund. This looks like a push out, maybe.
It's a dangerous push out unless the 3's tighter. It must be tighter than I think. It might not even go. The 7 must be bigger than it looks.
I think it may go, Scott, but it's super tight. I mean, from distance. Now, you could just lay this on the bottom rail, go to the side rail, and use the pink. We'll keep you informed on 2 Albanians in action.
Yeah, I think he'll take that bump. He's good to the upper right. The 3. I think laying over the right side pocket here. If not, he can stun to the corner. And it's a little more awkward than I thought initially. He's going to have to work the cue ball here.
Yeah, this type of shot, if you try to really hump it in and go the rail and draw over for the 3 in the corner, you make it very missable. So I think with this table, slick, you can kind of light stun it. I don't think you got to crush it. And he banks so well, if he even gets dressed up on the red 3 cross side, that's okay with the 4. Very accessible.
Yeah, it looks like he wants to go forward 1, 2, possibly 3. Oh, there it is. Just the stun over.
Yeah, hit it sweet. Got a lot out of the cue ball. Tell you, I mean, couldn't tell you what I do consciously to calm myself down other than just get in my process. But if you can figure out a way to stay calm and focused out there, man, what a huge advantage you have. I mean, the pockets are difficult, don't get me wrong, conditions aren't easy. But if you can stay calm and again, remain focused, I think you can simplify the game between the ears and it gets a lot easier.
That's what I noticed with that Arson that just did the interview that defeated SVB last round. He never looked outside of the table, even when he wasn't at the table. And that's what he was. He was just focused within what he was doing. Never allowed anything outside to get to him. Sky's overrun this a bit, but not the end of the world.
You just, like, again, don't panic. Even though you got out of line a little bit, just realize it's not hard. Relax. You got a big area for the 7. The 8's got 2 pockets, so no real worries. And that's kind of what I mean. It's almost like you have to get yourself worked up to make mistakes. I really feel that way.
Well, you've talked about it in the past, which taught me quite a bit. You don't want to stress on getting out of line just a little bit, right? Because that's what will happen is you can start to work yourself up and not even notice that you're doing that.
Yeah, and the game is definitely by far more played from a little out of line than it is in perfect position. So it becomes fun that way too if you can keep a good frame of mind behind it. Nice out here from Skylar. Really nice opener on the 2, which of course opened up everything else, but still, like we've just been discussing, you got to maintain.
Yeah, he's been 100%, except for the 2 odd missed balls that you don't expect, which is going to happen. Jeremy, who's your outside pick to win this event? I don't have one yet, but I just want to know who yours is.
Well, Phil had asked me, who's your top tier guy, and I went with Shane, like I did in Florida. Really like what he's doing, even though he just got beat. And then the second tier was DeWong I picked, actually, and he just got beat. He got beat yesterday as well, but I don't know. I'm going to stick with those 2 for now. Let me think it over. I might throw in a third. Not sure who that'd be just yet. Yap's a hard one to overlook.
Yeah, he sure is.
Especially, he had a little bit of struggles yesterday at times and fought through it. Of course, all the greats do that. Chris Reinhold got on the board. Now trails 5-1, but I believe he just had a dry break, which we haven't seen any of those here in this match, not that I can recall. You, Scott?
Negative. I think I saw one during Shane's match, but I've not seen any here.
And what about your, your pick that you maybe someone else
my
isn't?
pick.
Yeah, picking.
Well, obviously Shane, right? But tell you what, everybody that played at the Battle of the Bowl went deep. They all seem to struggle a little bit, which is understandable. I think they've had, like you just said, a long 3 weeks. I like that Chang. I mean, the more I see him play, and talking to Shane a little bit, the more I see him play, it's unbelievable how smooth he is and how dangerous he is. But also, I can't count out the Ko brothers either, Ko Ping Chung or Ko Ping Yi, and I think Ko Ping Yi might even be playing better now than his brother.
Yeah, two guys that are always talked about as some of the tournament favorites. Cheng Yulong, man, I used to watch him so much when he'd come here. Of course, I didn't get to see him a lot of other places. To get to see him at All Japan Championships and some other events in Asia. He used to play a bit more back in the day, but man, I almost really wanted him to win this event or run really deep and see how loose he could stay, because, you know, you got to appreciate anyone that can stay so loose under so much pressure.
Yeah, so aggressive, Cheng Yulong. If you haven't seen him play, I mean, I would assume you have if you've been following the WNT over the last few weeks. He is full of firepower, no fear, different style, loose stroke, stands up above the ball, probably about 15 to 20 inches. Very odd style, but boy, oh boy, is he fun to watch.
I think he gets more power because of that as well, standing up off the ball. But all right, this is a little nifty shot here, going right into the left side of the 6. The key here is don't think you got to hit him very hard. Feel like you're bumping the 7 and 6 maybe a foot away or something like that. He got lucky here to get escaped. He hit the wrong side.
Yeah, I was going to say, you just don't want to catch the bottom half again. He's got a lot to do here now. 6 doesn't play in the lower right.
I don't know. I guess he's going to shoot at it, but he's got to hit it awfully well. He's going to try and stun this also. Easy to overcut it a bit to the right knuckle. Hit it to the right knuckle, but beautifully.
Yeah. Might be the shot of the day for me on this table so far. Actually, that is the shot of the day for me so far on this table. Anytime you hear the pocket make that sound, you know they're striking the ball extremely well.
Good stroke there, kind of opened the pocket up a little bit for him, and Skylar Woodward's going to regain that 3-game lead, and really not a whole lot of fault from Costas, his opponent. 6 threes are scored. Jeffrey Rodas trails Werner 2-1. Eklund Kachi's pulled away a little bit, 5-3. 5-1 to Cheng Yulong over Reinhold. Boris Ivanoski, 4-0 over Reginald Jackson. Vitim hit Hardinage and Jeremy Sose. Should be a really good match there in the one-loss side, 1-1. Daniel Charlo and Jonas Sudo about to tee it off. That's a one-loss side. Liu Hugh Chan up 8-7 over Lo Wei Wen. Morris Newhausen cruising 7-0 in his winter side match over Antonio Kerkrakis. Let's see here. Dennis Gravy. It's a race to 8, one-loss side. He's up 5-1 over James Blackburn. Marcel Price 3-1 over Justin Palelsch. Ku Po Chang and Roland Garcia, that's a winner side. Ku is up 5-3. Great match there. Michael Alonso of Houston, old school guy I know. He's up 7-6 over Pascal Dufresne. Eric Horlifson and Danny Hewitt, 2 Canadians battling it out at 1 apiece. Brent Worth up 7-4 in that race to 8 over Marty Sishi. Walid Hashim over Demetrius Lukatis, 2-1. Lu Ri Tang 1-0 over Daniel Kloklinch. Changzhou Qian 4-2 over Nick Carson. Sanjin Pelivanovic out 2-0 on Alex Bosch, but figured that one to be a close one. Masato Yoshioka 1-0 over Mod Al-Dulami.
Yeah, thanks, JJ. Woodward all over this break shot now. That's ideal for the cue ball. Got a little kiss on the 6. I don't think the cue ball was following the 1 into the side, and a big opener here. Just got to get from the 2 to the 3.
It has to ease this a little bit, not so much for position, but holding to make sure the 3 doesn't follow that 5 in. Now he's just perfect. He'll play the left side. Got a few different ways he can play it, but I figured it to be a draw off about half the left side of the 2, using the second rail down here by the brown.
Yeah, I agree. I think you have to come past the brown. If he's trying to stay above, it could get a little funny, but maybe he'll try to stay above.
May have to. Oof.
Wow.
Yeah, he's all right though, and plays the pink up long. That trails you or takes you to the green 6. So this has been a match of not a whole lot of defense, really. Not a whole lot of mistakes, but a lot of punishment both ways. Very long innings for each player. You know, they're running some racks when they get a chance. Uh-oh. Oh my, I never would have guessed in a million years that ball was going to be missed going forward also.
Yeah, caught it way too thin. Maybe took his eye off of it last second, looking at where he wanted to finish for the 6. But you could see right away he was going to end up on top of the 6 due to how thin he hit the pink. Like JJ said, you never dream with a high ball that ball's going to be missed.
Yeah, I almost feel like he couldn't stroke it bad enough to miss it. I almost feel like he had to get down on the ball, overlooking his line maybe. That's the only way I could feel like he could miss that one. I mean, he's not been a struggle. Had a couple missed shots in what was game number 4, I think it was, but overall it's been really good stuff by both players. But that could be a huge miss here.
Yeah, and I fully agree. I think took his eye off of something there, whether it's the line he wanted to be on for the 6 or a shot line. All right, Cookie Doc has been sitting a while though.
Yeah, he's sitting on the fence. He's wondering, I don't want to put top inside. Does top, straight top coming down the right? Is it the angle? I don't want to put top right either. You know, I could throw and get towards the 9. Is he considering playing from underneath here?
That's what I was going to say. Is there ever anything wrong with really just like a high right ball here and just float underneath? You're going to make some contact here.
Yeah, so often you get that contact and the 9's in the way, and then you end up having nothing but a combination. But did it open up just enough? It looked like he used a little bit the top of the pocket right there. Maybe that was a bit necessary, but Skylar's still very upset, it looks like, from that missed pink, and we'll see how upsetting it gets. Bunch of champions around here. A 2-time champion we're about to hear from, who just had a big win, Mika Eminen. Be a great interview, I'm sure.
Congratulations. You've just finished a very tense, very entertaining match there, Hill against Mark Bissabosh. How are you feeling after that one?
Feels amazing. I mean, obviously he's one of the main characters on the tour. He plays on WNT all the time, and I'm having a little bit of a hiatus because of some of the health concerns I have, and so I'm sort of taking it easy. I haven't played that much, but it's nice to get back in that old groove and feel the U.S. Open excitement. And you know, it's obviously one of the toughest tournaments to win ever, and I've won it twice. So it's nice to be here, and I'm really proud that I came through at the end. You know, it was tight. I was in the lead, and then he came back, and then he had me 8-7, and then he scratched on the break, and I was able to run out and break and run to close him out. So what can I say? It's a good. That's a good way to end it, and looking forward to the next match.
The US Open obviously brings together so many top quality players of all generations. As you say, it's been a few years since you won the US Open back to back. Yesterday we saw 14 champions playing in this field, so it must make you incredibly proud that you're still able to compete at such a high level in this prestigious tournament.
Yeah, it was really cool to see all the old guys yesterday, and other than Earl and Shane, I was the only one that won more than once and out of that group. And then too bad Darren's not here. Darren Appleton should have been. I'm not sure what's his situation right now, but anyway, I think it's the greatest tournament on the planet. So happy to be here.
And for you now, looking ahead to the next round, what's your aims in this tournament? Is it kind of match by match and see how far we go, or do you have an aim in mind?
Well, I'm playing Albin Ocean next, so just gotta take it ball by ball, match by match, and I just, hopefully I could pull another rabbit out of the hat next match and keep going.
Well, best of luck, Mika. Well done.
Cheers.
Yeah, and there you have it. Mika Immonen, full of heart. JJ knows his game as well as anybody. What a talented player, and going through a few health issues right now, and just goes to show how much heart he's got.
Yeah, and shows you how much these players, whether a player that has accomplished so much, Hall of Famer and every other title you can think of with the Mika Immonen, but how much they truly love to play and be here with the best players. And of course the US Open just icing on the cake, really. I think he was on the fence there on a safety, but yeah, good to hear from Mika and keep it going, Iceman.
Yeah, happy for him. You're not thrilled with Skylar's body language. It's kind of like, I haven't been playing enough to just let this stuff roll off my shoulders, but I think he's okay. He's hitting the ball very clean, just like you said, JJ, a little bit in between what he wanted to do there, clock winding down.
Yeah, and that miss was a very difficult shot, but I think, again, the pink four, he's got a last rack. I mean, to go up 7-3, and of course breaking the ball is excellent, getting shots. It's already broken ran, I think, 4 racks in this match, so we'll see how this kick turns out. 2 cushions, I believe. Try and make it in the lower left, maybe get some separation if you miss. Got 1 cushion, and 1 cushion, it's amazing how much left speed you have on the cue ball once you catch the 1 cushion into the ball. The 2nd cushion is like a rail first in the pocket. Cue ball just magnifies with speed, and now it's giving up a great shot, especially considering a couple misses for Woodward in the last couple of innings.
Yeah, exactly what Skylar wants and needs right now. Doesn't want to end up over the pink. He's fine. Yeah, and that ball that Kukiadakis just kicked at, really pretty tough to judge, but to hit it going in is typically disaster. This is one he needs to just stay sharp on, this rack here. Nice and clean, where he wants to be. Pay attention. Yeah, a little heavy there. He's fine. Want to be back out towards the center here, though, on the 5. You don't want to be on the left side of the table. You can manage. You want to get back and forth all the way out. And that'll work.
Yeah, that's perfect speed. Really gives them options to draw between the 6-8 or come 2 cushions with a little stun. It's all preference when you're this close to your work. Especially the 7's pretty much over the pocket, right? So don't take any chances.
Yeah, I know JJ looking at scores. Chang Yulin, sorry. I'm not used to him. I'm just used to watching him play. He's 8-1 over Chris Reinhold and at the table on table number 4. Just complete dominance there.
Yeah, and I mean, we all know some big names. They showed it after day 1 that got sent to the one-loss side, but there's not only the big names, but just a slew of great players on the one-loss side. So that's going to be almost as interesting as the winner side moving forward to that final 64.
Yeah, managed this rack very well.
Skylar Woodward extends that lead back to 3 games, and we're going to move over to table 4. Get a look at a couple Albanians. One the biggest name, and at the table, oh, excuse me. We moved over to table 1 instead. Chris Reinhold at the table.
Yeah, Chang was running out and snookered himself from the 3 to the 4. All he could do is really rail first at it.
Yeah, it wasn't table 1, excuse me, y'all. A little confused after that loss. This is table 4. This is the Matchroom YouTube channel table. You can get all that coverage. These racks, even though down 8-1, kind of important. Get that time at the table. You never know with the comeback what may happen, but if he does go on to lose this match, Chris is going to have to play more pool to qualify. Can't really replace these extra balls you get to knock in.
Just doesn't want to finish on top of the 9. This makes it a little tricky. Should be fine. Close enough to it. Still got life. Chris Reinhold. Yeah, Woodward buries the 1 and almost a golden break. Then to the side, but he can lay up tight behind the 7 if he'd like.
Yeah, want to cut off that left side rail if he could. I think he did. It's close.
Yeah, not knocking it, but a little bit of a mistake from Woodward. Not, you know, he had all the room in the world to really lodge him up to the back of the 7 there. Now have to gonna come with the long one over the 7. The stretch is there too.
That's 2 jacked up shots he's shot in this match with a lot of authority in it. So you just remember those for all the regular shots. Make those feel like super easy. Just gotta roll forward, trying to get not so thin on the pink, but don't overrun and get snookered behind the brown. I mean, this is to get to the heel, and 8-4 feels like most of the time. Oh my, did he really overdo this? Okay, he's all right. Feels like most of the time it's going to be good enough to get the win, but man, the way this match is gone and the way the balls are breaking, Get to this 8 and go ahead and finish it off as soon as you can.
Yeah, it's got that feel like Kukiadakis, if he does get a look, he might put a few together, and then if that happens, you never know what takes place. That was real tight, like you were saying, JJ. Much tighter than he expected.
Yeah, if he had gotten a little more angle, I think he goes forward. Now I think he'll draw behind the 8. Really has a choice either way here, but I like the draw, I think. And he could get another one with no. Nice little bump to stay away from elevated on the 9.
Overall, I've been highly impressed with his play in this match. The 4-ball, obviously, JJ's highlighted. Just don't expect him to miss. And then the 2 balls he missed that were a little toxic in rack number 4. But other than that, I mean, everything has been extremely clean. Both of the elevated shots, 2 of the best shots I've seen today on this table, really. And he's breaking as good as anybody, JJ.
Yeah, and you know, he struggles a lot of times early in the event with the break, and if he can get it going, usually okay. But I really just like how he's piecing it together too. And Skyler known for that little strut when he feels like he's gonna finish someone off, but I don't think he needs it. I think just, you know, keep building what you're doing here and try and move forward. Got a little more awkward on this 9 than he wanted. Would have loved another foot off the rail with the cue ball.
Yeah, I thought he might just draw back for the corner.
I agree.
Yeah, not that it's a real big deal here, but Chris Reinhold has won 2 in a row now, trailing 8 games to 3 versus Chang Yu Lung. Lucas Fracasso-Werner and Jeffrey Rada at 3 apiece.
There's some scores for you to look at. Panning them down, I don't really see, besides Cheng Yu Lung, I don't see anyone on the hill besides him and Skyler. All the other ones, you know, mid-match, maybe. Oh, Eklund Kachi just got on the hill at 8-3 over another fellow countryman, an Albanian, Ernesto Shoni, I believe it is. Yeah, lots of big names in action. Lots of Americans in action. One right here trying to finish the deal. This is his last break of the match. So been real good with the one on the side. He's only missed it once, I think. Cue ball got up table, but I don't think that was a thick hit as much as it was just a little side spin. Gonna have a difficult safety here to open, but he does have a look at the blue 2.
Yeah, you might be able to just almost act like you're cutting the 2 towards the 8, maybe, and come back 1-2 behind the 4 and 3. I don't know. I don't know how big a gap there is behind that 5 and 2. Might be able to just roll this 2 past the 5.
I don't think that's an option, really, but there's the shot you were talking about, but he opened up the pocket now. All right, Kachi with the 8 and 9, and he had some struggles early. Missed some really, really easy balls, did Eklund, but he's going to get through this. He's got to improve, though, and he knows it.
Yeah, Woodward definitely didn't execute what he was looking at there, trying to dig into the cue wall. I think caught the 2 quite a bit thinner than he anticipated. So a back and forth here. Level cue. 5 is tough as well. There's a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, this first shot, you like to simplify with a high ball. Just go back and forth.
Yeah, believe it or not, he's actually falling okay on the 3. Stay on the right side of the table for the 4. You can possibly drop down shallow to the 5 for the lower left. Got to get this down first, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. I like your plan, but man, it's difficult, tricky little out. I'll explain why in a moment, along with what Scott said, but I don't know. He tried to stun 2 rails out instead of following?
Yeah, it looks like it. He caught it real fat, too, just to the top side of the pocket.
Yeah, Skyler was sizing up the 5 by the 8. Now, if that went, that was a real big mistake from Kukuyadakis. But what I was getting at, ball in hand makes things a lot easier, but without ball in hand, you got to get straight enough on the 5 to not go on the 8, but you got worries with the 7 there as well. So there's a lot going on with this shot. I probably follow this in the side and roll it between the 5-7.
Yeah, I actually don't mind that. There's nothing wrong. I figured he'd stay well above this 5 ball because the 8 can carry you to the 6.
Yeah, really shocked he didn't look at the follow stroke, though. Your accuracy's always going to be better when you're going forward for what you can see in front of you, you know?
Yeah, well, that play, Jeremy, the follow ball with ball in hand, often used playing 8 ball as well, right? And back in the day, and it's overlooked a lot by these players. But really, even with the shot he played, there's no reason not to be just below the right side pocket because the 8's going to carry you to the 6. Just stay thin on the 5.
All right, fouled. Caught the 7.
Yes, there hasn't been a lot of them, but when the mistakes have been made by Skyler Woodward, they've been pretty substantial.
Yeah, the ball in hand is really where the mistake was made. Kind of let up on that a little bit. Maybe he thought it was a little easier than he first looked at. But now these are no problem.
It's a long way from over. Anything can happen. Obviously, Kukuyadakis hasn't played bad by any means. Just made that mistake on the 3 in this rack. Woodward with a returned favor. Ball in hand on the pink 4. I love what Jeremy said, considering the high ball to the side and just making sure you carry that steeper line versus taking a chance of dropping below and getting snookered.
And we'll see how the rack goes, or the break goes, rather. Kukuyadakis waiting on the referee, it looks like.
Yeah, table number 4. Chang Yulong looking to seal the deal versus Reinhold.
Yeah, and a player, you know, he's won the China Open a couple times. He's won some big events. Beat every player in the world, you would think, over the last, 20 years of professional pool for this man. But I think this is the title, not only him, of course, but so many want. But he's been coming to this event, I don't know, 15, 20 years, something like that.
Yeah, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, JJ. Do you have any idea how old he is? 45, 46. SVB and I were talking about
I
it.
think he's a little younger than that, actually. Just a shade. Maybe 43, 44.
Okay.
Something like that. Been around a long time, though.
Yeah. Pay attention, people. Pay attention to his game. He gets it done.
Yeah, and what you got to like about him, and you know, some may say to a fault at times. You know, you could say this about anyone, but he's going to do it the way he likes to do it. You know, he's going to stay aggressive, which we all love. But there's the split screen with Kukiadakis to break the balls for his winner's side life. He's still both these guys.
Yeah, we just talked about the dry breaks, Jeremy, and here we are. Dry break for Kukiadakis.
Yeah, there hasn't been many. Had a couple of them hit the pocket. Now does Skylar go for this rail first here? Cheng Yu Lun's going to advance. And Chris Reinhold, he's going to have to do some work. Yu Lung's got to still win the winner's qualification, though. That was only his second match of the event. Is the side pocket right in the way of really the comfortable rail first trying to make this?
Yeah, it looks to be close. I don't know that it's doable here. You could maybe go forward with that inside ball and chip the one over and come around, but he's pushing to maybe make that line better, Jeremy.
Yeah. I wonder, did he give him the one? I don't think so. If he didn't give him the one, you got to pass this back, I think, if you're Kukiadakis.
Yeah, 100%. I'm wondering if Sky put it to where he can at least get before the side pocket. But even though, like you say, really tough to take this.
Yeah, I mean, even if he makes it, he could be over the 9 with a tough shot on the 2, 3 a little covered up. I think no doubt you got to give this back. He's going to serve up a shot, a really good one. It looks like he can shoot the 1 and hold a little underneath the 2 to slide over for that gap on the 3. Is he rolling this to get for the side? Okay, I like that. Now he can go forward or whatever to get in that gap between the 3-5 or the 4-5 to get at the 3.
Yeah, he wants to get down a little further than it looked from the other angle here. Obviously, if you don't get there for the side, the 6 is pretty awkward down here in the lower right corner. You don't want to end up having to play the combination. So you got to get good on the side. I think he's falling okay here. Close, actually, I believe.
Yeah, I think he's all right, though. This match should get to 8-6, and Kukiadakis has had a couple of struggles on the break, but overall been pretty good. don't mind him coming straight down the table with inside. I really don't if you want to chip this in and cheat the pocket. Of course, he could come around.
Yeah, I agree with you, though. I think the reason you're saying that is coming around could get you straight in, could end up on the rail, could end up scratching.
Yeah, he should command the speed, but yeah, that's a definite possibility. Uh-oh, the scratch is definitely there, and the straightish. He's going to fall below it. That's a dangerous way to play it going so far.
Yeah, I think the old school way, or the way I'd have definitely played, is try to chip it and just get up towards or past the middle.
Gotta watch the speed here, believe it or not. Let it open a little bit. Yeah. Is it gonna be enough to make things easy?
He caught that real thick, like real thick.
Got a little punchy, huh?
Can you hold this? You can hold this, right?
He's got to go into the 9, I think.
Yeah, he sure does. This isn't... Yeah, maybe it is.
There's some scores for you. Nicholas De Leon, 7-3 over Rob Hart. Skylar Woodward, you can see he's on the hill. Sanjay Pelovanovic, 5-3 over Alex Bosch. That should be a good one coming down towards the end. Kupo Chang, 7-5 over Roland Garcia. A couple of them about to tee off that are real good. Winners qualification, David Elcady win Antoine. That should be a heck of a match on table 4. You can watch that on the YouTube match room.
Yeah, and Januarta versus Pongers, those are both, or excuse me, that's on the B side as well, Jeremy.
Yeah, and then you got Simon Corral against Mac Lechner. That's a winner's qualification. Oscar Dominguez, who's had 2 close ones. He's trying to fight for his tournament life. All kinds of different stories and scenarios and different rounds in the event. All in the mix right now on day 2. Well, the 2's by itself. That's what you want.
Yeah, with an open cue ball, he's not elevated over anything. He's going to have to come with a good one here. But the 3 in a good position as well, really. So you just got to bury this, the 5, the 4 near it. So everything's okay. It's all about this shot, clearly. Kind of at the 50, JJ.
Yeah, I kind of like playing it. Can he get into the 3 at all? If he plays it to the upper left with a little low right spin. Kind of like that pocket a little better than the upper right, but
yeah, holding the cue ball is the key. I don't know. Can you get into it? It looks thin to me, but maybe you can.
Yeah, it does look a little thin. Could catch it and even drop towards that upper right corner, which you don't want that either. Oh, you overcut it and still got into it. So that was definitely doable. Little body movement we hadn't really seen there from Costas in this match. avoid the side easily here. Don't pass the side.
Watch out here. Watch out here.
He needs to pay attention to this kick. Lots of good things can happen. Don't let a little frustration get you off in the next job at hand, which is hitting this 3-ball.
Yeah, you kind of knew, right? That if you beat the side, you've got traffic to avoid. You hit it hard. Oh, he's going to find the lower right corner. Things starting to unravel slightly. I just feel like he's being a little bit hard on himself.
Yeah, I kind of agree, really. Wants it bad, though, and sometimes when you haven't played as much, it's easy to, you know, have that characteristic kind of creep in on you. Well, could have used more angle than that to make things easy, just to stun over between the 8 and 9.
Yeah, you want it more natural. So this ball can be missed or pinched. He knows it. Obviously not thinking that, but he's got to really work the cue ball. The more I look at this, the straighter it is.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I mean, really missed his mark with ball in hand, and if you want to see some of the future of our sport, like, tune over to table 3 when you get a chance with Albert Januarta and Yannick Pongers. Two kids really, that'll be playing each other for decades to come.
Yeah, a little fortunate the 9 didn't rock another rotation there and cut the 6 off. Then he really has a lot more work to do, but still thin to the lower left here on the purple.
And this is all how you hit the pocket. When you get a little out of line, you hit the pocket a little funny, and now the cue ball continues to get a little more out of line. Still a big favorite, but is he killing this or going up and down? Yeah, kind of hit it thick. That's why he's going to end up a little funny here.
Yeah, real funny, JJ. I don't know if you can avoid anything here going forward. To be honest, Kukadakis hasn't looked near as clean, even though the mistakes are a little heavier on Woodward's side. Kukadakis looking a little sketchy right now. Take it back.
Yeah, beautiful recovery there. Awesome stroke. They're going to be 15 games in here shortly. It's been a pretty quick match because there's been a lot of break and runs. So even though a game lead and only needs 1 to finish, I think pretty dangerous territory here for Mr. Kentucky, who's now a Texan, by the way.
Yeah, match coming up on table number 4, Nguyen Antoine versus David Alcade. That'll be a good one. Jeffrey Rada leading 6 games to 4 to Lucas Fracasso Werner. Seven apiece, Roland Garcia. Kuo Po Chang.
Enrico Rampanen, 7-1 up over Nguyen Tang, Vietnam. That's on the one-loss side, so he's on the hill, trying to survive to play more matches here at the U.S. Open. Jeffrey Rhoda just put another one on his side. He leads a young Lucas Verkasa-Werner 6-4. That's on the winner's side, so both those guys will be back regardless of the outcome.
Yeah, this is probably the most important break shot. Kukadakis, U.S. Open so far. Yeah, not probably. This is the most important break shot so far. Oh, watch out here. That might make a difference, to be honest. It is dry. We've seen very few of them. Take a look at this, the one just high.
Yeah, a little thin hit maybe. I don't know. Cue ball got kissed back up, but like you said, even though he's got a good shot, much different ball in hand, and Skylar's made a couple little errors here. Looks like he's got to ease this. Can he go around? I don't think he can go around.
I think he has to drop under it, JJ, for the upper left.
Yeah, it's a little thin there. He's going to be going away from it a hair more than what the table tells you, but I think if you try to go around the table, you're gambling. Best you can do is get into the 8, maybe 3 cushions. Now, this got to slow down a little bit. This could be behind the purple 5. And well, I don't know. It's close. He just got it, I think.
Yeah, you said it, really gambling there. He was wide with the 1 as well. It barely falls.
Has he got like a level masse here? I mean, all he needs is a look at the 3. The 4's over the corner, so.
Or what about just a slight elevation, like a sliver jump or a baby jump?
Yeah, he's really good at that too. So probably would prefer that because he feels like he can hold the cue ball easier, and also there's a little more chance of a lucky safety if you miss. You know what I mean? Is he unloading on this?
He can just stop here.
Yeah.
Or pinch back a little. Wow. I don't know.
Still got to go. That's why I was wondering. I thought he would just hold.
Yeah, and the wow was for the same thing you just said. I thought the same. Maybe just doesn't feel comfortable enough to take the distance on the 3.
Going back and forth, it looks like. Just wants to fall on this right side, somewhere where the 3's at now. Plenty of gaps to come off the 4 to get to the 5, so.
FSR, Brett Garson, Q-Tech rep, sponsor, Skylar, and good friend of yours and Skylar.
Yeah, Nick DeLeon, another Q-Tech guy, of course. Oh, this got to go a little, may get a little bump and get funny. Yeah, just a hair of a bump.
Yeah, how thin is this to the left side? You can check it off the top rail twice. You're looking to draw this, maybe. All depends on how thin this is.
I'd like to kill it and just get somewhere near the head string would be good enough. Looks like 2 rails using the side rail with a lot of left spin. Even if you're 3 or 4 inches short of the head string, it's okay. You got past the head string, which is really good.
Yeah, a little steeper than he maybe wanted to be. Come across the 9 here.
I think he eases it, huh? Or is he coming across? He did come across. Or into the 9, rather, Scott.
Yeah,
he had other plans.
Yeah, I don't think that was by design.
All right, he can pinch this coming 2 rails out. He can play short side like that. Nothing wrong with that because that's where the cue ball naturally wants to go. Probably uses the second rail. Why wouldn't he?
Yeah, JJ, if he can just clean up some of those odd mistakes. He had glimmers of real greatness in this match.
Yeah, and I don't know if the break was like that in his first match, but, you know, go keep practicing that to make it just stay what it's been doing in this match moving forward. You got to like it. Of course, he's going to feel and face some heavier resistance moving forward, but, I mean, Skyler, early in the tournament, this is as good as I've seen him look all year.
Yeah, he's got to shake off the oddballs and just move forward. Like you said, the break is key.
Yeah, but Skyler Woodward's going to advance. He's got to win one more to get to winner's qualification. Kostas Kukiadakis will be back on the one-loss side, along with our team in the booth. And more matches coming. Billy Thorpe and Mario He next. Stay tuned.
New era begins. Game on with livesb.io. Big moments need bold partners. That's why Matchroom welcomes livesb.io, our official new sponsor for the World 9-Ball Tour. Livesb.io brings cutting-edge sports entertainment to fans all around the world. Fast, smart, global. Same fire, same energy, new partnership. Livesb.io, World 9-Ball Tour. Let's play.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, I'm the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
If I found out you knew about it, you're done.
The ego. Jesus Christ. What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! We need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! How you getting on with Jake Paul?
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got.
I'm going to make our company
Bigger and better.
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
You lose, don't worry.
Yeah, but plenty of guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take it. Hey, you want to follow me in there now?
Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing
Can you speak English, but please speak? Because I ain't not sure what you said.
This is what being a pool player is all about. This will just add to the tension.
Realm of last chances at this stage. The moments you work for, the moments you wish for, the biggest moment of all feels so imminent now.
All over the years, we've seen some extraordinary fight backs. Keep it up, boys. Keep it up. This is what we like to see.
For the first time, Asia's major has gone to one of Asia's finest.
The Barry Berman Trophy, plus first prize, a record first prize of $100,000 will go to the eventual winner of the LiveSB.io US Open on Saturday. This is day 2, lots of pool going on. In fact, round 2 is almost complete. In that round, just one more match is yet to finish. Roland Garcia and Kuo Po Cheng, both of whom have been runners-up in the World 9-Ball Championship. They're out on table 14. That match has gone hill-hill. It is 8 racks each. Apart from that, round 2 in the books. So too, losers round 1. Next up on the main table, Carl Boys and I will be commentating on a losers round match, losers second round match, between Billy Thorpe and Mario He. So the commentators have gone from an American dream team to a British nightmare team. There you can see the match in red, Garcia and Kuo Po Cheng. So much riding on that for them. Right now it's losers second round and also some winners qualification going on. And let me tell you the very latest scores from winners qualification. Naoki Oi on the hill against Mieszko Fortunski at 8-5. Sanyan Pilovanovic 7-4 up on Alex Bausch. 7-5 for Jeffrey Rodder over Lucas Fracasso Werner, who's 4th in the US Mosconi Cup standings. Win Antoine 2-1 over David Arcady. So they're the winners qualification matches going on right now. One is about to start on table 27 actually, Badr Alawadi against Tommy Tokov. Here it is Thorpe against He, with the race being first to 8 because it's loser side pool. So Carl, any thoughts as to who will win this one?
Well, Skylar Woodward was in front of us and give it an almighty cheer for Let's Go Bill, or Come On Bill, he said. So we know who he wants to win. Just looking at table 2 on the screen in front of us, Phil. Jeffrey Rodder playing Lucas Fracasso Werner. 7-5 to Rodder. But Werner's at the table, a chance to pull it to just one behind.
Well, if you like to look at the World 9-Ball Tour rankings to determine who you think will win this match, I don't think that's a reliable indicator because these two are so close together. You can't get close any more closer than they are. So Billy Thorpe, 33rd in the World 9-Ball Tour rankings. Mario He, 34th. He, 13th in the European Mosconi Cup standings. Thorpe is 6th in the US list, behind, obviously, the usual suspects. Shane Van Boning, Fedor Gorst, and his biggest supporter, Skylar Woodward. Also there, Lucas Fracasso Werner and Tyler Steyer. So, for him, I know it means a lot to be in the Mosconi Cup. If he could go deep in this tournament, that would work wonders. But I think he'll have to play a little better than he did in his last match. So he started out, Thorpe, with a win over Levi Lampard 9-3 before losing 9-8 to Khalid Al-Ghamdi. And Carl, what was worrying, he missed a number of shots he shouldn't have missed at crucial moments.
Yeah, that is not going to help in the game of pool. Decent opening break from Billy. Got a really easy 2-ball, the threes in close proximity. It's just about an angle on the red 3 to get into a tricky-ish pink 4 area. So let's see where he goes with the cue ball. I think he's trying to leave it straight so he can draw back just below that 8 ball. Yeah, it was ideal. That is also ideal. If he was on one of the 6 practice tables around where we're sitting, Phil, this rep would be over.
I have to agree. But when the pressure mounts, when the pressure's on, as I said, against Khalid Al-Ghamdi, he showed he can miss some balls that for him really should be considered straightforward. And because this is loser's side, it is win or depart. The shoulder dipped into that 9-ball, but in it went. Good start for Billy Thorpe, and it looks like being a good ending on table 14 for Roland Garcia. Has the 9-ball to win 9-8. The Filipino knocks it in. He defeats Kwopo Cheng 9-8, and with that, the second round is complete.
Perfect start for Billy Thorpe, a BR, a break and run. Gonna make him feel good. Let's not forget, this is a race to 8. It's in the left side or the loser's side of the draw. So the loser of this will be out.
Yeah, the only losers side pool where it's a race to 9 is losers qualification, which is coming your way tomorrow. Well, the break worked, one in the side. 2 very much in the open. The position of 6 and 9 doesn't do him any favours though, Cole.
No, he does have the 4 and the 5 kind of down in this area, so he'll play position for the pink 4 now, probably into that lower left corner pocket, and then he'll try and play the purple 5 in left middle with an angle to kind of bump into the 9 and the 6. Let's see where he finishes here though. Yeah, you see how he's left this angle now for left centre pocket. He's going to crash into these 2 balls. Cue ball being near the rail means he'll have to strike down on this a little bit, so it just makes it a little bit less controllable. I don't know if he's going to go straight into the 9 or into the rail and then into balls. Well, I don't know if that sneaks past the 7, but if it does, what a result it's had here.
Well, you can tell from his body language, it does. Now, it doesn't look that way from there, but I think it does, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's very tight, so don't be surprised if he does it the 7. Let's have a good look at this. Oh, he's managed it. Wow, what a result he's had there.
Carl was quite right. It did look extremely tight. In the end, it went past very easily. So 2 break-in runouts if the 8 and 9 are dispatched. And that's exactly what Arseny Sevastianov did in that famous victory over Shane van Boningen an hour or so ago. The 8 wobbled, but fell. $2-0, it is. He's had a pretty good year, you know, Billy Thorpe. He's had lots of high finishes, and he's won a couple of tournaments as well. Now, you won't be surprised to know his biggest payday came from winning an event called the Bank Pool Shootout in Las Vegas in February, because he is known as Billy the Banker. That's his best discipline. But he also won the Bayou State Classic 9-ball as well. As for the Derby City Classic, well, a couple of top 5s there. He's a reasonable one-pocket player, really versatile, and he's coming off last 32 at the Florida Open.
You can see a match in red, table 16, and it's the battle of the Canadians. Danny Hewitt against Eric Hoylerson, 7-7. That's the loser's round match. So the loser will go home.
Yeah, years ago I was invited to Winnipeg. Bourbon Street Billiards it was called, for the North American qualifier for the World Snooker Tour. Jim White and Cliff Thorburn invited me over there to that event, and Eric Hjorleifson played in that.
This is what Mario has been sat there patiently waiting for, his opportunity, and he's going to get one in rack 3. Billy will play the push out.
Mario, the senior man in this duo. He's 31. Thorpe, at the end of this month, will turn 29.
I don't think Billy Thorpe will get this back. I think the safety is too inviting. Don't think it's the best push out we've ever seen. Mario will just bank this 2 ball over to the left and use the brown and the green as a possible hook. Played it firmer, but he's lost his cue ball. Missed a trick there. Didn't even protect the 2 ball either, left it in the middle of the table, so this is a chance now.
And if he starts burying this kind of pot, watch out for Thorpe. I think that qualifies as buried. He didn't really want the robust kiss on the 9, but he's still got a shot at the 3. Good pot, but he didn't get hold of the cue ball as desired.
Now as he cut off that right hand side rail,
while Mario he contemplates, I can tell you the first player into the last 64, Naoki Oi. He's beaten Mieszko Fortunski 9-7 in winners qualification. Good hit from Mario He, but it's not done him any good whatsoever.
Yeah, he's put himself in problems here in this match early on. He's not had a visit in the opening 2, which happens from time to time. And then it was a real loose safety shot.
On table 16, Hill. There's always special pressure attached when it gets down to just a single rack shootout. But their pressure was dealt with. Looking good for Billy Thorpe, and it's a good day for Sanyan Pelovanovic, who's beaten Alex Bausch 9-4, and Jeffrey Rodder, who came through 9-6 against Lucas Fracasso-Werner. Both of those matches in winners qualification. Well, I don't know about you, Cole, but I like what I'm seeing from Thorpe. He looks good.
Yeah, he looks very good. Obviously, we know he only just lost out. It's a funny one, isn't it? You know, you think, oh, he's in the loser section of the draw. He's not playing great, but he only just lost out in a hill-hill battle. The amount of times you can lose a close match and you think, I actually played okay. Not saying he did play okay or he played bad, but you often just think, oh, he's not doing too well, but he looks okay here to me. Big shot, he's landed a bit short here. Bit of a tester in the upper right corner. Just as we were singing his praises.
And that's what happened against Khalid Al Ghamdi. He missed the odd pot he should have knocked in, and it makes the world of difference. What do they say? Thin to win. Well, he's won that rack anyway, Mario He. Looked like he was going to fall 3-0 adrift. Now, though, the deficit much more manageable at 2-1 because of this. Has to be regarded, Cole, as a bad miss.
Yeah, a bit of shoulder movement as well, and the miss kind of was all created from the poor positional shot. Didn't get on it as he wished, and now he's just turned the match on its head. This is his own doing. He's let He steal a rack, and Mario will be breaking in the fourth.
Yeah, Mario He lost his first match here, 9-8 to Alex Bausch, but he bounced back earlier today, beating Rahat Hassan Thakur of Bangladesh 8-2. But it's a tough road to hoe, the loser's side, as Shane Van Boning will discover. If you're just joining us, he was beaten earlier, SVB, by Arseny Sevastianov. Now, SVB and indeed Billy Thorpe have made multiple appearances in the Mosconi Cup. And this year, sport's biggest party takes place at its now traditional home in the UK, Alexandra Palace. The dates, 3 to 6 of December, when Europe will be defending the Cup. They've dominated in recent years. Can the USA bite back?
Where's the 2-ball and the cue ball going to dress up? It's going to dress up okay. He'll take this. One of the biggest matches of 2025 has just hit my YouTube channel. It's Pundit versus Pundit, boys versus Frost. It is on there now. It was a race to 3, and I'm not going to tell you the result. You've got to go and watch it. It was enthralling.
By the way, when I was talking about pressure, when we saw a snippet of that match on table 16, I was very remiss not to give you the actual result. Eric Hjorlifson beat his fellow Canadian Danny Hewitt 8-7.
This is a thin awkward queuing pots he's faced with here. Billy's given the lifeline. Billy thought should have been 3-0 up. If you're just joining us, he's missed a 9-ball into the upper far right corner. Now Mario. All depends on if he's queuing over it. Well, the fact that he can get his queue in does help, especially if he's hitting centre of the cue ball. Great shot.
Well, he's a great player. I think he is, in terms of World 9-Ball Tour, the ultimate nearly man. He's been so close so often.
Yeah, it's actually another Austrian who's also one of the best nearly men on the World 9-Ball Tour, Max Lechner.
Yeah, very good point, actually.
Well, obviously, Mario, he's won the World Cup of Pool. It's one of the biggest titles we have. I know it's a doubles event, but it's one of the most exciting and lucrative events that the tour has.
Yeah, alongside Albin Auschen. He won it in 2017 and again in 2019. Last year, he won the European 9-Ball Championship. He's got a list of honours, both national and international.
The panda on the back of his shirt, that is his nickname. He ties it up. It's 2 apiece.
Carl, nobody wants to miss a simple ball, a routine ball. But when it's the 9, it really stings. And so Thorpe is now having to deal with that mentally.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be more the positional shot what will wind him up, because he put himself in that bit of an awkward spot, didn't he? This is what is going on out there in the room as we speak. Defending champion is out there warming up. He's going to be playing Michael Bonanen on table 2. That's a real good match, by the way. That Filipino is a real handy player. Simon Corral is playing Max Lechner. That's 3-1. Jonas Suto, he's going along very handy indeed. 7-2 over Daniel Charlo.
Yeah, and because that's loser's side, he's on the hill.
David Alcaide in a spot of bother. That is winner's side action. Win Antoine, 5-2 for the Vietnamese player.
What I've noticed over the last few weeks in Florida, Battle of the Bull, and now here, the Vietnamese players as a collective are, I think, better than ever. Win Antoine, Quang Nam Pham, certainly Luong Doc Tien, and of course Duong Quoc Quang. Always had a very capable break, hasn't he, Mario He? And that one was a cracker.
Yeah, middle of the table where his hand is. It feels like he can pot the 3 from there. Probably the only shot he's got available, to be fair.
It was quite a wide gap between 6 and 9, but he's found it anyway. Still plenty of toil ahead, though, if he's going to run out here.
Yeah, cue ball into the purple. This needs to be judged. If he can go around the back, he will. He has gone around the back. Now, I think he's landed a little bit short. So when potting the pink ball now, cue ball's going up towards top end of the table. If he can roll through and hit the 9 full, cue ball stays there. He can chop the purple 5 in, but you've got to be careful with the 9. It's running towards the green ball. You don't want to tie that one up. This is why cue sports is all about good cue ball control. It just means the next shot is going to be easier. Not too bad.
For the last couple of years, and again in October this year, I've got the great privilege of commentating on the World Billiards Championship final. That's English billiards, a 3-ball game. And those guys, their control of their own white sometimes defies belief. They're so skilled.
Probably go off the top rail as well. Kind of where his belly was over the rail.
Yeah, he's a big lad, isn't he, Mario? I've heard he actually does some eating bets, proposition bets.
I've seen one of them live. It was frightening. I nearly entered you into the same event, Phil.
Oh no, not in the same class as Mario. I'm medium Mac, he's Big Mac.
That's handy.
So what does he actually do then, Con?
Oh, well, he eats McDonald's cheeseburgers by the 50, some stupid number of chicken nuggets. He's got it all in the tank. Literally.
Hold on a minute. You're saying in one sitting he can eat 50 cheeseburgers?
Yeah, no problem. You know, man v food, it's Mario v food.
Well, I think next time he does one, I'll be there for 2 reasons. One, I'd like to see it, and 2, he might leave some for me. Well, there's no doubt that Mario he is hungry for success, and he's just about, it would seem, to take a 3-2 lead after looking as though he was going to be 3-0 down.
He's done what Billy Thorpe's done here at 2-0 though. He's lost his cue ball. The only difference is Billy's was going into a pocket where you got to hit the centre. He can afford to hit the rail 6 inches up here. That's what he'll try and do. Yeah, see it grazed the rail. But all of a sudden the missed 9 ball from Billy Thorpe. As always, Phil, we see it time and time again. It's proving to be pretty costly.
Yeah, food for thought for Thorpe, as it is for Yannick Pongas. This is a loser's side match as well, and he's trailing Albert Januata 6-2.
Yeah, and these two are two of the young players that are in this bracket of young stars we've got on the circuit, and the fact that they're meeting here and one of them is going to go home is a real interesting tie-up. This is table number 4, David Al-Qaedi. He's at the table, he's playing Win Antoine, and he's down 5-2, and this is a tricky 6 ball he's got.
Yeah, Win Antoine, a very attacking, stylish player. David Al-Qaedi, much more tactical, percentage orientated. But he's a very good banker, as he showed when he won the World Masters at the expense of Alexander Kazakis. He banked the 9-ball length of table to win in the most dramatic circumstances imaginable. That was in Gibraltar. You can see all of this match on the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel. We'll stick with the end of the rack to see if Al-Qaedi can pull one back.
Oh, Billy Thorpe will be delighted to see the cue ball roll behind the green 6. That means Mario will be pushing out. And it looks like Mr. Al-Qaedi is going to pull another rack back over on T4, so he's going to get the break as he trails 5 racks to 3.
And given Al-Qaedi's legendary tenacity, those who write him off do so at their peril, as he pushes out. I'm still, for want of a better word, I'm still digesting the fact he can eat 50 cheeseburgers.
Well, he's a unit, Phil. That is no problem. How many can you do in one sitting, Phil? What's your number? It's got to be double figures.
No. No way. I'm not a glutton. I just like food for the aesthetics, not the quantity.
Yeah, Yannick Ponga's won that rack. He's at the table. Over on table 3, trailing 6-3 over Yanawata. Actually, really exciting player to watch. One of the most exciting players on the tour. He just gets down, pulls the trigger, plays on pure instinct. Arguably the best fluke we've ever seen on the tour. A complete miss hit, and he's fluked the 9. That was mental.
Simply cruel for Billy Thorpe. And it was all in slow motion.
He's completely butchered the cue ball there, and to bank the 2 up and down and fluke the 9. Just when you think you've seen it all.
Yeah, I don't think it was a miscue in the literal sense of the word, but it was a total misjudgment. And yet, it's led to him leading 4-2, and that's 4 consecutive racks. It all turned round when Thorpe missed that 9 ball to the corner. Emil Gangflo of Norway, Norway's leading player, on the hill against Joseph Landy on the 1-loss side at 7-4. Ralph Souquet is also on the 1-loss side, the 6 times World Masters champion. He's 1-0 down to David Callahan. Jani Sikkonen in the Nordic battle against Sweden's Walter Lakra. Sikkonen has won the first rack. Also on the hill on table 22, Masato Yoshioka of Japan. 7-5 up on Ahmed Abdolami of Kuwait. Walid Hashim on the hill against Dimitris Lakatos at 7-5. Good win for Marcel Price, the Welshman, coming through 8-1 against Justin Pelich. You know, I've heard people say they should ban flukes. Well, you never will, because it's subjective. What is a fluke, really, when you think about it? It could create an almighty argument, a Pandora's box. But I think flukes are great because they get people talking, they get people debating. I like flukes.
Well, over the years we have played tournaments where we play call shot. Obviously some people like it, some people prefer not to play that way. I mean, I'm a bit more hardcore in the sense of I just think that 9 ball Billy missed in rack 3 to go 3-0 up. He's paying the ultimate penalty for that mistake.
Yeah, and this is the pocket he failed on.
Yeah, and what I mean by that is sometimes it doesn't always work out that way, but unfortunately for Billy, he's going to have to come with the goods now. He's put himself in a battle. Good chance here, though, to claw one back. And he should do now. This is not difficult.
Jonas Suto lives to fight another match. He's beaten Daniel Charlo 8-3. short time ago, we saw David Al-Qaedi salvage the 8th rack against Win Antoine. Well, he's won the 9th as well, so Win's lead over the experienced Spaniard is now only 5-4.
Just keeps leaving himself too much to do because the cue ball's not quite on a string. These were all over the pocket. He left himself funny on the 7, so he had to drop it in. Now he's got to float this one in. Okay, he's got the job done. He's going to pull it to just one behind.
This was a good choice for the match table. It features two solid pros who have had their share of success. They've tasted the big time, and I thought it was going to be quite a close run thing. That's certainly the way it's going right now. Mario He has a narrow 4-3 lead. Not many matches going on in winners qualification at the moment. Told you about the mini comeback from David Al-Qaedi. Badr Al-Awadi 4-0 up on Tommy Tokov of New Mexico. Matt Edwards all the way from New Zealand. He leads Hungary's finest Oliver Sholnocki 3-1. Simon Corral, who came through a late night epic against Oscar Dominguez, won Hill yesterday. I was told they had a 10-minute battle on the one ball in the deciding rack. Well, the Pole, Corral, and Max Lechner are 3-3. And on table 2, Fedor Gorst has won the first rack against Michael Bohannon. Gorst, the defending champion, of course. Winners qualification spread over today and indeed early tomorrow.
I believe it's dry. All looked a little power lust on the break. Clearly aiming for that sort of medium draw break. Didn't work. Can this combo be made? He's got to hit the yellow one ball on the far left and swing it round off a couple of rails to stay on that one ball. As long as you hit the lowest ball first, if you pot another ball, i.e. the 8, you stay at the table. And if you do that and pot the 9, you win the rack.
Clever shot that to get the cue ball in mid-table to leave a clear shot at the 1.
Albert Yanuata has just got himself on the hill in that battle of the young ones. 7-4 over Yannick Pongers over on table 3. So Pongers needs to win the last 4 racks, otherwise he's out of this year's 48th US Open Championship.
Just looking at Mario He's record this year, it's not been stellar, not been bad, but he was runner-up in the Slovenian Open, last 16 of the World Championship. On this trip, beaten in the last 32 of both the Florida Open and the Battle of the Bull. On the World 9-Ball Tour in the majors, 70 last 16s, quarterfinals, maybe even slightly better than that. always seems to make the money. I think his biggest disappointment to date was that semi-final defeat in the World Championship in Kielce in early 2023.
A wee bit short. Comes up now and again, this shot where you didn't get on the 9-ball right. You have to address this and just pick your aim and just pray you deliver the cue through straight.
Quite tall Mario He, so he reaches this easily. And he reaches 5, while Thorpe is marooned on 3. Lots of really good action around the tables, Carl.
Yeah, the young Indonesian, one of the biggest prospects in 9-ball, unfortunately, is in the loser's side of the draw. But good news is he's on the hill. This is to knock Yannick Pongas out. For me, Yannick Pongas arguably the most exciting player to watch. He just gets on with it. It's a shame that we may not be seeing much more of him. He literally runs around the table and just gets down, aims and pulls the trigger. Just one decent shot here from Albert should get the job done.
All that's true, Carl, but Janawat is also terrific to watch. By the way, Win Antoine on table 4 has re-established a 2-rack gap at 6-4. We'll let you know when, or should I say if, Janawata pots that clinching ball.
He's made the 1-2 balls coming over the corner. This will dress up. Not good news for Billy Thorpe.
Carl was making this point earlier. It's amazing. I know it's only 1 rack difference, but these race to 8s can quickly get away from you. It was quickly getting away from Mario He, it seemed, at the start. But then the Thorpe missed 9-ball has changed everything.
Last 3 balls here. Tricky match this for both players, so it's a good win.
We saw his brother Quinton Pongas throw away a great chance to beat Johan Chua yesterday on the main table, and now Yannick Pongas falls by the wayside. When Antoine has just played a lovely kiss shot, visualization, terrific, to lead David Al-Kaidi 7-4. Established names today are finding the going tough.
You know, it got me thinking then when you were on about Vietnamese players, and obviously we always put all the heat on Duong, but I have a good feeling about one of the Vietnamese players this week, Phil. Not saying they're going to win it, but I think one of them's going to get to that, not saying the final day, but, you know, really get deep in this event. I've just got a sneaky feeling.
So have I. That's why I picked Long Doctien as my second dark horse. I picked two dark horses, Chang Yulong and Luong Dok Tien. Anyone who can whitewash Dennis Grabber 9-0 has got to be able to play the game. And Mario He most certainly can. He's getting ever closer to doubling up on Billy Thorpe.
What time's Jeremy Jones due out there, Phil? Is he out there now somewhere? Do we know? Have we got the answer to that?
I think he's got about 50 minutes before he's due to begin.
50, did you say?
5-0, yeah.
Okay.
He tried to come on the short side for shape. And he's nowhere. Obviously the 9 ball, that might provide cover. But he wanted to be dishing there.
Delicate and delightful.
Given what he's achieved, Carl, I think it's fair to say that Mario He would be on the shortlist, certainly, to be considered the best European player yet to play in a Mosconi Cup.
Yeah, and of course he did qualify for the team one year, but he had to withdraw. Imagine qualifying and having to withdraw from the team. Billy Thorpe has got to follow a simple rule here, and it's rule number 1. Hit the ball. If you don't hit the ball, you've lost the rack. If he hits it, you might fluke it, you might fluke a safe. 2 rails. May pot it in upper right corner, but he's got to hit it. Otherwise, he loses the rack. Well, what a match we have got coming up for you next. This could be an absolute barn burner. 2 crazy lefties, Phil.
The battle of the Brits. It is Elliot Sanderson, the shouter, against Eagle Eye Jason Shaw. They've played for GB together in the World Cup. Now they're going head to head as individuals. Skylar Woodward there watching on. Won't be liking what he's seeing because his bosom buddy Billy Thorpe is now 6-3 down. On table 4, Win Antoine has got 8 in 9 to reach the hill against David Al-Kadi at 8-4. The 8 is pured, and surely the 9 will follow. Indeed it does. So former World Masters and European Open champion David Al-Kadi, mainstay of the European Mosconi Cup team for many a match. He's 8-4 down to Win Antoine.
Better Gorst has won the opening couple in that match over on table 2. Corey Jules in action. That's loser's side action at that, and he's losing 7-5 to Kuo Xuan Wei. So could the former US Open champ be about to exit the 48th US Open Championship? Mario is fighting hard. The beginning of this match was not going the Austrians' way at all. It looked, for all the money in the world, he was going to go 3-0 down. Billy Thorpe missed a 9 ball. Didn't quite get on it as good as he'd like, and I think he's still thinking about it. Look at him in his chair there. How did I miss the 9? It turned the match on its head, and this is where we are at right now. It's he to break, and he leads 6-3.
And that will not lighten Thorpe's mood. It looked as though it was going to be a dry break, but keep your eyes on all of the balls. The 5 found its way to the side.
Yeah, you can certainly pop the yellow ball. Cue ball will go into the 6. We have no clue from looking at the screen what type of kiss it has. Mario's lining down the shot. He's looking at the angle. He's trying to figure out how to get on the blue too. Yeah, he's took a gamble. I can't really blame him there. If the 6 gets out of the way, well, at least it goes in that upper corner now. Still going to have to play a good shot here, by the way.
Yes, and further on down the line, the 6 and 7 don't sit well together.
Playing the bank in the lower right is it's a bit cheeky. It's like a bit of a two-wayer. You might get safe off it. Yeah, the next match talking you through the action will be Phil Yates and Scott Frost, and it could turn out to be one of the matches of the day. Two absolute fruitcakes going head to head. Two lefties, Shaw versus Sanderson.
Well, that was unlucky. Look at this, he played the hook. That works out okay, and then the 2 went in at a preposterous angle. Well, maybe not as unlucky as I thought. I thought the cue ball was a little closer to the brown 7 than that. Well, actually, I'll change unlucky to lucky, but he didn't make the most of it.
Yeah, as Mario makes a mistake, Win Antoine has got 4 balls left to put Al-Qaidi to the left side. Just looking at the cue ball from Billy, he needs a friendly bump here. Is he going to get one? Probably not. Got control of the table though. Win Antoine has got this 9 up the rail for a decent win, Phil. 9-4 over Al-Qaidi. He's not to be sniffed at.
Another Vietnamese victory. They're getting used to it.
This needs to go. Fedor's won another rack over on table 2. 3-0 now. He is just motoring along lovely without a care in the world.
How do you like that one? Using the green 6 to arrest the cue ball in behind the 7. So Billy the banker here might need to be Billy the jumper.
Needs this to bounce. It might go behind the 7, you know. Mario's turn to go airborne. Yeah, it was a poor effort. Maybe a 3 out of 10.
Yeah, not rivaling Fedor Gorst in terms of jumping excellence. Nowhere near it.
He's obviously just landed weird on this ball. Going forward might go towards the 7. Not got enough angle to pump it off the top rail and back down. Well, he has. Must have been trickier than it looked because he didn't seem happy, but that's okay. Fedor now 4-0.
Yeah, and Michael Bohannon from the Philippines is no pushover at all. Not the best. He should still be okay. But this, again, is unnecessary mental energy expended. Cutting back into a blind side pocket, or a semi-blind, certainly. Problem solved. Thorpe back within 2 at 6-4, barring a miscue. Enjoyable match, this. Thorpe had to keep Mario He off the hill, and he does so.
Yeah, you feel that's what's going to be key out the next couple of racks.
Max Lettner now getting away from Simon Corral. He leads 6-3. Of course, that's winner's qualification, so that's a race to 9. Vada Alawadi, 6-1 on Tommy Tokov. Most of the winner's qualification matches are either going to come later on tonight or early tomorrow. Matt Edwards remains 3-1 up on Oliver Sholnocki. Lots of action going on in losers round 2 at the moment. And some good players having to fight their way through it. One of them being Piers Labutis, well ensconced inside the top 20 in the World 9-Ball Tour rankings. He's 2-2 with Qian Qingzhu. David Callahan won the first rack against Ralph Suke. Now he's 5-1 down. It's like Old Man River. Ralph Suke, he just keeps rolling along.
That's a better break. It really is. It's pure, it's sweet. That is nailed. And he's been rewarded with a look at the blue 2. Just looking where this red 3 and 9 ball is, Phil. Might get a bit of a look on the replays. I wonder if it goes up past the green ball. Oh, he could play thin, but you got to try and land in the gap in between 9 and 8 then. That's what he's played. Oh, he's hit this good. That was dangerous. Good shot.
A very wide stance of Billy Thorpe. Lots of weight on the front leg. Leaning over the table here so that you don't get a view of the normal stance. mentioned before, his undoing against Khalid Al Ghamdi was missing balls he shouldn't really miss at inopportune moments. Can't afford to miss anything here, and I don't think he will.
You know, Phil, I know this is obviously a loser's side match, and it's a race to 8, but you know, I know it's only one rack, but it just means we get to the meaty part that little bit quicker. And let's be honest, this is where we all like to watch it. You know, these opening few racks in matches, you just kind of sit, don't you? And you're not really paying attention to a degree. But now, when you look at the scoreline like this, we're at the business end of this match now.
Yeah, the race to 8s, I think they sharpen up the thought process, definitely, because if you make a slow start, you're in real trouble. Talking of trouble, Pierce Labute is now 3-2 down to Chen Chingju. Edouard Bregu, 3-1 upon Sam Henderson. These are all losers' side matches. Quentin Pongers, the brother of Yannick Pongers, has taken the first rack from Cowboy Joe, Joseph Blyler. Harry Vergara, good player, leads Lin Wei Xiang 3-1. Landon Hollingsworth, he's 3-2 upon Sergio Rivas. And starting out on table 4 shortly, it is a fine player from the UK, not that well known, but the players certainly know him. Dean Shields taking on Duong Kwok Wang. Kasper Matakainen 3-0 upon Swad Kantarovic of the USA. And Edward Koyunjun, youngster from Indonesia. He's 6-3 upon Tolian Han, who played in the World Cup of Pool final, partnering Aloysius Schaap for Singapore.
This will work. This could get the job done.
One other intriguing contest to tell you about. It's only just begun on table 3, part of our WNT.TV streaming service. It is a star of the present against a star of yesteryear. Rodney Morris against Mickey Krause. One lost side of the draw.
Yeah, Rocket Rodney Morris. 1996 US Open champion is using a very flamboyant looking cue. It's just full of pink. Sure, we'll flick over there at some point so you can have a look.
Always a fun character, Rodney Morris, and very entertaining to watch. Here he is on the 9 ball in the first rack. Krause could be finding out that this veteran can still play the game to a high standard.
Yeah, it's like where he holds the cue and the wrap, it's just all bright pink, and I was watching that run out and he still plays lightning quick.
Well, I've used the phrase bag of tricks a couple of times during this tournament, and that really is a bag of tricks. Couldn't find what he wanted to in there. Needs good pace with the cue ball so close to the object ball, and it was.
You've got to respect Billy Thorpe here. After missing that 9 and letting his opponent back in, find himself behind. He's digging deep here. This will be a little acute one into that side, believe me. Cannot catch the near jaw here. It's got to go off the far jaw. Oh my, Billy Thorpe. I mean, that was nowhere near the pocket, Bill.
It's what you said earlier on the 9 movement.
Just look at where this hits. It should be going top jaw towards Mario's left hand. Oh. Yeah, he's been looking at the screen at the replay. You don't want to be looking up there, Billy. That will give you nightmares.
Yeah, those pots to the side can be missed, but that was never on target.
In some degree, Phil, a bit fortunate to leave Mario awkward. I know there's always this bit of an argument, well, Mario will be happy to get back to the table, but he'd rather get back to the table with a hanger. Instead, he's got to pull something out the bag, so much so he's playing safe. Good pace, I believe. He's got to find the back rail. Now, Billy Thorpe, he's called Billy the Banker. He's the best bank pool player in the world, but Mario may have cut him off here at banking this up into the upper right corner, kind of where Billy stood. Is he playing thin off it? Scary, if he is. Oh, he is. This is scary. Yeah, it can make you look foolish, that shot. It's one of the hardest, if not the hardest shots in pool.
Thing is, if you try an ultra thin safety at snooker and miss, it's 4 points away. You can have another go or whatever. If you miss the ball completely in pool, it's ball in hand and basically end of rack.
You know, Billy Thorpe has got all the shots in the locker. If he ends up losing this match, I think a smart move would be to go away and try and just work on that cue action, because the 2 balls he's missed, there's been evidence there where he's moved his shoulder and his body. I don't think he's been playing a lot of pool as well, Phil. I think it's worth mentioning that. You know, his good friend Skylar Woodward just got married. He was the best man. They've just set up a business together, and it can be tough out there.
Well, it's certainly tough when you're 7-5 down in a race to 8. Mario Heat nearly there. On table 2, yesterday we've seen some giants of the game struggle. Shane Van Boening being the shining example, or the obvious example. But Fedor Gorst is not struggling against Michael Bohannon. He leads 5-0. Winners qualification, of course, race to 9. Max Lechner 7-5 up on Simon Corral. 3-2 for Matt Edwards over Oliver Sholnocki. Badr Alawadi has beaten Tommy Tokov 9-1. Convincing stuff, that. And they're the only winners qualification contests currently going on.
Make that 6 for Gorst, Phil. He's just notched another one up. He doesn't like losing pool matches, but at the minute, he doesn't want to lose racks.
Well, of course, if he wins this evening, he gets tomorrow off. Because we don't get to winners qualification. Sorry, we don't get to the last 64 until Thursday. There's Skylar Woodward standing on the sidelines, offering encouragement, just as he did when he was the US Mosconi Cup captain at the Carib Royale Resort in Florida last year. And of course, the Carib Royale will host the Mosconi Cup in 2026.
Well, it's not going to be a break and run for the match, so Billy is still going, more than still in this match. Mickey Krause ties his game up against the former champ Rodney Morris. That's a battle of youth and experience. one apiece over there. Looks like Duong Kwok Kwang, who's also playing a race to 8 because he's in the left side of the draw. He's got a couple of balls left to win the opener against Britain's Dean Shields. Needs to catch rail after contact. Yeah, the one ball does, so that's fine. He'll be in trouble in a minute though. Duong did take the opening rack. Skylar Woodward, well, we just seen him feature on this table. The close match, he got the W. Now he's swatting his buddy Billy. Cue ball behind the red 3. Touching the red 3 makes life hard for Mario. Has he cut out the jump cue? It looked very close from this angle.
Well, the last time he attempted a pot with a jump, it was to the same pocket and he was nowhere in the general vicinity. And I think this jump is more troublesome. Has to get elevation quicker. What happened there, Carl?
Yeah, I mean, he's already had a clanger of a miss hit in this match. That resulted in a fluke. Look at the cue ball here. Look at the masse. He's basically, as he's striking down, he's hit the right-hand side of the cue ball, which means you can actually masse a jump shot. We don't see it that often. I think there's a few highlight reels on YouTube where people have done it, but that's basically what happened. As he hit the cue ball, he hit the right, jumped over and just started swerving.
After a clanger like that, I think Thorpe deserves 2 balls in hand.
Well, I'll tell you what, you know, for someone who's missed a 9 ball and then missed an easy 7, he is in this match. If he can take this rack, you know, 7-6 in a race to 8, I know it's not hill, but it feels like it's hill. Right as he under it's a position. He's got the whole left side of the table to land in there. This is thin. Yeah, it might have gone in, but now he's got a long 4 ball.
That was well cued. Right into the heart of the pocket.
This is the recipe of what it takes to be a professional pool player. It's a bizarre game. If you've never competed at a high level in a match, you have to prepare for the unexpected. And Billy Thorpe is just grinding through this rack. Mickey Krause has won another one over on T3. He's now 2-1 over Rodney Morris. Michael Bonanen, who's 6-0 down to Ghost, he's at the table with half a chance to win a rack. It's another miss, Phil. It is another miss.
I don't know the precise amount of balls he missed against Khalid Al Ghamdi, but I would hazard a guess and to say it's about the same as this. 3 really critical balls, 2 7s and a 9, and against someone like Mario He, you simply can't afford to do that.
Yep, too many missed balls at crucial times. He's thrown away 3 racks, and if Billy won them 3 racks, the scoreline would just be so different. And that's going to be the story of this match. Mario Heat, as long as he doesn't blunder here and he gets on the 9, which he is, Mario Heat is going to advance. Unfortunately, Mr. Thorpe, it isn't going to be your year.
This He-Man might not be the master of the universe, but he's the master of Billy Thorpe. Mario He wasn't super, but he was good enough. He defeats Billy Thorpe by 8 racks to 5. He continues on in the US Open, but the tournament for the man from Dayton, Ohio is over. Next up, it is the all-British match between Jason Shaw and Elliot Sanderson.
New era begins. Game on with livesb.io. Big moments meet bold partners. That's why Matchroom welcomes livesb.io, our official new sponsor for the World 9-Ball Tour. Livesb.io brings cutting-edge sports entertainment to fans all around the world. Fast, smart, global. Same fire, same energy, new partnership. Livesb.io, World 9-Ball Tour. Let's play.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotion company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
If I found out you knew about it, you're done.
The ego. Jesus Christ. What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! We need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah!
How you getting on with Jake Paul?
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk, come talk, come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got.
I'm going to make our company
Bigger and better.
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Lulus, don't worry.
Yeah, but plenty of guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take your place.
Hey, you want to follow me in there now?
Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing is Can you speak English, better please speak? Because I ain't sure what you said.
This is what being a pool player is all about. This will just add to the tension.
Realm of last chances at this stage. The moments you work for, the moments you wish for. The biggest moment of all feels so imminent now.
All over the years, we've seen some extraordinary fight backs. Keep it up, boys. Keep it up. This is what we like to see.
For the first time, Asia's major has gone to one of Asia's finest.
We have got two more matches for you today here at the LiveSB.io US Open at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City, New Jersey. Jason Shaw and Elliot Sanderson are out centre stage, preparing, having their practice racks, and we will go to that match, of course, when it begins. But first, why not just pop into table 2, where Fedor Gorst, he was 6-0 up on Michael Bohannon. It's now 6-1, and just as we join the action, Gorst was guilty of a misjudgment. Also being streamed right now on table 3, Mickey Krause 4-1 up on Rodney Morris after losing the opening rack. And on table 4, that's on the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel, Duong Kok Wang and Dean Shields have shared the first 2 racks. And taking his time on this one. I've noticed him in the past. He's a fine player, but unlike a lot of the Filipinos, he's not the swiftest. It's worth the wait, though.
Yeah, he made the most of that. 6 was on the low side of the knuckle there. Yeah, that shot can be a little sketchy. Squeak that in. Does not look comfortable. Thought he might come 4 rails there just to make sure he makes the ball, but it's okay.
Well, what a big bounce that was off the long rail. Not that it's going to cause him any great problems, or at least you wouldn't think so, although in the match we've just seen, Billy Thorpe led 2-0 before he missed a 9-ball to the same pocket. Very similar to this. Bohannon not guilty of missing. Fedor Gorst now leads 6-2. I must say, Scott, I'm looking forward to this. Jason Shaw and Elliot Sanderson, they know each other very well, of course. Sanderson is originally from Yorkshire in England, and he moved north of the border to Scotland to be the resident professional at a club that I think Jason's brother runs, McGoldrick's. So before we get into that, Kasper Matikainen 7-0 up on Suad Kantarovic. On the winner's side, Simon Corral on the hill against Max Lechner at 8-7. Bear in mind, Lechner had a very sizable advantage in that match, and yet it looks as though the Polish youngster might get the verdict. There's the two Mosconi Cup captains from last year having a chat. Jason Shaw, MVP, as Europe won the Mosconi Cup in 2024. The vanquished captain was Skylar Woodward, and on his right-hand shoulder, the man we've just been talking about, Billy Thorpe, who's just lost 8-5 to Mario He on the main table. He's still smiling, though, even though he's exited the tournament. Mind you, when you're around Jason Shaw, you can't help but smile. He is a real character. Starting out shortly, by the way, our commentary colleague, Jeremy Jones, sent to the one-loss side a little earlier by Sullivan Clark, but he'll keep battling on.
Yeah, so the guy on the left, that's Ivan, really good guy. He is Fedor Gorst's go-to guy. He's the one that does all the filming for Fedor's YouTube channel and all the pictures. His name is Ivan, once again, great guy. And then Jason Shaw, Billy Thorpe, and Woodward doing a little victory lap. He did not play bad. Played really good in parts.
Come on, Jason, we're waiting for you. On table 28, by the way, Ralph Souquet, well into his 50s now, but still loves competing. On the hill against David Callahan, it's 7-1. Callahan won the first. Souquet's won the next 7. Mika van Berkel, 5-3 on Jovan Bustamante. Nathan Childress on the hill in his one-loss side match against Matt Ross. 7-3 the scoreline there. Singapore's Nicholas Tan going nicely against Tommy Kaya at 5-2. Now, why don't we just go to table 2 again and see what is up to... Yeah, Michael Bohannon laying a reasonable hook, I believe. And this match has just shifted slightly. At 6-0, it was all Fedor Gorst, not anymore.
Yeah, not real familiar with Bohannon. Touching on Gorst, though, he sure seems like he is up for the challenge this week.
We'll just see this jump shot from the master. We'll keep you right up to date with the progress of Fedor Gorst. Now they're back to table 1, where Elliot Sanderson and Jason Shaw are ready to lag. Or at least we thought they were. Come on, Elliot! We were waiting for Shaw, now we're waiting for the other lefty.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be Shaw. You touched on it, Phil, but I'll say it. Two emotional players here who know each other all too well. It will be fun to watch. Got to give the nod to Shaw slightly, but Elliot, never underestimated.
I think this is actually a good draw for Jason Shaw, because, take it from me, he will not want to lose. Obviously, he's incentivized enough anyway, being involved in the US Open, but there's a certain chemistry here that makes Shaw determined to win. Not that he dislikes Elliot Sanderson, of course he doesn't, but he still wants to be the head honcho.
what a start right there. The payoff huge for knocking that down. Not sure if the pink plays to the upper left, but I feel like it might play in both the upper left and right. What a great hit there. Full cue. Link to the table. It really gains power with the full cue.
Not been touched yet in the tournament. He beat Barry West 9-0 on this table first up, and then Pier Francesco Garcia 9-1.
Yeah, I think it was you and I, Phil, that did his first match, and he just, I mean, he looks good in every event. I think it was Carl and I talking about this. He plays good in every event. Just has some small roadblocks that tend to get to him at times. Once again, though, this is another guy that we'd probably love to see in the final.
I certainly would. I think he plays a very attractive brand of pool. But that one got away from him. He caught the 8 ball just a little too thin, and that meant that the 5 tracked too far.
Yeah, exactly. I think part of Jason would like to bank this ball to the lower left. The other part of him says, well, I better think twice about that. Problem is he's got to reach. I guarantee you if he didn't have to reach, I think he would consider the bank, but here, just going to trim off the left side. Yeah, it's under hit. Really quick, too, once he was down there. Like, really quick.
No, I think playing under the 30-second shot clock, which he has done on several occasions, will help Elliot Sanderson, because sometimes on the outside tables he does bog himself down in a mire of indecision.
Yeah, I guess this is all object ball, obviously, and he's done okay. Jason can get a piece of the 5. Something that's overlooked, there's 2 teammates, Team USA, and 2 best friends. Yeah, Phil, I was just going to say something that's often overlooked is side rail to side rail and how powerful it can be, even if there's not a ball there for cover when you're in a bad jam. Jason hit it perfect.
Tell you who's just suffered a bad defeat after being substantially ahead. Max Lechner beaten 9-7 by Simon Corral.
And that was Carl Boy's pick, or first pick. Obviously, there's so many great players here. Yeah, he's going to leave the upper right for Shaw.
Sometimes, you know, players' nicknames don't really gel. Eagle Eye, I think, is perfect, though. He's such a natural sighter of a ball.
He looks to be a different player than Saudi Arabia, a different player than Orlando. And maybe, you know, we've talked about some of the unfortunate circumstances with the house and the storm. Maybe settling in that lifestyle that they're dealing with right now, maybe just settling in a bit, getting a little more comfortable with the outside distractions.
Yes, and he's used to life in the northeast of the United States. Before the storm wrecked his house, he was a resident in Connecticut, and he's had a lot of success in this part of the world. Owns that Turning Stone Classic. He's won that on numerous occasions. He's got a really impressive CV. Not quite as impressive, though, as the gentleman playing on table 2, although I will say this, Michael Bohannon has won 3 racks in succession to trail Fedor Gorst only 6'3". And the Filipino breaking off in rack 10. Well, the golden break was close. In goes the 1, 2 not playing ball.
Yeah, and we're going to go back to the split screen here in a moment, but this is what we love about the World 9-Ball Tour is the 2 is never guaranteed.
It's almost inconceivable that Fedor Gorst could lose from 6-0 up. Equally inconceivable that Gorst and Van Boning would go to the one-loss side of the draw on the same day.
Yeah, I'd like to plant him behind the 6 here. And that needs to run. I think Gorst has a window. We'll keep you updated there.
Earlier this year, January the 6th actually, Jason Shaw set a new world record for the highest run in 14-1 straight pool. An extraordinary 832 balls. He had the previous record of 714. Now that is a triumph, not just of skill, but of concentration.
Yeah, absolutely mental to run 832. I got to review it. I was one of the 10 chosen to review that. It was painful reviewing it because I couldn't imagine how many times he was elevated over the pile. And if you finger any of those balls, well, the entire run is null and void. I think it was like 13 times a rack, which sounds incredible, but he made a new bridge just to get over the balls with his hand. It was completely elevated. It looks different to me, this tournament, Phil. He really does look different. We noticed it right away, and I think he's just really settled in.
Yeah, I'm not saying this is the master and apprentice kind of relationship, but it's something akin to that. And I knew full well when this started that Shaw would want to show what he's made of. Show he's still the alpha male, if you like. He's 36 years of age now. And I think he's perhaps, even though he's won this and so many other tournaments, I think he's still best known for his heroics in the Moscone Cup. Very different mindset, of course, playing for Europe in a team event than playing for yourself. And it's also a different mindset when you're playing on the winner's side, because you've still got another chance to come. Whereas if you're on the loser's side, if you lose that match, it is end of story. Fedor Gorst still stuck at 6-3. Matt Edwards from New Zealand. He has been to the last 16 of the World 9-Ball Championship in the past. He leads Hungary's Oliver Sholnocki 7-2. That's a dominant performance. Niels Feijen, another player with a great CV and a great Moscone Cup record. I think he's like Jason Shaw, multiple MVPs to his credit. He's taken the first rack from Daniel Maciol over on table 24. Khalid Al-Ghamdi, who was the first player in this tournament to beat Billy Thorpe, he's taking on Alexander Kazakis on table 27. All winners' qualification matches. They're being rationed. They're being put out there in groups of 4 so we can enjoy them over a lengthy span of time.
This is a huge department that I always say he's underrated in, that I just don't feel he's talked enough about, is his break. He's breaking well. He's in the top 5 easily on tour. He makes the adjustment quickly.
One of the most consistent players on tour over the last year or so has been Piers Labutis. But the Lithuanian is on the one-loss side, and he's 7-4 down to Chen Chingju. So Chen is on the hill, and after missing out on the last 64 at the Florida Open, it could be the same for Labutis at the US Open.
Yeah, which is a huge surprise to me. He's one of my favorite players, to be fair, and favorite guys. Great guy, all-around athlete. Yeah, he might have let... Yeah, I was going to say he might have let... He didn't want to crash into the 7, but Jason might have let him a little too much ball there. Jason kind of got away with that, in my opinion. Rodney Morris was down 5-1 against Mickey Krause. Came back, made it 5-4, and scratched on the break. Mickey Krause running out. That's on table number 3.
Yeah, Fedor Gorst 7-3 now. And Krause will be looking to put this rack to bed, let me tell you. Oh, dear me. The 5-ball missed the middle.
Well, I've always felt like Rodney's still a threat. He's just such a quick and loose left-handed player. Previous winner of this event and dominated throughout the globe throughout the 90s and early 2000s. It's like the old guard versus the new.
Yeah, haven't seen Morris for a while. Facially, still the same. Personality-wise, still the same. There's just a bit of snow on the roof.
Take it easy there, Phil. There's snow on this roof as well, pal.
There's an avalanche on mine.
Yeah, he's overhit this. He said, I barely hit that. Well, it's because you got that big left-handed stroke. You got to take it easy. Slow it down a bit. Jason Shaw, really nice behind the 8. Great touch. I think he chops at this. Rodney Morris. Such a great shot maker in his day. Yeah, very well handled. This 9 to tie it up. I'm sure we'll keep you updated on it.
Rodney Morris, one of the former champions here, who is not here for ceremonial purposes. He can still compete.
Yeah, not quite sure if he wants to go into this full. Yeah. No, this is no cupcake here to the side. Problem is you might want to hit it with a little pace, and that's when the QL tends to want to stay forward and kind of stuns. Because the 3, you've got to get out towards the right center of the table. Way over to the right center of the table. So this is real tough to get out and over in between the gap of the 6 and 9. You don't want to overpower it. Oh, that was a super tough choice, but he had a backdoor safety in mind.
A lot of balls to hide behind, for sure. Almost harder to leave the 2-ball free open than it was to get the hook.
Yeah, is he looking to just catch the right side of it? Our right side. Hope he gets distance. Oh, this might be excellent. It is. Interesting there. I was watching Shaw's reaction there, Phil, to see if he gave him like the taps of approval. He didn't acknowledge him at all.
No, I think they've got a good relationship, but it's just that I'm not going to be your friend on the table kind of gig.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, if he finds the gap here, that would be extraordinary, and he has.
Yeah, that's without a doubt the shot of the day so far for me.
Doesn't just want to win this match, he wants to win it as heavily as possible. He's not going to say bragging rights, he's past that with what he's achieved. But he doesn't want the younger man to have anything over him.
Yeah, just wants to avoid 7 and 8 here. A little touchy. Yeah, I like what he did, just taking the cut here on the 6. I don't think there's any issue connecting with the 9. Back out towards the center. Yeah, that makes things a little trickier. Yeah, gonna sliver the 8. Boy, if he gets out here, it really sends a message to the shouter.
Yeah, the shouter is, at the moment, a mutterer. He's muttering, what a good kiss that was. And he's also contemplating a 3-0 deficit. Michael Bohannon still fighting on table 2, now only 7-4 down against Fedor Gorst. Duan Kok Wang, he's recovered to 3-3 against Dean Shields on table 4. And Rodney Morris and Mickey Krause remain locked together at 5-5. Krause, though, does have a chance to regain the lead by taking rack 11, and where the balls are spread, he should do it. Latest winner hails from Singapore, Nicholas Tan. He's just beaten Tommy Kaya 8-2 in the second losers round. So here's Krause. Missed a ball we didn't expect in the previous rack, but I can't imagine he's going to mess up here.
Yeah, Rodney broke dry, and that's something I've kind of kept my eye on this match, just because Rodney does not play a lot of the WNT events. He's older, right? And I'm just curious how he's breaking the balls, because you have to feel like he's breaking them okay to be where he's at with Krause. Not necessarily the case, but he's playing great. But we know Mickey's been in this position so many times before. Going on over. Shaw to break. He's flat on the 2, Jason Shaw. So got a big curtain down here he can creep behind. He would really like to weld Elliott up to something here. So I think he'll get into this a little bit. And he's just going to take the distance and cover. Thought he might put a little more pace on that and try and really nudge him up under the 5.
Table 4 action available on the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel. And Dwon Kok Wang is now taking the lead against Dean Shields at 4-3. A swift rack 7. The 2 stays directly behind the 9. There'll be no complaints, no muttering from Elliot Sanderson about that.
Yeah, and I'm watching both of their body language and facial reactions. Jason not letting anything off. Yeah, this one not going to roll off. Pretty sure he's going to smack this.
Well, now, all the balls, or at least all bar one, are on the right-hand side of the table as we're looking. So it's a little congested, but these are the kind of opportunities that Elliot Sanderson simply must take if he is going to stand any chance of upsetting the apple cart.
Interesting. I didn't like any of that. I thought he should come all the way down to the bottom rail just to make sure you get on the 3. It's close. This line tells me he's fine. It's going to be the 5 to the upper right. You don't want to get straight on the 6. 7 does not have a pocket to the upper right. So get off this rail here. Okay. Trouble. I don't know if he can pound forward or not. He's acting like it. He's so close to the 6. But you might be able to. Yeah, this is another one. If you hit it too hard, the cue ball will warp and just follow the green right into the corner. We see it all the time. So he's got to be smooth through the swing. And that was kind of where the problem lied, right? He was in between the speed. He knew if he overhit it, he could lose the cue ball. Underhit it, but you don't get there.
(7-5) Kraus over Rodney Morris. Bear in mind that's a loser's side match, so Kraus on the hill. And on table 2, it looks as though Gorst is going to be on the hill against Michael Bohannon. He's got a great chance for 8-4.
Yeah, I'd say that was a real nice hit for Elliot. I would not flirt with the 9 here. Steer clear. Don't be afraid of the left side either.
This is precisely what Elliot Sanderson needed. 3-1. And you almost feel a little better when you get the first rack tucked on the board. On the one-loss side, tough match for Vitaly Patsyura of Ukraine, the reigning Texas Open champion. He's 2-1 up on Jose Alberto Delgado of Spain. Antonios Kakaris has just started out against Ricky Folsom. It's 1-0 to the Greek player. 1-0 to Felix Vogel, who we saw on the main table earlier, losing out to Claudio Cacci. Vogel on table 10 against Tuan Kiat Vincent Go. Joni Sikkonen, 6-4 over Walter Lakra. Yash Ajmera of India, 5-2 up on Chris McDaniel. Chien Ching-ju hasn't finished off Piers Labutis yet. It is still 7-5. And Jeremy Jones has taken the first rack from Ivica Putnik on table 8. Jan van Lierop and Mohamed Barbad. Holland against Saudi Arabia, 2-2. And Quinten Pongas of Holland on the hill against Joseph Bleiler at 7-3.
Yeah, can he get to this ball? If not, he can chip it over. Wow. Just didn't think he would take a chance if it was that close, especially under the circumstances.
I've watched Elliot play a lot, either on the main table or when I've been walking around the tables, because I like the lad, and he always seems to me to be a really tidy player, but he's so often undone by the odd shot that doesn't really make a lot of sense. He's a real fighter, as he showed against Shane Van Boening down at the Florida Open. Refused to accept his fate in that match and just kept chipping away, even though he lost in the end. But that was a really strange one, wasn't it?
Yeah, he could have come to the bottom rail and chipped it over. He could have caught it going in and chipped it over. He had all types of cover. It seems as though he tried to actually play it in the corner. No issues here for Shaw. You just don't want to get thin on the 6. Maybe a bit more angle here. He's got those soft hands. Watch how easily he kills the cue ball here. Look at how easily he kills that cue ball, uses all the pocket. But it's the speed for me at which he can decel on but still control the cue ball. Man, this might be a weird reach. What happens here? Does he clear it?
I think just about. Might be worth panning to Elliot Sanderson and his reaction after that. But let's face it, Scott, he's only got himself to blame.
Yeah, it's the kisses. Just the little flicks that are probably getting to Elliot, but you're right. It's on Elliot.
4-1 Shaw. Nicky Krause still waiting for victory over Rodney Morris on table 3. Fedor Gorst still waiting for victory over Michael Bohannon on table 2. Now, there's nothing happening on 2. I think both of the players have left the arena, so let's just take a peek into table 3, where Krause is hoping to manufacture an opportunity.
Yeah, he doesn't have a pocket here to the lower left. Rodney ended up having to kick at the 2. So is he playing the combination or just welding him to the 5? Fearless player, Mickey Krause. And that is a game-winning shot. Should say match-winning shot.
Yes, he was last year's Mayor's Bucharest Open winner. Then he won the European Open in Fulda, Germany. Part of a winning European Mosconi Cup team.
I could lose this, Phil, and he knew it right away. Surprised he went with a low outside ball.
That was a gross misjudgment. And actually, where he's dropped, he's been a little fortunate because he's got an obvious hook. But he wanted a run out, not a hook.
Problem with the shot he played is that if you catch it just a tick thin, you're going to lose the cue ball. So it takes so much more accuracy. Soft hands coming up again, possibly, for Shaw. Look at how much of the pocket he uses there. He was on the cusp of hitting that just a fraction too hard. Yeah, this is by design. This is to help the cue ball. He's using an outside ball there. Everything working.
He looks very relaxed, even though he's obviously motivated.
Yeah, for me, he's really looked the same his last two matches as well.
The hook on table 3 for Kraus worked. A second chance to put this one away. It will be sad to see the rocket grounded. He's been a fine player, Rodney Morris. But it's the star of the present. Pool's King of Denmark. Mickey Kraus, who comes through by 8 racks to 5.
Yeah, and it's Jason Shaw just going about his business, really not giving us anything emotionally. Tells us the importance of the event. I don't know if he's really so concerned about who he's playing as much as maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Looks very sharp, and when Shaw is sharp, the rest better watch out. 5-1 in a race to 9, so more than halfway to his goal. On the one-loss side, Jason Robichaud of Canada, 5-3 up on Katsuyuki Izawa of Japan. Petri Mäkinen, he's doubling up on Vincent Beaurivage, the Finn, leading 6-3. As for losers' side, well, Fedor Gorst 8-4 over Michael Bohannon, but I can tell you in the 13th rack, Bohannon has a chance to pull one back. Great result for Matt Edwards, beating Oliver Szolnocki 9-2. So Szolnocki to the one-loss side. He goes into losers qualification. Niels Feijen, this is winners qualification matches. Niels Feijen leading Daniel Massiol 3-2. Christian Sadea, the tallest player on the World 9-Ball Tour. He's playing Hunter Lombardo, it's 1-1. Khalid Al-Ghamdi and Alexander Kazakis 2-2.
Oh, an absolutely treacherous kiss on the red 3 to the cue ball to the lower right corner when it looked like the 9 was going. Sweat the 3 here. That is when it can be a little cold-blooded. He hit those real well. This is exactly what Sanderson needed.
Yeah, the way Shaw was playing, something had to change radically.
I feel like he's fallen too straight already. Yeah, he got the most out of that. Really nice. That's a shot that a lot of players have a problem with.
He's a winning machine, Fedor Gorst, and the 7 goes no problem, even with the close proximity of the 8. So Gorst, the defending champion, is 3 balls away from beating Michael Bohannon 9-4 and making it into the last 64 with few alarms.
Yeah, and on the left screen here, nice shot by Sanderson to bury pink. Gorst leading to this out. Michael Bohannon missed an easy 3 and missed it by 4 or 5 inches. Didn't threaten the pocket, and it was extremely easy. Of course, Gorst will take advantage.
Looking to become only the 5th player, Scott, to successfully defend the US Open title. Bear in mind, this wonderful event began in 1976. It's tough to win 1, let alone back-to-back.
Yeah, and I was just thinking, I'm like, why didn't I pick Gorst to win this event? I've somehow overlooked him, and I'm always picking Federer, but we know how tough it is to defend, especially an event like this, let alone the mind tricks it can play on you.
Well, he's through, and he has tomorrow off into the last 64 that starts here on Thursday morning. No one will want to draw him, I can tell you that. On the one-loss side, looking good for Duong Kwok Wang now against Dean Shields. He's leading 6-3.
Yeah, I like going up to the corner here. Boy, he hit it fat. He hit it fat.
I can only assume it's exactly what we were talking about a couple of racks ago. I can only assume with Sanderson, his concentration just lapses. There's no technical reason for missing that. He wasn't nervous. It's just concentration. He needs to sustain it more.
Completely agree. He was actually looking at the side with the 8 and just got down, shot it up the corner. Everything you said, accurate.
6-1, it's a really troubling scoreline because that should have been 5-2. Shaw scratched unluckily on the break, but Elliot Sanderson, he didn't get the job done. On the winner's side, Robbie Capito 3-0 up on Baseth Makaibat of the Philippines. Alexa Pachelch in a tough match to call on table 12 is leading John Morra 2-1. Just starting out on table 26, Lee Van Cortese, former World Cup winner from the Philippines, up against Wojciech Szewczyk. No rack on the board yet there. Alexander Kazakis 3-2 over Khalid Al-Ghamdi. It's a really tough tournament, this. So many fine players here. 50 nations represented at the Harrah's Resort and Casino in Atlantic City, New Jersey. The finest pool has. The entire top 25 in the World 9-Ball Tour rankings have descended. And you might wonder why. Well, here's 2 reasons. Total purse, $500,000 US. First prize, $100,000, both of which are records for the event. And the $100,000 first prize is more than 25 times greater than the amount that Mike Siegel won when he captured the inaugural US Open title in 1976. When he won that, I was 14. Johnny Miller won the Open Golf Championship at Royal Birkdale. England were heavily beaten by the West Indies in the Test Series that summer. Yeah, seems so long ago. Now, Jason Shaw has nipped out for a break, so why don't we go over to table 4, where Duong Kwok Wang is taking on Dean Shields. Shields actually was providing stout resistance lately. Duong has been in the ascendancy, but that's certainly not the case here. He's in trouble.
Yeah, mild understatement, right? The 1 near the 9 as well, so you've got to get below the left side pocket, I believe. But boy, getting below the left side and hitting the 1, it's going to be a thin hit. I don't know. Oh, he hit it as good as you could possibly hit it. Oh, it pays to hit him, Phil. It pays to hit him.
Dean Shields must be thinking, what have I got to do? What have I got to do?
Yeah, that's incredible. That. The shot that Duong just kicked at, he kept the speed up so that the cue ball didn't deviate or fall on any certain line. Just kept it true. He hits it easy. I don't know that he can even hit the 1. This is a long stretch and a big jump over the 6.
Yeah, the more awkward the body position, the more difficult it is to play an effective jump. That's why he's kicking. Here, the last rack was a kick in the teeth for Elliot Sanderson, missing that dolly 8-ball, leaving it right over the pocket.
Yeah, and the 8 that you missed there, talking about Sanderson, it's kind of unforgivable. High cue ball going up to the corner. It's such a big pocket. That being said, I'm actually shocked that 8 didn't drop. It was so deep. But he just took his eye off of it, took it for granted. Funny here, do you use the 6, sending the 2 over to the right side? He's very good at this. Just kind of drifting it over with an outside cue ball. There's a lot of power to that shot. I was just touching on it a little bit ago. Even if you don't find cover, side rail to side rail, more often than not, can stump your opponent. Is he going at the bank here due to the score line? That needs to run. Yeah, way off here. The upper left is available, but cue ball down here on the bottom rail, he's probably going to elect to come off the edge of it. He's left the bank on here, possibly. Yeah, he's made a slight mess of things now. 3-7 tied up.
for our viewers on WNT.tv. Our next streaming match on table 2. Table vacant at the moment after Fedor Gorst defeated Michael Bohannon. Next up on table 2 will be Tyler Steyer against Georgi Georgiev in winners' qualification.
Yeah, he cannot make the 9 here. He's just shoving the 2 to the right side of the table. That'll be okay. Can Jason get to the right side or find the gap to see the top side of the 2?
And of course, Scott, where the 3 is, this 2-ball could be a really important one. He's playing hardball.
Yeah, literally. Couple of lazy plays from Sanderson. I just didn't expect to see from him. Maybe a little bit stunned by a couple of errors early. In case you're wondering, the 3-7 combination is not on to the upper right unless you get perfect. Still don't think it's on. Yeah, I don't think so. Jason's gotten all the right rubs, but he's earned them.
Yeah, I think right now, the way things are going, he's a sure thing to win this match, if you pardon the pun. Strange things happen in 9-ball pool, but I just can't see a Sanderson come back somehow.
Elliott slightly beside himself. No pun. Yeah, little gamesmanship here. Look at this. It's been Elliott's address the last 2 innings. And nobody wants the 3. Surely he takes it on here, Phil. Or does he cross it to the lower right? Maybe go back up? Looking to put him up top again. Yeah, this is by design. Look at this hit. My goodness gracious. That is not very friendly.
The alpha male, I said before. Get in your place.
Well, how many looks are you going to have at the blue 2? Shoot away from it. I understand, right? The 3 is funny, but when will this subside? I might have just dropped my microphone if he'd got him behind the 4 again. I haven't seen this yet, Phil, calling these matches, but kind of a stalemate. Can we just re-rack them?
I'm a little concerned because we're due to fly home on Sunday night.
That's an error, actually. Elliott might be able to play this 2 into the 7 or the cue ball into the 7. I am surprised at that decision, Jason. Maybe a lapse in the thought
Well, this time the 7 cozies up to the 5. One of those racks.
Yeah, that was really poorly hit. 3 was such a big ball there. You can get to the 5 off the 4. Jason gonna just lay him up again. Got such a good touch. Although I don't think he wanted the 2 that close to the corner. Well, he's killed 2 birds with 1 stone, Phil, except they're the wrong birds.
Yeah, but the one bird he hasn't killed, Eagle Eye. Well, if he refuses the 2 here, I'm taking my headphones off, slamming down my microphone, and going off in a huff. Don't do huffs, actually, but it was getting a bit farcical.
Yeah, I was getting a little out of hand there for a while. I think he passed up 4 straight in 2 balls.
Jason Shaw in this rack. He's been reminiscent of one of those cats who has a mouse. And he doesn't eat it immediately, just plays with it for a while and then goes in for the kill.
It's really actually what it's felt like. Exactly what it's felt like. I don't even know if that's an analogy. I think that's just reality.
Well, in snooker, if they're tipping the cue ball into the reds, into the pack, time and time again in a near stalemate situation, we call that cat and mouse, but this is a different kind of connotation. Not the cleanest pot, that's why he's a little short of ideal on the 9 ball, but if he misses this, it's once in a month of Sundays. Doesn't miss it. Lengthiest rack of the match, but like 7 of the 8, it has gone to Shaw. He leads 7-1 in a race to 9. So right now, he's played, just trying to work this out, 27 racks in the tournament, and he's won 25 of them. He lost 1 rack to pair Francesco Garcia, none to Barry West, and he's only lost 1 to Elliot Sanderson. Over on table 4, Duong Kwok Wang has got an open table to take a 7-3 lead over Dean Shields. That's on the 1-loss side, so he's 3 balls away from being on the hill, the Vietnamese #1. Tyler Steyer and Georgi Georgiev on table 2 are in their first rack. And on table 3, Mustafa Alner, most famous for beating Fedor Gorst in the first round of the World 9-ball Championship in Saudi Arabia last year. He's 1-0 up on Adrian Prasad. Again on the 1-loss side. The Barry Berman Trophy, and of course the green jacket that you get for being US Open champion. 2 of the most prized rewards in 9-ball.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to get another look at this break. The 9 came flying out. Had to have got a kiss, but Something wasn't right here. The one went way high. Well, the cue ball gets the 9. Just way off with the 1. Didn't sound clean.
Seven, 9 need to be sorted out.
Yeah, and so does the pink 4. Stay above the 3. Can you come 2 rails tight? And that's what he's looking at. You don't want to catch the 9 now, though. Yeah, I think you really got to dig into this. Yeah. It's going to catch the pink full here. Gotta look.
Sanderson gesticulating, but it's not the worst kiss.
No, I don't think an apology was needed. Well, if he would have hit that 8 earlier, the way he just hit that, there would be a completely different scoreline. Need an angle here. The 7-9 really tricky. To be fair, I think you'd like to be on the left side of the table for the green 6. Yeah. Gonna try and rip in steep here, I think, with a high ball. Oh, that was pretty sweet. Yeah, he's going to have to work the cue ball or take the distance here. Probably going to elevate. Yeah, looking to go 3 rails. Yeah, 3 rails deep out of the lower left corner. Feel like you could just draw this 1 rail with a low left ball. Yeah, he's handled it well.
Missed the 8 ball to this pocket earlier. Surely won't make the same mistake again. He does not. Elliot Sanderson has now 2 on his side of the ledger. Over on table 4, we thought we were going to see the end of the match between Duong Kwok Wang and Dean Shields. Duong had a great chance to wrap it up, but he's just left the 5 ball hanging in the jaws when he was trying to be a little too cute with shape on the 6. And so Dean Shields has renewed life. You can see here the Englishman really should make it 7-4. On table 3, Mustafa Alner. He's well placed to go 3-0 up on Adrian Prasad. It's 2-0 at the moment.
Yeah, he was evaluating whether he should stay low or come high of the 7, but really steep here. It's obviously playable. I think you want to be a little bit more out towards the center. Almost like he didn't have any outside spin on this.
As soon as something good happens for Elliot Sanderson, something bad then crops up. Scratching off a dry break. Actually, it wasn't dry, was it? The pink 4 went in, but that's the secondary issue. The main thing is that Jason Shaw has got ball in hand.
Yeah, and probably even worse that it wasn't dry. Just a little less work for Shaw if he can get on the 2. Dean Shields stretched. Gonna have to get out the bridge. Really no reason to be where he's at either. Shaw just out towards the center would be great. I could tell pretty quickly Dean Shields knows how to use a bridge.
The pace that Shaw plays at, we are literally seconds away from the Scot being on the hill.
Best I've seen Jason Shaw at in several months.
And what I like about Jason Shaw as he goes 8-2 up, 6 ahead with 7 to play, the skill has never been in doubt. The bottle has never been in doubt. I think the attitude has. He seems really up for this. Quite rightly so, it's the US Open. If he were to win this, it would tick so many boxes for him. He's already a future Hall of Famer with what he's achieved. But to be a multiple US Open champion, now you're getting into the very upper echelon of the game. And of course, not just about legacy and history, but the present. The $100,000 first prize would open so many doors for him. And it would give him immense pride. Leading somebody 8-2 in winners' qualification is a million miles away from lifting the Barry Berman Trophy, but I think he's got all the necessary ingredients, including form, to do it.
Yeah, I second everything you just said. He did skip out on the Battle of the Bull. I think more so for a little bit of rest. Looks to be a good choice because some of the other guys that ran deep in the Battle of the Bull are a bit questionable.
It really is remarkable, you know, how often you see someone get to the hill and then there's a snag when they break in the next rack. Either a scratch or, in this case, nothing doing.
I actually resort that. I've come to the conclusion that maybe the back arm kind of feels a little bit of extra tension that they've got to get it over with, because it seems to happen more often than not. So I don't know that it's the luck of the draw, but the balls didn't feel any tension here. Neither did the back arm. Coming around 4 and 9.
Yeah, one of those unusual situations where you get to the hill and it's all there for you. On table 4, it's looking good for Dean Shields again, to trail Duong Kok Wang only 7-5. Will Duong regret that missed 5-ball when he was on the verge of victory? This is going to be our last match of the day, centre stage, but of course you can keep right up to date with all of the action on tables 2, 3 and 4. On 2 and 3, the stream is available on the WNT.TV service. On table 4, it's the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel. And there's plenty of action left on those tables, it would seem to me. If you want to keep right up to date with all of the scores, simply access WNTLivescores.com. But I think it is going to be Jason Shaw who puts the icing on a lovely day 2 cake. The big story, of course, has been Shane Van Boening being sent to the one-loss side of the draw, losing out to Arseny Sevastianov. But there's no such alarms or dramas for Jason Shaw. Eagle Eye has swooped. He overcomes Elliot Sanderson. Doesn't just beat him, he beats him convincingly by 9 racks to 2. Jason Shaw into the last 64 of the LiveSB.io US Open. And that concludes our coverage on Table 1 today. We'll be back bright and early tomorrow at the Harrah's Resort and Casino here in Atlantic City, New Jersey, for day 3 of 6 in this, the most historic of the Matchroom majors. The outside tables continue, of course, but centre stage, the lights go off, the curtain comes down. See you tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock Eastern Time. Until then, from Phil Yates, from Carl Boys, from Scott Frost and from Jeremy Jones, it's a very good evening.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pools on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.